The Book of Heaven. Volume 20. My Jesus, I invite your holy will to come and put itself on paper. Very penetrating and eloquent words, in the most appropriate terms. To make themselves understood and paint the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat with the most magnificent colors, the brightest light, the most attractive character. In order to infuse a magnetic force and a powerful magnet. In the words you will make me write. Thus everyone will allow himself to be dominated by your most holy will. And you, Mom, true sovereign queen of the Supreme Fiat, do not leave me alone. Come and guide my hand, give me the flame of your motherly heart. When I write, keep me under your azure coat. So that I can accomplish all that my beloved Jesus wants of me. I felt invested in the Supreme Will which, by drawing me into its immense light, made me see the order of creation. How everything remained in the place assigned by its Creator. My mind was running through all of creation. Delighted to see order, magnificence, and beauty reign. My sweet Jesus who accompanied me said to me, my daughter, everything that has come out of our creative hands, everything created, has been assigned a separate place and function. All stay in their place. They magnify, with eternal praise, this eternal Fiat, who dominates them, preserves them, and gives them new life. Man, too, had received his place and his sovereign office over all things created. There was one difference. All things remained as God had created them, without increasing or decreasing. My will granted man supremacy over all the works of our hands and wanted to show more of his love for him. It gave man the opportunity to grow continuously in beauty, holiness, wisdom, and wealth. To the point of elevating him to the likeness of his Creator. This was on condition that he allows himself to be dominated and guided, and that he leaves the Supreme Fiat the free field to form in him his divine life in order to be able to form this continual growth of goods and beauty, in infinite happiness. In fact, without the dominion of my will, there can be no growth, no beauty, no happiness, no order, no harmony. Ma will is the origin, the master, and the beginning of all the work of creation. Where it reigns, she has the virtue of preserving the beauty of her work as she created it. Where my will is not present, the communication of his vital moods to preserve the work that came out of our hands, is absent. Do you then understand the great evil that was for man the exit from our will? Thus, all things, even the smallest, have their place. It can be said that they are at home, safe, and that no one can reach them. They possess an abundance of goods. Because my will which dwells in them possesses the source of all goods. They are all in order, harmony, and peace of all. On the other hand, by leaving our will, man has lost his place, he has found himself outside our house, exposed to dangers. Anything can reach him and hurt him. The elements themselves are superior to him. Because they possess a supreme will. While he possesses only a degraded human will that could only bring him miseries, weaknesses, and passions. And because it has lost its origin, its place, it remains without order, in disharmony with others and without knowing peace, even with himself. It can be said that he is the only being of creation to whom nothing is due by right. Because we give everything to the one who lives in our volant. For he is of our house, he is of our family. The relationships, the bonds of filiation that he possesses by living there give him the right to all our property. But the one who does not live from the life of our will has suddenly broken all the bonds, all the relationships. We then consider it as something that does not belong to us. Oh! If everyone knew what it means to break with our will and in what abyss they fall, they would all tremble with fright and they would strive to return to the kingdom of eternal Fiat in order to regain their place assigned by God. My daughter, my eternal goodness wants to give back the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat to the man who so ungracefully rejected it. Don't you think this is the greatest gift I can give to human generations? But before granting it, I need to train it, constitute it, and to make known what until now was not known about my will, knowledge such as they will do. That those who know my will appreciate it, love it, and desire to live in it. Knowledge will be the chains but not imposed. Rather, it is men who, voluntarily, will let themselves be chained. This knowledge will be weapons. The victorious arrows that will conquer the new children of the Supreme Fiat. But do you know what this knowledge has? The change in its nature. In virtue, in good, in my will. De telle sorte tu ils les orant en leur possession. En entendant cela, jai dit. Munde amour, Jesus. Sices connaissances de ton adorable volant consciente tant de vertu, pourquoi en il est tu pas manifestes à Adam. Afin tu en les faisant connaître à sa postérité? Ils auraient intime et apprécié davantage un bien si grand. Cela aurait dispose les cours pour les temps au toi, divin reparateur, decréterait de nous accorder ce grand don du royaume du Fiat Supreme. Et Jesus, reprenant la parole, ajuda. Ma fille. Tant tu il restate dans le paradis terrestre. Vivant dans le royaume de la volonté suprême, Adam postate touts les connaissances. Concernant ce qui appartenait au royaume tu il postate. Autant que cela est possible pour un creature. Mais de tu il en sorti, son intellect fut obscurci. Il avait perdu la lumière de son royaume et he could no longer find the words to manifest the knowledge he had acquired about the Supreme Will. Because that same divine will who communicated to him the terms necessary to manifest to others what he had known, he lacked. Besides, whenever he remembered his withdrawal from my will and of the very great good which he had lost, he was so filled with sadness that he became taciturn. He was lost in grief. The loss of such a great kingdom and irreparable harm that was impossible for him to correct. In truth, only the very God he had offended could remedy it. He did not receive an order from his Creator, and what was the point of manifesting knowledge that would not give him the good it contained? I only make a good known when I want to give it away. However, even though Adam didn't talk much about the kingdom of my will, he taught many important things about this kingdom. So much so that during the early days of world history, until Noah, generations did not need laws. There was no idolatry, or diversity of languages. All of them recognized their God one language, because they loved my will more. But by continuing to move away from it, idolatry came and degenerated into great evils. And that is why God lives necessity. To proclaim its laws. To preserve human generations. Thus, he who does my will does not need a law. Because my will is life, it is law, it is everything to man. The importance of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat is immense. I love it so much that I do more than in a new creation and redemption. In fact, in creation, my omnipotent Fiat was pronounced only 6 times to dispose of and issue all that he ordered. I spoke in the redemption. But since I was not talking about the kingdom of my will, which contains immense knowledge and goods, I did not have so much to say. Because everything was of a limited nature. A few words were enough to make it known. But to make my will known, my daughter, it takes much more. Its history is extremely long. It encloses an eternity without beginning or end. Therefore, I always have something to say. That's why I talk so much. My will is more important than anything. It contains more knowledge, more light, more size, more prodigies, and it therefore requires more words. In addition, given that the more I make it known, the more I extend the limits of the kingdom. I want to give it to the children who will own it. Therefore, all that I manifest concerning my will is a new creation that I am making in my kingdom. For those who will have the happiness to know him. Therefore, be very careful when manifesting it. I had finished 1 volume and I had to start another. I felt the weight of writing. Almost bitterly, I sighed. My sweet Jesus manifested himself in me and, nodding his head, he said to me with a sigh, "My daughter, what's going on? Don't you want to write?" And I, almost trembling when I saw him sighing because of me, said to him, "My love, I want what you want. It is true that it is a sacrifice to write, but for your sake, I would do anything." And Jesus added, "My daughter, you don't quite understand what it means to live in my will. When you sighed, the whole creation and I sighed with you. Because for those who live in my will, -1 is the act, -1 the movement, -1 the echo. Everyone must do the same thing together. For God is the first movement. All the things created came out of a movement full of life. There is nothing that does not possess its movement. All things revolve around the first movement of their Creator. Thus, all creation is in my will, its round is incessant, fast, orderly. The one who lives in her has its place in the midst of others and turns quickly without stopping. My daughter, this sigh of ill will on your part has formed its echo everywhere. And do you know how everyone felt? It's as if a constellation wants to leave his place, get out of order, of his quick round around his Creator. And seeing this celestial constellation that seemed to want to leave them, all felt hindered in their round. But they were immediately reassured by your prompt adhesion and continued their fast and orderly race, magnifying their Creator, who keeps them tight against him to make them turn around him. What would you say if you saw a star detach from the others and descend from above? Wouldn't you say, "She has left her place, she no longer lives in community with others. It's a lost star"? Such is the soul who, living in my will, wants to make his own. She leaves her place, descends from the height of the heavens. It loses the communion of the Holy Family. Loin de ma volonté, elle perd la lumière, la force et la sainteté de la divine ressemblance. Elle perd loin de l'ordre, de l'harmonie. Elle perd la rapidité de la rondeur de son Créateur. Par conséquent, sois attentive. Parce que dans le royaume de ma volonté, il réticence ni amertume. Mais seulement de la joie. Il n'y a pas de contre-inte. Mais tout est spontanate. Comme si la creature voulait faire ce que Dieu veut. Comme si elle-même voulait le faire. I was frightened when I heard this from my sweet Jesus. I understood the great evil of wanting to do one's own will. I begged him wholeheartedly to give me the grace not to let me fall into such a serious evil. But while I was doing this, my beloved Jesus came back and made himself seen with almost all his limbs dislocated and causing him unspeakable pain. And throwing himself into my arms, he said to me, "My daughter, those dislocated members who cause me so much suffering are the souls who do not do my will. Coming to earth, I constituted myself the head of the human family. They are my members. But these members were formed, connected, reunited by means of the vital moods of my will flowing into them. They are put in communication with my body and are strengthened, each in its place. My will, like a compassionate physician, does not only sync his vital and divine moods to form the necessary circulation between the head and the limbs, but also forms a perfect assembly to keep the members well united at their head. But as my will is not in them, they lack what gives warmth, blood, strength and the command of the head to make the limbs operative. They miss everything. It can be said that all communications between the head and limbs are broken, and they stay in my body to make me suffer. Only my will can make that. The Creator and the creature, the Redeemer and the Redeemer, be one, in agreement and communication. Without my will, it is as if creation and redemption were unimportant to them. Because, what makes the life of the goods they contain flow, they lack. That is why my will is everything. Without it, our most beautiful works, our greatest prodigies, Remain strangers to the poor creatures. Because my will alone is the depository of all our works, and that it is by it alone that they can take birth for creatures. Oh! If all knew what it means to do or not to do my will, they would all agree with her. In order to receive all imaginable goods and the divine life itself. After which I did my usual deeds in the supreme will. As the day was almost nascent, I said, "My Jesus, my love, the day rises and, in your will, I want to go to all creatures so that by coming out of their sleep, they can all rise in your will to give you the adoration of all intelligences, the love of all hearts, the offering of all their works and all their being, in the light that this day will shine on all generations." And as I said this and many other things, my sweet Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, in my will, there is no day or night, no dawn or sunset. For his day is one always in the fullness of his light. And the one who lives in her can say, there is no night in me, because it is always day. Par consequent, my day is one. And as she acts in order to do my will and to spend her life in her, it forms so many very bright lights during the day of his life, which makes more glorious and more beautiful the day of my will in which it lives. Do you know for whom day and night, dawn and sunset are formed? For the one who sometimes does my will, sometimes hers. If it makes mine, it forms the day; if she makes her own, she forms the night. She who lives fully in my will forms the fullness of the day. The one who does not live there fully, but does my will only under pressure, forms the dawn. She who laments what my will disposes of, forms the sunset. And for the one who does not do my will at all, it is always the night. The beginning of that eternal night of hell that will have no end. I merged entirely into the divine will with the pain in the soul of not having my sweet Jesus. I was trying to do my deeds in his will, but as I didn't feel it with me, oh! how much I felt that a part of me was torn apart. I felt my poor little existence torn to pieces without Jesus, and I prayed that he would have mercy on me and quickly return to my poor soul. Then, after a lot of effort, he returned, but very distressed because of human perfidy. Nations seemed to be arguing with each other to the point of preparing arms depots to fight each other. What madness, what human blindness! Looks like that they are no longer able to see good, order, harmony, and that they see only evil. This blindness makes them lose their minds, so that they splurge on them. Seeing him so distressed, I said to him, "My love, don't be sad any more. You will give them the light and they will not do it. And if my suffering is necessary, I am ready, as long as they remain at peace." And Jesus said to me with dignity and severity, "My daughter, I keep you to myself, in order to form in you my kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. Not for them. I even made you suffer too much to spare the world. But because of his perfidy, he doesn't deserve me to keep making you suffer for him." And in saying this, he seemed to hold an iron bar in his hand to throw it at the creatures. I was scared. Wanting to relieve Jesus of his sorrow, I said to him, "Jesus, my life. For now, let us take care of the kingdom of your will in order to relieve you. I know it's a joy and a celebration for you to be able to talk about it. Therefore, your actions flow into me, so that with the light of your will, more than a sun, they can invest all creatures. And I can constitute myself. One act for each act. A thought for every thought. I will enclose everything, I will take all their actions as in my power, in order to do everything they don't do for you. In this way, you will find everything in me and the affliction will leave your heart." And Jesus, condescending to my prayers, accompanied me and said to me, "My daughter, what power my will contains. Only light penetrates and spreads everywhere. It is given to each act, multiplies to infinity. But while doing so many things and multiplying, it always remains one, retaining all its acts, without losing a single one. Do you see, my daughter, the first action accomplished in my will, in the name of all and for all creatures was done by the Sovereign Queen. And she obtained for all creatures the long-awaited great good of bringing the Redeemer down to earth. Celui qui agit pour tous, au nom de tous, et compense pour tous, obtient un bien universal qui peut servir à tous. L'auxième action accomplie dans ma supreme volonté par monde humanite. Jaim brass touts les creatures et touts choses comme si tout était un jai satisfait pour tous. Genai Paul mim un seul acte de la creature sans constituer en lui mean. Afin que la gloire, l'amour, l'adoration de monde céleste père puissent être complètes pour chaque acte de la creature. Et ceci a obtenu le fruit de ma venue sur la terre, le salut et la sainteté pour tous. Si beaucoup ne les prenant pas, c'est leur faute et non la faute du donateur. Par consequent, ma vie obtenu des biens universals pour tous. Jai ouvert à tous les portes du ciel. Le troisième acte dans ma volonté sera fait par toi. C'est pourquoi, en tout ce que tu fais. Jet fais agir pour tous. Les embrasser tous. Compenser au nom de tous leurs ex. Ton action doit être égali à l'amen. Elle doit être unifiée à celle de l'impératrice céleste. Cela servira à demander le royaume du Fiat Supreme. Rien ne doit échapper à cela qui doit faire un bien universal. Afin d'attacher à tous les creatures le bien qu'elle veut donner. Afin de compenser pour tous. Les actes accomplis dans ma volonté forment des doubles chaînes. Mais des chaînes de lumière. Qui sont les plus fortes, les plus longues et non sujettes à se briser. Personne ne peut être capable de briser une chaîne de lumière. C'est plus tu un rayon de soleil que personne ne peut briser et encore moins barrer la route à la longueur et à largeur que le rayon veut atteindre. Ces chaînes de lumière engagent. Tu as donné des biens universals, et la creature à les recevoir. J'aime sentis tout émerger dans le vouloir suprême. Monde pauvre esprit pense à tous les admirables effets qu'il produit. Monde toujours aimable Jesus me dit. Ma fille, la simple expression volante de Dieu contient un éternel prodige que personne ne peut égalir. C'est un terme qui embrasse toutes choses le ciel et la terre. Ce fiat contient la fontaine créatrice, et ilny aucun bien qui ne puisse sortir d'elle. Aussi, cela qui possède ma volonté, acquiert. En vertu de ma volonté et par droit tous les biens que ce fiat possède. Consequently, he is entitled to likeness with his Creator. She acquires the right to divine holiness, to her goodness, to her love. By right, heaven and earth belong to him, because everything came to the existence of this fiat. With good reason, his rights extend over everything. Thus, the greatest gift, the greatest grace. What I can do to the creature is to give him my will. Because all possible and imaginable goods are attached to it by right, because everything belongs to it. After which my sweet Jesus was seen coming from within and he looked at me. But he stared at me as if he wanted to paint and to engrave himself in my poor soul. Seeing this, I said to him, my love, Jesus, have mercy on me. Don't you see how ugly I am? Your privations in recent days have made me even more ugly. I feel like a good for nothing. Even the rounds in your will, I do them with difficulty. Oh! How bad I feel! Your deprivation is like a fire that consumes me and that, burning everything in me, even takes me the desire to do good. He leaves me only your adorable will which, binding me entirely to it, makes me want only your fiat, and see and touch only your most holy will. And Jesus repeated, my daughter, when my will is present, everything is holiness, everything is love, everything is prayer. Thus, since its source is in you, Your thoughts, your looks, your words, your palpitations and all your movements, it's all love and prayer. It is not the form of the words that forms prayer, no. It is my operative will which, by dominating your whole being, made of your thoughts, words, looks, palpitations and movements. So many small fountains that come out of the Supreme Will, ascending to heaven, in their silent language. Some pray, others love, worship, bless. In short, my will makes the soul do what is holy, that which belongs to the Divine Being. Consequently, the soul that possesses the Supreme Will as life is the true heaven which, even if it is mute, proclaims the glory of God and proclaims himself as the work of his creative hands. How beautiful it is to see a soul in whom my divine will reigns. His thoughts, looks, words, breaths and movements form the stars that adorn the sky. Tell of the glory of the one who created it. My will embraces everything as in a single breath and does not let the soul lose anything of what is good and holy. I felt oppressed and crushed under the weight of deep humiliation because I had been told that not only what concerns God's will should be published, but also everything my kind Jesus had told me. I was suffering to the point where I couldn't say a single word so they wouldn't, and neither could I pray to my beloved Jesus not to allow it. Everything was silence in me and around me. It was then that my kind Jesus manifested himself in me, hugged me to give me strength and courage, and then said to me, "My daughter, I don't want you to consider what you wrote as coming from you, but as something that does not belong to you. Don't worry about it, I'll take care of everything. Consequently, I want you to entrust everything to my care, and what you write, I want you to give it to me so that I can do with it what I want, and that you keep for yourself only what is necessary to live in my will. I have given you as many precious gifts as I have given you. And you want to give me gifts?" I replied, "My Jesus, forgive me. I myself wish I did not have that feeling. The thought that what happened between us must be known by others bothers and pains me without me being able to explain it. Therefore, give me strength, I surrender to you and I give you everything." And Jesus added, "Well, my daughter, it is my glory, the triumph of my will that wants all this. But she demands that you be her first triumph. Aren't you happy to become the victory, the triumph of this supreme will? Don't you want to make any sacrifice so that this supreme kingdom can be known and possessed by creatures? I know that you suffer a lot, that after so many years of secrets between me and you, during which I jealously kept you hidden, our secrets are now revealed. But when I want it, you have to want it. Therefore, let's agree with each other and don't worry." After which he made me see the Reverend Father, and Jesus, near him, placed his holy right hand on his head to infuse him firmness, help and will, saying to him, "My son, hurry up, waste no time. I will help you, I will be close to you so that everything happens according to my will. Just as I want my will to be known and just as I dictated the writings on the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat with paternal kindness, I will also ensure their publication. I will be with those who will take care of it so that everything is settled by me. Therefore, hurry up, hurry up." I was extremely bitter because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. Oh, how bad I was! I could no longer bear it, but as I reached the peak of pain, it manifested itself in me and, all afflicted, he said to me, "My daughter, I look at how much I must extend the borders of the kingdom of my will to give possession to creatures. I know that they are unable to grasp the infinity contained in the kingdom of my will, because they have not been given, as creatures, to embrace a will that corresponds to a kingdom without borders. In fact, being creatures, they are always restricted and limited. But even limited, I have the property and the extension that they must possess according to their dispositions. And so I look at posterity and the dispositions that creatures will have. I look at those of the present, to see what their provisions are. Because those of the present must pray, solicit and prepare the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat for posterity, according to the dispositions of posterity and for the good of the creatures present. I continue to extend the borders of my kingdom, because the generations are so well connected to each other that it is always so. One prays, another prepares, another requests, and another possesses. The same thing happened with my coming to earth to form the redemption. These are not the ones that were present, who had prayed, sighed, and cried to obtain this property, but those who lived before I came. And according to the dispositions of the creatures present and those of the past, I have extended the boundaries of the goods of my redemption. In fact, I grant a good only when it can be useful to creatures. But why give it if it can be of no use to them? And this usefulness depends on their dispositions. But do you know when I extend its borders? When I manifest to you a new knowledge concerning the kingdom of my will. That is why, before I manifest it to you, I look to see what are their provisions, whether it will be useful to them or if it will be as if I had not said anything. I want to expand my borders more to give them more goods, more joys, more happiness. But I see that they are not willing. I am saddened by it and I am waiting. Your prayers, your rounds in my will, your suffering, in order to arrange the creatures present, like those of posterity. And then I return to the new surprises of the manifestations of my will. That is why I am distressed when I do not speak to you. My word is the greatest gift. It is a new creation. I am unable to get it out of me because of creatures that are not willing to receive it. So I feel in me the weight of the gift I want to make. And I remain distressed and taciturn. And my affliction increases even more because I see you afflicted because of me. If you knew how much I feel your sadness, and how it pours into my heart. My will carries it into the depths of my heart, because I have not two divine wills, but only one. She reigns in you. Therefore, she brings into me your afflictions. You, pray and continue your flight in the Supreme Fiat in order to ask that the creatures dispose of themselves, and that I can start speaking again. After which he remained silent and I remained more distressed than before. I felt all the weight that Jesus bore because of the creature's lack of disposition. I thought that Jesus did not want to talk to me any longer, but wanting to get me out of my affliction and also to rejoice himself, he said to me, "My daughter, courage, do you believe that everything that happened between me and you will be known? No, my daughter, I will make known what is necessary, what concerns the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. Or rather, I will be even more generous, compared to what the creatures will take from this kingdom, to give them free rein to move forward more and more and to let them extend their possession in the Supreme Fiat so that they can never say, 'That's enough, we don't have other places to reach.' No, no. I will use such abundance as man will always have something to take to continue his journey. But in spite of such abundance, not all will know our secrets. Just as not all of them know what happened between me and my mother to form the kingdom of redemption. The surprising graces, the innumerable favors. They will know them in heaven, where there are no more secrets. While on earth, they have known only what I have given in overabundance for their good. This is what I will do with you. If I looked, it was to see those who want to come and live in the kingdom of my will. But for you, for the little girl of my will, for the one who formed this kingdom with me by so many sacrifices, will my love ever be able to say enough? Or to deny my word to you? Or not to continue to pour into you the flow of my graces? No, I can't, my little girl, it's not in nature of my heart, nor of my will. It contains a continual act, never interrupted, to give and always give new surprises to the one who knows no life other than life in my will. If you see me taciturn, it's not because of you. Because you and I don't need words to understand each other. To see us is to understand us. I pour myself entirely into you, and you into me. And pouring me out, I pour into you new graces and you take them because it is necessary that you be the first cause to form the kingdom of eternal Fiat. This will not be necessary for those who will only have to live in him. With you, it's not about not only to live in this kingdom, but to train him. Therefore, Jesus must abound in you, to give you the raw materials necessary for the formation of such a holy kingdom. This is also happening in the lower world. The one who must form a kingdom needs a lot of means, a lot of raw materials, while the one who only wants to form a city needs much less. And whoever simply wants to live there can do so with very few means. The sacrifices that must be made by the one who wants to form a kingdom are not necessary for the one who makes the decision to live in this kingdom. Consequently, I want you to work for the formation of the Supreme Fiat kingdom. Your Jesus will take care of the rest. I was plunged into intense suffering because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. I thought to myself, my Jesus, how can you not have compassion for your little girl who, without you, feels that her life is being taken away? It is not simply suffering, which would be bearable, but it is life itself that I miss. I am small, I am weak. Because of my excessive smallness, you should have had compassion for this poor little girl, who always feels in her life miss her, and who finds her only to feel dying again. My Jesus, my love. What kind of new martyrdom is there, never felt before? To die again and again, and yet, never to die. Feel the life I miss, without the sweet hope of taking flight to my heavenly homeland. I thought that. Then my ever-kind Jesus manifested himself in me, and in a very tender tone, he said to me, little girl of my will, courage. You're right that you miss life. Because by being deprived of me, you feel that it is the life of your Jesus, is absent, which ends in you. And with good reason, little creature that you are, you feel the harsh martyrdom of life that ends in you. But you must know that my will is life. Whenever creatures do not do my will, reject it, it is a divine life that they reject and destroy in them. And do you believe? May the suffering, the continual martyrdom of my will be little. To feel so many acts of life that I want to give birth in creatures with so much kindness. To be cut off from oneself as by a mortal sword? And instead of this divine life, the creatures let rise in them the life of passions, of sin, of darkness, of weaknesses. Without doing my will, it is the divine life that creatures lose. And that is why, as I reign in you, my deprivation makes you feel the suffering of the many divine lives cut off by creatures, so that are repaired and compensated in you. The many acts of life they make me lose. Don't you know that in order to form the kingdom of the Divine Fiat, he must find in you as many acts as he has lost? And this is the reason for the alternations of my presence and my absence. To give you the opportunity to form many acts of submission to my will. To bring into you the acts of divine life that others have rejected. Have you forgotten that when I manifested to you your mission concerning the eternal Fiat, I asked you for the sacrifice of suffering so many deaths? How many creatures who have come to light who have rejected the life of my will? Ah! My daughter! By not doing my will, creatures reject divine life. It's not like not practicing virtues. There they reject jewels, precious stones, ornaments, clothes that you can do without if you do not want them. Reject my will. It is to reject the way of living. It is to destroy the fountain of life. This is the greatest evil that can be. Therefore, the creature that does such a great evil does not deserve to live. On the contrary, it deserves to die to all property. Don't you then want to compensate my will for all those lives that the creatures have taken from him? And for that, you must suffer. Not suffering, but an absence of divine life which is my deprivation. To form his kingdom in you, my will wants to find in you all the satisfactions that the creatures have not given him. All those lives that my will wanted to give birth to in them, otherwise, it would be a kingdom without foundation. without rights of justice and without due repairs. Know, however, that your Jesus will not leave you for too long. Because I also know that you cannot live under the pressure of such a harsh martyrdom. In addition, I was distressed because when the Reverend Father came, who is to take care of the publication of the writings on the most holy will of God, he wanted to be given all the writings without even leaving me the ones he wrote about. Had already had a copy. Thus, thought that the very intimate things between me and Jesus had come out, and I would be unable even to review what Jesus had told me about his holy will. Tormented me. Jesus came back and said to me, "My daughter, why grieve you so much? You should know that what I made you put on paper, I myself wrote it in the depths of your soul, and then I made you write it. In addition, there is much more written in you than on paper. Therefore, when you want to review what concerns the truths of the Supreme Fiat, just look into yourself and you will immediately see what you want. And to be sure of what I am telling you, now look into your soul and you will see, in order, what I have manifested to you." While he was saying that, I looked inside and I could see everything at a glance. I could also see what Jesus had told me that I had neglected to write. I thanked my beloved God and resigned myself by offering him all my sacrifice, asking him in return to give me the grace that his will be known, loved, and glorified. As usual, I was doing my round in the Supreme Will. Jesus made me see in me a globe of light. As I repeated my deeds in the Divine Fiat, the globe was getting bigger and the rays coming out of it were getting longer. And my ever-kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, the more you make your rounds in my will in order to repeat your actions, the more the sphere of this globe of light enlarges. The more its light power increases, the more its rays extend, which must illuminate the kingdom of the will of the eternal Fiat. Your actions, merged, dissolved in my will form the special sun that must illuminate such a holy kingdom. This sun will possess the creative power and, by extending its rays, it will leave the mark. His holiness, goodness, light, beauty, and divine likeness. Those who let themselves be illuminated by its light will feel the power of a new creation of joys, contentments and infinite goods. Therefore, as my will dominates all the acts of those who live in it, the kingdom of my will be a continual creation. Thus, the creature will remain under a continuous act of this supreme will that will keep it absorbed to the point of leaving it to itself no field of action. That is why I love so much that the kingdom of my will is known, because of the great good that the creatures will receive from it, and the field of action it will have. In fact, my supreme will is now hindered by the creature's own self. But, by becoming known, its invigorating, penetrating rays full of living light will eclipse the human will, which will be dazzled by its bright light. Seeing the great good that accompanies her, she will leave all freedom of action to my will. Thus, in this kingdom, a new era, a new continuous creation will begin for my will. She will bring out everything that had been established for the creatures, if they had always followed my will, and which had been preserved for many centuries, as in deposit, and who is now released for the sake of the children of his kingdom. After which, I continued to pray. I then saw my greatest good, Jesus, to get out in haste from the depths of my interior, overcome and as if overshadowed by a beam of light that prevented me from seeing it. I said to him, "My Jesus, why are you in such a hurry? Is it so important to you?" And he, "Certainly, my daughter, that's definitely what matters most to me. You know, from within you, I even heard the Father, the one who took your writings, to speak with such love of my will to those around him that my heart was deeply touched by it. That's why I wanted to get out of you to listen to him. These are the same words I used to talk about my will and that resonated in my ears. I hear my own echo. Therefore, I want to delight in listening to it. And let you do the same too, as a reward for the sacrifice you have made." At that moment, I saw a ray of light coming out of Jesus that extended to the place where the Reverend Father was. By investing him, he made him speak. Jesus was comforted to hear him speak of his adorable will. I was immersed in the sea of pain of the deprivation of my greatest good, Jesus. The more I traveled heaven and earth, the less it was possible for me to find the one after whom I sighed so much. Also, the waters of suffering were rising more and more and more and drowned me in pain and sorrow. But of this suffering that only Jesus can cause to a poor little heart that loves him. And because he is small, he cannot sustain all the immensity of the bitter waters of the suffering of his deprivation. Therefore, it remains drowned and oppressed, waiting for the one after whom he languishes so much and for so long. I was all oppressed. Then my ever-kind Jesus manifested himself in me in a cloud of light. He said to me, "Firstborn daughter of my will, why are you so oppressed? If you think about the luck that is yours, your oppression will leave you. Do you know what it means to be the firstborn daughter of my will? This means be first in Heavenly Father's love, and first of all to be loved. It means being first daughter of grace, of light, first daughter of glory, first daughter to own the riches of her Divine Father, first daughter of creation. As the firstborn daughter of the Supreme Will, she contains all links, all relationships, all the rights of a firstborn daughter, filiation links, communication relationships to all the dispositions of his Heavenly Father, right of possession of all his property. But that's not all. Do you know what it means to be a firstborn girl named by my will? This means not only to be the first in the love of all the things of her Creator, but also to understand in herself all the love and all the goods of other children. Thus, whether the others will each have their own share, she, as a firstborn, will altogether own the property of others. And this, by right and with justice. Because, as a firstborn daughter, my will entrusted everything to her, gave everything to her. Because it is therefore the origin of everything, the reason for creating creation, the purpose for which love and divine action came into play. The one who was to be the firstborn daughter of our will was the first cause of all the works of a God. Consequently, it is from it that all goods derive. It is from her that they come and it is to her that they return. So you see how lucky you are. You can't fully understand what it means to have primacy in the love of all things of your Creator. Hearing this, I said to him, "My love, what are you saying here? And moreover, what good comes to me from this great chance of which you speak to me when you deprive me of you? All goods turn into bitterness without you. And I have often told you that it is you alone that I want, because you are enough for me in everything. And if I had everything without you, everything would turn into martyrdom and indescribable suffering. Love, grace, light, the whole creation speak to me of you. They let me know who you are. And if I don't find you, I'm delusional. I enter into deadly anxieties. Therefore, primacy, firstborn rights, give them to whomever you want. I am not interested in that. If you want to make me happy, stay with me, you alone, that's enough for me." And Jesus added, "My daughter, I must be everything to you. But I don't want you to say that you are not interested in the rest. No, no. If it is not enough for me to give myself to you without giving you all my things, if I am interested in you having the primacy of the firstborn daughter, you must want it too. Don't you know that my frequent visits are related to the fact that you are my firstborn daughter? Don't you know that as long as Adam remained the firstborn son of my will, therefore having primacy over all things, I often visited him? My reigning will in Adam administered to him everything necessary to be with me as a son who makes the consolation of his father. I spoke to him like a son and he spoke to me like a father. By withdrawing from my will, he lost its primacy, the rights of the firstborn, and with it all my possessions. He no longer had the strength to support my presence. I was no longer attracted by a divine strength and will to go to him. All his ties with me were broken. Nothing was owed to him by right. He stopped seeing me without a veil, but only among lightning bolts, and eclipsed in my light that light of my will that he had rejected. Don't you know that? The primacy that Adam had lost as the firstborn of my will has passed over you. It is to you that I still owe all the goods. What should I put in him, if he had not withdrawn from my will? Consequently, I look at you as the first creature out of our hands. Because she who lives in my will is always first before her Creator. And even if it is born later in time, it means nothing. In our will, the one who has never come out of it is always first. You then see that you have to be interested in everything. My coming itself and the irresistible force of my will which attracts me to you and disposes you. Therefore, I want from you the greatest gratitude. To have the chance to be the firstborn daughter of my will. I didn't know what to answer. I remained confused, and deep in my soul I said, Fiat, Fiat. I merged entirely into the holy and divine will, going through it doing my deeds, and my beloved Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, my daughter. Every act, every prayer, and every suffering that the soul brings into the light of my will becomes light and forms one more ray in the sun of eternal will. These rays form the most beautiful glory that the creature can give to the Divine Fiat. In such a way that, seeing himself glorified by his own light, it invests these rays with new knowledge which, converted to voice, manifest to the soul other surprises concerning my will. But do you know what this knowledge forms for the creature? They form the eclipse of human will. The stronger the light, the more rays there are, and the more the human will remains dazzled and overshadowed by the light of my acquaintances, in such a way that it feels almost unable to act and give free rein to the action of the light of my will. The human will remains occupied in the action of my will, and he lacks the time and place to do his own deeds. It's like the human eye when it looks at the sun. The force of light invests the pupil and makes it unable to see other things. But the eye still did not lose its vision. It is the force of light that has this power. It makes all other objects disappear and allows him to see only this light. I will never take away his free will from the human will. A great gift he received at creation end, which makes creatures capable of wanting to be or not my real children. With the light of knowledge about my will, I rather want to form more solar rays, and whoever wants to know them and look at them will be invested by this light in such a way that, overshadowed, the human will love to look at this light and will be happy to see the action of this light take the place of its own action. And she will stop loving other things. That is why I speak so much of my will. In order to form this powerful light. Because the stronger it will be, the greater will be the eclipse it will form to occupy the human will. Look at the sky, it is the image of it. If you look at it at night, you see it studded with stars. But if you look at it during the day, the stars no longer exist for the human eye. However, they are always in their place, just like during the night. Who then has this power to make the stars disappear during the day when they are still present? The sun. By the force of his light, he eclipsed them, but without destroying them. And this is so true that when the sun begins to set, they begin to be seen again in the vault of the heavens. They seem to be afraid of light. They hide to leave the field free to the action of sunlight. Because, in their silent language, they know that the sun contains more good effects for the earth and that it is right to leave the field to the great action of the sun. Thus, to pay tribute to him, they let themselves be overshadowed by his light. But when the eclipse ends, they are seen, present and in their place. It will be so with the sun of knowledge about the Supreme Fiat and the human wills that will be illuminated by the rays of light of my knowledge. They will bring about the eclipse of human wills which, seeing the great good of the action of its light, will be ashamed and afraid to act with the human will. And they will leave the field open to the action of the light of the divine will. Consequently, the more you pray and suffer in my will, the more you attract knowledge and knowledge into you, and the stronger the light becomes to the point of forming the gentle eclipse of the human will. In this way, I will be able to establish the Supreme Fiat Kingdom. Continuing my usual round in the Supreme Will, I said to myself, "My Jesus, your will embraces and encloses all things, and I, in the name of the first creature that came out of your creative hands and until the last one that will be created, I want to repair for all the oppositions of the human wills to yours, and take in me all the acts of your adorable will that the creatures have rejected in order to pay you back in love and adoration. In such a way that there can be no act of you without correspondence with an act of me, and that by finding my little act as in bilocation in each of your acts, you can be satisfied and come to reign triumphantly on earth. Isn't it on human acts that your eternal Fiat wants to find the place to dominate? Therefore, in each of your acts, I offer mine as a field on which you can establish your kingdom." I was thinking and saying this when my ever-kind Jesus moved within me and said to me, "Little daughter of my will, it is just, it is necessary, it is right on both sides, on your side and on that of my will, that the one who is his child follow the multiplicity of the acts of my will, and that my will receives them in his deeds. A father would be unhappy if he did not feel his child by his side to be followed by his child in his actions. And the child would not feel loved by the father if, putting him aside, the father did not allow his child to follow him. Therefore, daughter of my will and firstborn in her means precisely that, to follow all her deeds as a faithful daughter. In fact, you must know that in creation my will entered into the field of action of the human acts of the creature, but in order to act, it wants the act of the creature in its own, in order to be able to continue his operation and be able to say, my kingdom is in the midst of my children and at the center of their innermost acts. In fact, it is to the extent that the creature takes my will that I extend in it my kingdom, and that it extends its kingdom in my will, but to the extent that it lets me dominate in its acts, I extend its borders in my kingdom, and the more I give, and the more joy, happiness it takes, of benefits and glory. In fact, it is established that in the heavenly homeland they will receive as much glory, bliss, and happiness as they will have enclosed divine will in their souls on earth. Their glory will be measured by the very will that their souls possess. They will not be able to receive more because their capacity and width are formed by this divine will that they have made and possessed by living on earth. And even if my liberality wanted to give them more, they wouldn't have the space to contain it, and everything would overflow outside. My daughter, of all that my will has established to give to creatures, of all her deeds, they have taken very little, they knew very little until now, because her kingdom was neither known nor even possessed. Therefore, in heaven, the Father cannot give all the glory or all the joys and happiness that he possesses, because he is among incapable children of small stature. That is why he is waiting for the time of his kingdom. With so much love and tenderness, end of having his full empire and being able to give from his Fiat all that he has established to give to creatures, thus forming children capable of receiving all his goods. And only these children will make the glory of all the blessed, for the kingdom of my will be fulfilled in the heavenly fatherland by the children who have enclosed what my will wanted, giving it free reign and full empire. They will therefore have the essential glory, and altogether they will enjoy the complete glory and happiness of my will. Thus, the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat will have its full triumph in heaven and on earth. I then say to myself, in the Our Father, our Lord teaches us to pray, may your will be done. So why does he say he wants us to live in her? Jesus, always benevolent, moved in me and said to me, my daughter, this may your will be done that I taught in the Our Father meant that everyone had to pray so that they could at least do God's will. And this for all Christians and for all times. And that one cannot call oneself a Christian if one does not prepare oneself to do the will of the Heavenly Father. But you did not immediately think of the following, on earth as in heaven, and which means living in the divine will, it means praying for. May the kingdom of my will come to earth in order to live in him. In heaven, they do not do my will, but live in it, they possess it as their own good and their own kingdom. And if they did it, but did not possess it, their happiness would not be complete, because true happiness begins in the depths of the soul. To do God's will does not mean to possess it, but to submit to what it commands, while living in my will is possession. Therefore, in the Our Father, the words "May your will be done" is the prayer that all can make to the Supreme Will. The words "On earth as in heaven" help man to return to this will from which he came, in order to regain his happiness, the lost goods, and the possession of this divine kingdom. It seems that I cannot help but continue my round in the Supreme Will. She seems to be my real home. I'm only happy when I walk it, because I found there all that belongs to my sweet Jesus, and that by virtue of his will, all that is his is also mine. Therefore, I have much to give to my beloved God. Best of all, I have so much to give to him that I never finish. I then always come back to desire, to return and to continue my round, to be able to give it to him, all that belongs to his adorable will. By doing my round and thinking of the great good that the Supreme Will brings to the soul, I prayed to Jesus to want soon to make it known to all, so that they can participate in such a great good. And to get it, going to every created thing, I said to Jesus, I come into the Son to keep your will company, who reigns and dominates in him, with all the splendor of his majesty. But as I keep you company in the Son, I pray, so that your eternal Fiat is known and that just as he reigns triumphantly in the Son, that he may reign in triumph among the creatures. See, the Sun also prays to you. All its light turns in prayer and spreading on the earth to clothe with its light the plants and flowers, the mountains and the plains, the seas and the rivers. He prays that your Fiat may come to earth, in harmony with all creatures. Thus, I am not alone in praying, but I also pray with the power of your will reigning in the Sun. The light prays. Its innumerable effects, the goods and colors it contains pray. All pray that your Fiat can reign over all things. Can you resist such a mass of light that prays with the power of your own will? And I, as small as I am, keeping you company in this Sun, I bless, adore, glorify your adorable will. With this magnificence and glory, by which your own will glorifies itself in its works. So it is only in creatures that your will does not find the perfect glory of his works. Therefore, come bring your Fiat. By doing this, I feel all the sunlight praying that the eternal Fiat can come. Or rather, it is his very adorable will which, investing the light, prays. And I, letting her pray, move on to other created things. To make my little visit. To keep a little company with the adorable will in each of the acts that she exercises in each thing created. C'est pourquoi j'ai parcours les cieux, les étoiles, la mer. Afin que les cieux puissent prier. Que les étoiles puissent prier. Que la mer puisse prier avec son murmure. Que le Fiat Supreme soit connu et regni triomphalement sur toutes les creatures, tout comme il regni en eux. Puis, après avoir parcouru toutes les choses créées pour tenir compagnie au Divine Fiat et avoir demanda, en chaque chose, tu il puisse venir regner sur la terre. Comme il est beau de voir et d'entendre la création tout entière prier que son royaume puisse venir parmi les creatures. Je descends en tout ce que monde Jesus a fait dans la redemption. Dans ses pleurs, dans ses gémissements de petit enfant. Dans ses œuvres, ses pas et ses paroles. Dans ses souffrances, dans ses plays. Dans son sang et même dans sa mort, afin que ses larmes puissent prier pour que vienne son Fiat. Que ses gémissements et tout ce tu il a fait, tu en coeur, puissent supplier que son Fiat soit connu et que sa mort elle-même puisse faire regner en nous la vie de la divine volonté dans les creatures. Ensuite, alors que j'ai fait cela et bien d'autres choses. Ce serait trop long si j'ai voulais tout dire. Monde du Jesus, me surround contre lui, me dit. Petite fille de ma volonté, tu dois savoir. Que ma volant sest les regner dans tout la création. Pour permettre auxiliary creatures dy faire autant de visites que de choses créées. Elle volait la compagnie de la creature dans le langage muet de l'univers tout entier. Comme ilest der l'isolement de cette volante si saint. Qui vous sanctifier et. Qui ne trouve personne avec qui partager sa sainteté. L'etat. Si riche et aspire à donner, mais sans trouver personne à qui donner. Si belle, et sans trouver personne à embellir. Si heureuse, et sans trouver personne à rendre heureux. Be able to give. Want to give, and not finding anyone to give to is always a penalty and unspeakable pain. And to make matters worse, to be alone. Therefore, seeing a creature enter the field of creation to keep him company, my will is delighted and she feels that the reason why she let herself reign in everything created is being fulfilled. But what makes her even happier and more glorified is that when she gets to every created thing, you ask that his Fiat be known and reign over everything, and you animate my will itself in the sun, in the heavens, in the sea. And everywhere you pray that the kingdom of my will may come. In fact, since my Fiat is in you, it can be said that it is my will itself, who prays and animates all my works, and even my tears and sighs, that the kingdom of my will may come. You cannot understand the satisfaction you give me. What a breakthrough occurs in my heart and in my will itself, when I hear all our works praying because they want our Fiat. You then see my satisfaction by seeing that you seek nothing for yourself, neither glory, nor love, nor graces. And seeing that smallness cannot get such a great kingdom, you travel all my works. Wherever an act of my will is present, and you make my own Fiat say, Thy kingdom come. Oh, please. May he be known, loved, and possessed by human generations. A divine will that prays with our works and with his little daughter, he is the greatest prodigy. It is a power equal to ours that prays. And it is impossible for us not to grant him what he asks. The kingdom of our will is so holy, pure, noble and fully divine, without any human shadow. Our own Fiat will be its base, foundation, and depth which, by extending among these children of the heavenly family, will strengthen their steps and make the kingdom of my will unshakable for them. I was in my usual state. My adorable Jesus made himself seen in me, with the sun coming down from heaven and centered in his chest. As I prayed, breathed, and acted in his will, I received the light Jesus expanded further into my soul, occupying more space. I was surprised, seeing that everything I did received this light from Jesus' chest, and I was more and more filled with it. After which, Jesus said to me, My daughter, my divinity is a new and continuous act. My will is his regime, the executor of our works. The bearer of this new act, she possesses the fullness of this act. It is therefore forever new in his works, new in his happiness, in joy, and forever new in the manifestations of his knowledge. That's why she always tells you new things about my Fiat, because it has the source of novelty. And if many things seem to look the same, hold hands. It is because of the infinite light they contain, which is indivisible, and they then seem to be lights connected to each other. And just as in light there is the substance of colors, which are like many distinct acts that light possesses, it cannot be said that there is only one color, but all the colors with the variety of shades, pale, bright and dark. However, what embellishes these colors and makes them brighter? It is the fact that they are invested by the power of light. Otherwise they would be like colors without attraction and beauty. In the same way, the many knowledge given concerning my will, because they come from his infinite light, are invested with light and therefore seem to hold hands, look alike. However, in their substance, they are more than just colors. Forever new in truths. News in the way. News in the good they bring. New in the sanctification they communicate. News in images. News in beauties. And one more new word contained in the various manifestations. On my will is always a divine color. A new eternal act. Which brings to the creature an act that never ends. In grace. In property and in glory. And do you know what it means to possess this knowledge about my will? It's like owning a coin that has the virtue of popping up as much as you want. If one owns the source of a good, poverty no longer exists. In the same way, my knowledge possesses light, holiness, strength, beauty, and riches that arise continuously. Thus, those who possess them will have the source of light, of holiness. Therefore, the darkness, the weaknesses, the ugliness of sin, the poverty of divine goods, will be over for them. All evils will end and they will possess the source of holiness. Look, this light that you see centered in my chest is my supreme will. By emitting your actions, the light arises and communicates to you, bringing new knowledge about my Fiat which, by emptying you, enlarge the space where I can extend further into you. And as I expand your natural life, your will, your whole being. And, because you make way for mine, I am working to train and to extend more and more in you the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. You will have a larger field to travel to help me in the new work of formation of my kingdom within creatures. Then I continued my actions in the infinite heaven of the divine will. I could touch with my own hands that in everything that came out of the eternal Fiat, in creation, in redemption and in sanctification, it is located. Many beings, innumerable things, all new and distinct from each other. At most we can say that they look alike, hold hands. But there is no one being or one thing that can say, I am identical to the other. Even the smallest insect, the smallest flower, bears the mark of the novelty. I said to myself, it is truly true that the Fiat of the Divine Majesty contains virtue, the source of a new and continuous act. What happiness! To let themselves be dominated by this omnipotent Fiat. To be under the influence of a new act, never interrupted. I thought this when my sweet Jesus came back. He looked at me with ineffable love and called all things around him. At his call, all creation and all the goods of redemption surrounded Jesus. He bound my poor soul to all creation and redemption, to let me receive all the effects of all that his adorable will had done. And he added, my daughter, the one who allows herself to be dominated by my will, is under the influence of all his actions, and receives the effects and life of what I have done in creation and redemption. Everything is in relation to her, and related to her. I thought of the holy and divine will, and I said to myself, but, what will be the great good of this kingdom of the Supreme Fiat? And Jesus, interrupting my thought, moved quickly in me and said to me, my daughter, what will be the great good? The kingdom of my Fiat will contain all goods, all miracles, all the most sensational prodigies. More than that, he will surpass them altogether. And if a miracle means restoring sight to a blind man, straightening a cripple, healing a sick person, resurrecting a dead person, etc., the kingdom of my will have the preservative food for all creatures that will enter it. There will be no risk of becoming blind, infirm, or sick. Death will no longer have any power over the soul. If she will still have it on her body, it will no longer be a death, but a passage. Without the food of the sin and a degraded human will that produced corruption. With the preserving food of my will, the bodies will no longer be subject decomposition and to become horribly corrupt, to the point of sowing fear, even among the strongest, as is now the case. But they will remain composed in their tomb waiting for the day of the resurrection of all. Do you believe that? It's a bigger miracle. To give sight to a blind man, to straighten a cripple, to cure a sick person. Or to have a means of preservation, so that the eye can never lose sight. That one can always walk straight. Be always healthy? I believe that the miracle of preservation is greater than the miracle that occurs after a misfortune. That's the big difference between the kingdom of redemption and the kingdom of Supreme Fiat. In the first, the miracle was for the poor creatures to whom, as today, one misfortune or another happens. That is why I gave the example, externally, of operating different kinds of healings that were a symbol of the healings I gave to souls, which will easily return to their infirmity. The second will be a miracle of preservation. Because my will possesses the miraculous power, and those who allow themselves to be dominated by him will no longer be subject to evil. Therefore, it will not be necessary to perform miracles because all will always be kept healthy, beautiful, and holy. Worthy of this beauty out of our creative hands by creating the creature. The kingdom of the Divine Fiat will do the great miracle of banishment of all evils, of all miseries, of all fears. Because he will not perform a miracle according to time and circumstances, but he will keep the children of his kingdom in himself, with a continual act of miracle, and to preserve them from all evils, by making them the children of his kingdom. That, in souls. But there will also be many changes in the bodies. Because it is always the sin that is the food of all evils. The sin removed, there will be no more food for evil. Moreover, as my will and sin cannot coexist, human nature will also have its beneficial effects. My daughter, having to prepare the great miracle of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat, I do with you, firstborn daughter of my will. What I did with the Sovereign Queen, my mother, when I had to prepare the kingdom of redemption. I attracted her very close to me. I kept her so busy in her interior so that I could form with her the miracle of redemption for which there was such a great need. There were so many things we had to do, redo, and complete together, which I had to hide in its external appearance. Everything that could be called miracle, except for its perfect virtue. In this, I made her freer. In order to let him cross the infinite sea of the eternal Fiat, and that she may have access to the divine majesty to obtain the kingdom of redemption. What would be the biggest? That the heavenly queen would have restored sight to the blind, the word to the dumb, and so on, or is it miracle of bringing down the eternal word to earth? The first would have been accidental miracles, both passenger and individual. The second is a permanent miracle, it is there for all those who want it. Therefore, the former would have been like nothing compared to the latter. She was the true Son, the one who, eclipsing all things, eclipsing the very word of the Father in herself, all the goods, all the effects and miracles that the redemption produced, made the light germinate from her. But, like the sun, it produced goods and miracles without letting itself be see for itself, nor designate as the primary cause of everything. In fact, all the good I have done on earth, I have done because the Empress of Heaven has come to the point of having her empire in the divinity. Through her empire, she drew me from heaven to give me to creatures. I am now doing the same with you to prepare the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. I keep you with me. I take you across his infinite sea to give you access to the Heavenly Father so that you can pray to him, conquer him, have his empire with him to get the Fiat of my kingdom. And in order to fill and consume in you all the miraculous power necessary to form such a holy kingdom. I keep you continually occupied in your interior by the work of my kingdom. I continually send you to make rounds in order to redo, to complete all that is necessary, and that all should do to form the great miracle of my kingdom. Outwardly, I do not let anything miraculous appear in you, except the light of my will. Some might say, how can this be? Blessed Jesus manifests so many wonders to this creature concerning his kingdom of the Divine Fiat, and the goods he will bring will surpass creation and redemption even better. It will be the crown of both. But despite such a great good, nothing miraculous can be seen in it, externally. In confirmation of the great good of this kingdom of eternal Fiat, while the other saints, without the prodigy of this great good, have done miracles at every step. But if they consider my dear mother, the holiest of all creatures, and the great good she had in her to bring to the creatures, no one can compare to her, who operated the great miracle of conceiving in her the divine word, and the prodigy of giving God to every creature. And in front of this great prodigy never seen or heard before, to be able to give the eternal word to creatures, all the other miracles put together are like small flames in front of the sun. The one who can do the most, can do the least. In the same way, in the face of the miracle of the kingdom of my will restored in creatures, all other miracles will be small flames before the great sun of my will. Every word, truth, and manifestation about this kingdom is a miracle out of my will as a preserver of all evils. It's like tying up creatures to an infinite good, to a very great glory and to a new beauty fully divine. Every truth about my eternal Fiat contains more power and prodigious virtue than if a dead man was resurrected, a healed leper, a blind man regained his sight, or a mute could speak. In fact, my words about the holiness and power of my Fiat will bring souls back to their origin. They will heal them from the leprosy of the human will. They will give them the sight to see the goods of the kingdom of my will, for until now they have been blind. They will give voice to many creatures who, being able to talk about many things, but silent with regard to my will, they will perform the great miracle of power. Give each creature a divine will that contains all goods. What will my will not give them, when she will be in possession of all the children of her kingdom? That is why I want you to continue to work for my kingdom. There is much to be done to prepare for the great miracle that this kingdom of Fiat is known and possessed. Therefore, be attentive as you cross the infinite sea of my will, so that order may be established between the Creator and the creature. Thus, through you, I will be able to do the great miracle of man's return to me, towards its origin. I was thinking then of what is written above, especially that every word and manifestation on the Supreme Will is a miracle. And Jesus, to confirm me in what he had said, added, "My daughter, what do you think is the greatest miracle when I came to earth? My word, the gospel that I have proclaimed? Or the fact that I have given life to the dead, sight to the blind, hearing to the deaf, etc.? Ah! My daughter, my word, my gospel, was a greater miracle, especially since the miracles themselves came out of my word. The foundation, the substance of all miracles came out of my creative word. The sacraments, creation itself, permanent miracles, had the life of my word. My church itself has my word, my gospel, as a regime and as a foundation. Thus, my word, my gospel, was a greater miracle than the miracles themselves who had life only because of my miraculous word. Therefore, be certain that the word of your Jesus is the greatest miracle. My word is like a powerful wind that runs, hammers hearing, enters hearts, warms, purifies, illuminates, passes from nation to nation, it covers the whole world and travels throughout the centuries. Who could kill and bury a single one of my words? No one. And if it sometimes seems that my word is silent and as if hidden, it never loses its life. When you least expect it, it comes out and is heard everywhere. Centuries will pass during which everything, men and things, will be swallowed up and disappear, but my word will never pass because it contains life. The miraculous power of the one from whom she came. Therefore, I confirm that every word and manifestation you receive on my eternal Fiat is the greatest of miracles that will serve the kingdom of my will. And that's why I press you so much and I want every word to be manifested and written. Because I see in it a miracle that belongs to me and that will bring so much good to the children of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. I was doing my usual round in the divine will, placing in everything an I love you, and asked that the kingdom of Fiat come and be known on earth. And coming to all the deeds that my sweet Jesus performs in the redemption, asking in every act, may your kingdom come. I thought to myself, before, as I went through all of creation and redemption, I placed only my I love you, my worship, and my thank you. And now, why do I absolutely have to ask for the kingdom of Fiat? I feel like I want to overwhelm all things, small and large, heaven and earth, the acts of Jesus and Jesus himself, and to force them so that all things can say again together with me. We want the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. We want him to rule and rule over us. Even more, as everyone wants. The very acts of Jesus, his life, his tears, his blood, his wounds repeat, let our kingdom come to earth. And so I enter into the act of Jesus and repeat with him. May the kingdom of the Divine Fiat come soon. I thought this when my beloved Jesus manifested himself in me. With unspeakable tenderness, he said to me, my daughter, the creature that was born in my will feels life flowing into it. As naturally, she wants for all others what she herself possesses. And as my will is immense and encloses all and all things, the one who owns it travels it all over and begs her to descend to earth to form her kingdom. However, you must know that in order to be able to make them say what you want, you must first know and love them so that love can give you the right to possess them, and to make them say and do what you want. That is why, before, by going through all my works, you wanted to print your I love you, I adore you, I thank you. You acquired the knowledge of my works and you obtained their possession. Now, after possession, what a thing! Larger, holier and more holy and more beautiful, more bearer of all happiness to human generations can you ask among my works and with them, if not the coming of the kingdom of my will? Especially since, in creation as in the kingdom of redemption, I wanted to establish the kingdom of Fiat within the creatures. All my actions, my life itself, their origin, their substance, in their depths. They asked for the Supreme Fiat. They were accomplished for the Fiat. If you could see, in each of my tears, in every drop of my blood, in each suffering and in all my works, you would find in them the Fiat they asked for and how they were directed to the kingdom of my will. Even if, apparently, they seemed directed towards the redemption and salvation of man. This was the path they followed to reach the kingdom of my will. This is also what happens with creatures when they decide to take possession of a kingdom, a house, a land. They are not immediately in his possession, in an instant. But they must find their ways. Who knows how much suffering, fighting and escalation to get there and take possession of it. My daughter, if all the acts and sufferings of my humanity had not had as origin, substance and life, the restoration of the kingdom of my Fiat on earth, I would have moved away from it and I would have lost the purpose of creation. This is impossible. Because when God himself has set a goal, he must and can achieve it. What if, in everything you do, you suffer, and you say, you do not ask for my Fiat and that you do not have my will as origin and substance, you distance yourself from your mission and you do not fulfill it. And it is necessary that you go through my will again and again, among my works, to ask, all in chorus, for the coming of the Supreme Fiat so that, with all creation and with all my works done in the redemption, you may be filled to the brim. All necessary acts before the Heavenly Father, to make known and ask for the kingdom of my will on earth. You must know that all of creation and all my works done in the redemption are tired of waiting and are in the condition of a noble and wealthy family. All children are of beautiful stature, beautiful, intelligent, always well dressed and neatly dressed. They always make a very good impression on others. But after so much happiness, this family has a great misfortune. One of its children, degrading, descends from his nobility and walks everywhere with dirty clothes, does unworthy and vile things that dishonor the nobility of the family. Whatever they do to make him look like the other brothers, it is without success. On the contrary, it goes from bad to worse to the point of becoming the laughing stock of all. The whole family is in sadness, and although they feel the dishonor of this son, they cannot destroy him and say that it does not belong to them, that it does not come from the same Father to whom they belong. This is the condition under which all creation and all the works of my redemption are found. All are of a heavenly family, their origin is of divine nobility, all have the will of their heavenly Father as insignia, rule, and life. Therefore, they all maintain their beautiful, pure nobility, of enchanting beauty and worthy of this will that possesses them. After so much glory and honor for this heavenly family, they have the misfortune that only one of them, the man who came from the same Father, has degraded himself in the midst of this glory and beauty, that he is always dirty and commits folly, unworthy and vile acts. They cannot deny that he is one of their own, but they do not want it among them so dirty and stupid. Therefore, although tired, they all pray that the kingdom of my will may come among creatures so that the nobility, honor and glory of this family may be won. And seeing that the little girl of my will comes among them, animates them, and makes each one ask for the coming of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat among the creatures, they are all delighted that their sadness is about to end. I continued to unite myself with the acts that Jesus had done in the redemption. My ever-kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, see how all the acts I have done in redeeming man, and even the miracles I have performed during my public life, had no other purpose than to bring back the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat among the creatures. In doing so, I asked Heavenly Father to make it known and to restore it in human generations. If I restored sight to the blind, my first act was to drive out the darkness of the human will, first cause of blindness of the soul and body, so that the light of my will may enlighten the souls of all the blind, so that they may see my will and love it, and that their bodies may also not lose their sight. If I restored hearing to the deaf, I first asked the Father that they may acquire the hearing to hear the voices, knowledge, wonders of my divine will, and that they can enter their hearts to dominate them, and that there are no more deaf people in the world, in the soul or in the body. In the dead I resurrected, I asked that the soul may be reborn in my eternal will, even those who were putrefied and rendered like corpses by the human will. And when I took ropes to chase the desecrators out of the temple, it is the human will that I was driving out so that my will could enter, reign, and dominate, and that they can be truly rich in their souls and never again subject to natural poverty. And even when, triumphant, I entered Jerusalem among the triumph of the crowds, surrounded by honor and glory, it was the triumph of my will that I established in the people. There is not a single act performed on earth in which I did not place my will as the first act, to be established again among the creatures, because that's what I cared about the most. Otherwise, if in all that I have done and suffered I did not have the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat as the first act to be restored among the creatures, my coming to earth would have brought to the generations half of a good, not a complete good. And the glory of my heavenly Father would not have been completely restored by me. In fact, as my will is at the origin of each property and the only reason for creation and redemption, it is therefore the ultimate accomplishment of all my works. Without her, our most beautiful works remain in a frame and unfinished, because my will alone is the crown of our works and the seal that our work is done. Consequently, for the honor and glory of the very work of the redemption, it was to have, as its first act, the purpose of the kingdom of my will. After which I began my round in the divine will, entering earthly Eden where Adam had done the first act of withdrawing his will from the divine will. I said to my sweet Jesus, "My love, I want to annihilate my will and yours, so that she can never have a life end, that your will may have life in all things and forever, so that to repair the first act of Adam and to restore all the glory to your supreme will as if Adam had never withdrawn from it. Oh, how much I want to honor him, which he lost by doing his own will and rejecting yours. And I want to do this act as many times as all creatures have done their own will, cause of all evils, and have rejected yours, origin and source of all goods. I therefore pray that the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat may come soon so that all, from Adam to all creatures who have done their own will, may receive the honor and glory which they have lost, and that your will may receive triumph, glory, and its fulfillment. I said this when my great good, Jesus, moved and touched, made my first father Adam present before me and let him say himself, with great love, Blessed daughter, finally, my Lord God, after so many centuries, gave daylight to the one who had to think to return to me the honor and glory that I had lost, alas, by doing my will. How much I feel my happiness redoubled. Until now, no one had thought of giving me back this lost honor. So I thank God deeply for giving you the day. I thank you, my dearest daughter, for making the commitment to give back glory to God as if His will had never been offended by me, and to pay me the great honor that the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat be established again among the human generations. It is right that I give you the place that was intended for me as the first creature to come out of the hands of our Creator. After which, my kind Jesus, holding me close to Him, said to me, My daughter, not only Adam, but the whole heaven awaits your deeds in my will, in order to receive the honor that the human will has taken away from them. You must know that I have placed more graces in you than I have put in Adam so that my will may possess you and dominate you with triumph and that yours may feel honored to never have life and to give way to my will. I had not placed in Adam my humanity to give him help and strength, and as a procession of my will, because I did not have it yet. But I have placed my humanity in you to provide you with all the necessary help so that your will may remain in its place and mine may reign and, with you, follow your rounds in my eternal will, in order to establish His kingdom. Hearing this, surprised, I said to him, My Jesus, what are you saying here? It seems to me that you want to tempt me and make fun of me. How is it possible that you placed more graces in me than in Adam? And Jesus answered, Certainly, definitely, my daughter. Your will had to be sustained by another divine humanity so as not to falter, but to remain firm in my will. Also, I'm not kidding you. But I tell you this so that you correspond to me and be attentive. I continued my round in creation in order to follow every act of the Supreme Will in everything created. My ever-kind Jesus came out of my interior to accompany me through the whole space of the vault of heaven. Arriving at each created thing, Jesus had bursts of joy and love. Then, as he stopped, he said to me, My daughter, I created heaven and concentrated my love for man in heaven. In order to give it a greater delight, I sprinkled it with stars. I didn't love heaven, but I loved the man in heaven. It is for him that I created it. My love was great and strong as I extended this azure vault over the head of man, adorned with the most sparkling stars, like a pavilion, such that neither kings nor emperors can have a similar one. But I didn't just focus my love for man in heaven, which was to serve as his pure delight. Wanting to have my delight of love with him, I created the sun by concentrating my love for man in the sun. I loved the man in the sun, not the sun. I put in him the love of necessity. For the sun is necessary for the earth, to serve plants and the well-being of man. The love of light, to illuminate it. The love of fire, to warm it. And all the effects that are produced by this planet. There are countless of them. He is a continual miracle placed in the celestial vault, descending with his light for the good of all. I have concentrated so many varieties of love towards man in the sun as they produce benefits and effects. Oh! If at least the creature paid attention to my love, transmitted by the sun, I would be happy and paid in return for the great love I put in this divine intervener, storyteller, and bearer of my love and my light. My Supreme Will worked by giving life to all things created, in order to give itself through them as life to human generations. My love, through my eternal Fiat, concentrated itself to love man. Thus, in everything created, in the wind, in the sea, in the little flower, in the little bird that sings. In all things. I focused my love so that everything could bring him love. But to hear, understand, and receive this language of love, man had to love me. Otherwise, all of creation would remain mute and lifeless to him. After creating all things, I formed the nature of man with my own creative hands. I concentrated my love by forming the bones, the tendons, the heart. Then I put on him in flesh and modeled his beautiful statue that no other craftsman could ever have made. Then I looked at it, and I loved it so much, that I could no longer contain my love and it overflowed. And by blowing on him, I infused him with life. But we were not yet satisfied. In an excess of love, the sacrosanct Trinity wanted to endow him by giving him intellect, memory, and will. And according to his capacity as a creature, we have enriched him with all the particles of our divine being. The whole Godhead was determined to love man and pour into him. From the first moment of his life, he felt all the strength of our love from the depths of his heart. He expressed, in his own voice, his love for his Creator. Oh! How happy we were to hear our work, the statue we had made, speak, love each other and of perfect love. It was a reflection of our love coming out of him. This love had not been contaminated by his will. Therefore, his love was perfect because he possessed the fullness of our love. Until then, of all the things created by us, none had yet told us that she loved us. Hearing that man loved us, our joy, our satisfaction, were so great that for the fulfillment of our feast we constituted him King of the whole universe and the most magnificent jewel of our creative hands. How beautiful man in the early days of his creation was! He was our reflection, and those reflections gave it a beauty capable of delighting our love, and made him perfect in all his deeds. Perfect was the glory he gave to his Creator. Parfait son adoration. Parfait son amour. Parfait ses oeuvre. Sa voix état si harmonieuse qu'elle résonate dans toute la création. Parce qu'il possède la divine harmonie et celle de ce fiat qu'il lui avait donné la vie. Tout en lui était ordre parce que notre volonté lui appartait à l'ordre de son Créateur. Cela le rendait heureux et le faisait grandeur dans notre ressemblance et selon nos paroles. Faisons l'homme à notre image et à notre ressemblance. Each of his deeds, performed in the unity of the light of the Supreme Fiat, was a shade of divine beauty that he acquired. Each of his words was one more harmonious note that resonated. Everything in him was love. In all things, he sang the praises of our glory, of our power and of our infinite wisdom. All things heaven, sun, and earth brought him the joys, happiness, and love of the one who had created him. If you could form a statue as beautiful as possible and that you pour out all over, giving him all the vital moods, and if with the empire of your love you gave him life, how much would you not love him? And how many would you not want her to love you? What would be your jealousy of love so that she remains entirely at your disposal, and without tolerating that a single beat of her heart is for you? Ah! You would see yourself in your statue. Consequently, to every little thing that would not be made for you, you would feel a heartbreak within yourself. This is my case. In all that the creature does not do for me, I feel a heartbreak. Even more, since the land that sustains the creature is mine. The sun that illuminates and warms it is mine. The water she drinks, the food she takes belong to me. It's all mine. She lives at my expense. And while I give her everything, she, the magnificent statue, is not for me. What must be the sorrow, affront, and offense that this statue causes me? Think about it yourself, my daughter. Now, you must know that only my will can make my statue as beautiful as I made it, because my will is preserver of all our works, carrier of all our reflections, in such a way that the soul that lives from our reflections, if she loves, my will administers to her the perfection of our love. If she works, my will gives her the perfection of our works. In short, everything she does in my will is perfect. This perfection gives it so many shades of different beauties to charm the Creator who formed it. That's why I want the Supreme Fiat so much. Is known and forms his kingdom among human generations to restore order between the Creator and the creature, and come back to share our goods with her. And only our will has this power. Without it, there cannot be much good. Nor can our statue come back to us as beautiful as it came out of our creative hands. I was doing my usual round in creation. I wanted to be able to love and glorify as the Divine Fiat himself loves and glorifies in all created things. I thought to myself. My sweet Jesus made me go through all of creation as to attain his will in all his actions and keep him company. To give him one of my I love you, I thank you, I adore you and to demand that his kingdom come soon. I don't know all that this divine will does in every created thing. I would like to know this so that my act can be one with heaven. I thought that my ever-kind Jesus, all goodness, came out of my interior and said to me, it is right that the little girl of my will should know what the one who is at her origin is doing. You must know that my eternal Fiat does not only fill all of creation and that it is the life of everything created, but also preserves all our qualities spread throughout the whole of creation. In fact, creation was to serve as an earthly paradise for the human family, and was therefore to be the echo of the beatitudes and happiness of heaven. If it did not contain the joys and satisfactions of the heavenly homeland, how could it form the happiness of the earthly homeland? Especially since the will being a what beatified in heaven and what was to make the earth happy was one. If you want to know what my will is doing in heaven. In this azure that always appears firm and stretched over your head. There is not a point where it is not possible to see the sky. Day or night, he always stays in his place. Our will keeps extended our eternity, our firmness that never changes. It always remains in perfect balance. Without ever changing because of the circumstances. By loving and glorifying our eternity, our immutable being makes the earth happy. She said to the man, look, and take as a model heaven which is always lying above you. Always be firm in the good. Just as I'm always lying here to protect you. This sky is populated by stars. Which in your eyes seem so well connected to the heavens that it can be said that the stars are daughters of the sky. Be like a second sky populated by stars. That you may also be firm in the good, and that the heavens of your soul may be studded with stars as with so many girls born of you. Also, by making a round in creation. When you arrive in heaven, you too, united with our will, loves and glorifies our eternity, our unwavering being who never changes. Pray in order to that he may make the creatures firm in the good. That they can be the reflection of heaven and that they can enjoy the happiness brought by a continuous and never interrupted good. Then, continuing your round in the space of creation, you will arrive in the sun, a planet that is closer to earth than heaven. It is created to bring to creatures the source of earthly happiness and the images of the beatitudes and flavors of happiness of the heavenly fatherland. Do you know what my will is doing in the sun? It glorifies our infinite light, our innumerable flavors. She loves and glorifies the infinity of our sweetness, the indescribable shades of our beauties. With its warmth, it echoes our immense love. How the sun sings our praises, loves, and glorifies our divine being. Our divinity, unveiled, beatifies the whole heavenly homeland by ever new acts. In the same way, the sun, faithful echo of his Creator, celestial bearer of the supreme majesty, veiled by its light in which my will dominates and reigns, brings earthly happiness to the earth. It brings its light and warmth. It brings sweetness and flavors, almost innumerable, to plants, herbs, fruits. It brings color and fragrance to flowers, and so many different shades of beauty to delight and beautify all of nature. Oh! How much the sun, or rather my will in the sun, through plants, fruits, and flowers, offers true earthly happiness to human generations. And if they don't take full advantage of it, it is because they have departed from this will that reigns in the sun. The human will, by opposing the divine, breaks its happiness. Ma will, veiled in the light of the sun, who loves and sings the praises of our divine qualities, from the top of his sphere, says to man: in all that you do, always be light, just like me. So that the light can convert you entirely into heat, and so that you can become like a flame of love for your Creator. Look at me. By always being light and warmth, I possess softness. So much so that I communicate it to plants, and plants to you. You too, by always being light and warmth, you will possess divine sweetness. You will no longer have bitterness or anger in your heart. You will possess the flavors and different shades of beauty of the Supreme Being. You will be a son like me. Moreover, since God made me for you and you were made for Him, it is therefore right that you should be more Sunni than me. See, my daughter, how many things you must do united with my will in this sphere of the sun. You must sing praises, love and glory of our light, of our love, of our infinite sweetness, of our countless flavors, and of our incomprehensible beauty. You must ask for the creatures all the divine qualities that the sun contains, so that by finding these qualities among them, my will may come to reign without a veil, with its complete triumph among human generations. And now, my daughter, let's go down to the lower part of the earth. Let's go to the sea where the immense masses of crystal clear water accumulate. Symbol of divine purity. These waters are always moving. They never stop. They are speechless, and they whisper. They are lifeless, but powerful to the point of forming waves so high that they overwhelm and destroy ships, people, and things, invading their shores after overturning the things they cover. And, peacefully, as if they had done nothing, they continue their usual whisper. Oh! As my will in the sea sings the praises, loves and loves, glorifies our power, our strength, our eternal movement that never stops. And if our justice forms its righteous waves to overthrow cities and people, like a peaceful sea after the storm, our peace is never disturbed. My will, veiled by the waters of the sea, said to man, be pure like these crystal clear waters. But if you want to be pure, always go to heaven, otherwise you will putrefy yourself. Just as these very pure waters would putrefy if they were not always in motion. May the whisper of prayer be continual if you want to be strong and powerful like me. If you want to overthrow the strongest enemies and your rebellious will, which prevent me from revealing myself and getting out of this sea, to come and reign and extend in you the peaceful sea of my grace. Is it possible that you want to stay below this sea that glorifies me so much? You too, creature, sings the praises, love and glorify our purity, power, strength, and justice, remaining united to my will that awaits you in the sea as its own daughter. Our movement towards creatures for their good is eternal. The whisper of our love continues through created things, whispering His love. He wants the return of the whisper of continuous love of the creatures. Pray my will to give them the divine qualities she exercises in the sea, so that she may come to reign among those who now reject it in all of creation. If you want to know what my will does in all of creation, go through it. My Fiat, finding his daughter in all the things created, will reveal himself and tell you what he does for the Divine Majesty, as well as the call and lessons he wants to give to creatures. I continued my life in the Divine Fiat and doing my deeds in him. I absorbed the light. As it formed its reflections, many threads of light came out of it that came out of it, formed a net of light over the earth to catch the creatures. And Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, my daughter, every time you make your round in my will, you acquire more light to form the net with which I take the creatures. And do you know what this net is? It is made up of my knowledge. The more knowledge I show you about my eternal Fiat, the more I dispose of and extend the net used to take the souls who must live in my kingdom. This disposes the Lord to give them to you. When you make your round in our will, by virtue of this will, your actions become light and extend to touch the divinity and to attract more light of truth among creatures. Then, continuing my round in all that was done in the Supreme Will, I came to all that my Heavenly Mother had done there, and I said to her, Sovereign Queen, I come to hide my little love in the great sea of your love, my worship of God in the immense ocean of yours. I hide my thanksgiving in the sea of yours. I hide my pleas, my sighs. I hide my tears and my sufferings in the sea of yours. So that my sea of love and yours be one. My worship and yours be one. May my thanksgiving acquire the immensity of yours. May my supplications, tears, and sufferings become one sea with yours. So that I too can have my seas of love, worship, etc. Your sovereign greatness thus asked for the long-awaited Redeemer, that I too may present myself before the Divine Majesty. With all these seas. To ask, to beg, to implore the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. My Mother Queen. I must use your own life, your own seas of love and graces, to conquer the Fiat and to make him concede his kingdom on earth, just as you conquered it to bring down the eternal word. Don't you want to help your little girl by giving her your seas? So that I can get the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat to come to earth soon? While doing and saying this, I thought to myself, my Heavenly Mother has not sought or shown much interest in the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat so that it can reign over the earth. Her interest was in the long-awaited Redeemer, and she got it. As for the Divine Fiat, which was more necessary, and who was to restore a perfect order between the Creator and the creature, she did not care. She had to, as Queen and Mother, reconciling the human will and the divine will, so that it can reign and triumph fully. At that moment, my ever-kind Jesus manifested himself in me, and all goodness he said to me, my daughter. The mission of my inseparable mother concerned the long-awaited Redeemer. She fulfilled it perfectly. However, you should know that the foundation, the source, and the root cause of all that she and I did was the kingdom of my will. To get there, it was necessary the redemption. While the kingdom of Fiat was in our internal deeds. Externally, we were primarily concerned with the kingdom of redemption. On the other hand, your mission concerns exclusively the reign of the Supreme Will. All that we did, the Sovereign Queen and I, we put it at your disposal. To help you. To supplement. To introduce you to the Divine Majesty. In order to ask him unceasingly for the coming of the kingdom of the eternal Fiat. To receive the benefits of the sighing Redeemer, you should have done your part. But not being there at the time, my mother compensated for you. Now it is up to you to do the same, for the kingdom of my will. Thus, the mother was there for the daughter, and the daughter is there for the mother. Especially since the Queen of Heaven was the first daughter of my will. And she has always lived in our space. She formed her own oceans of love, grace, worship, and light. Now you are the second daughter of my will. All that is hers is yours. Because your mom sees you as a birth out of herself. And she rejoices to see her daughter in her own seas to ask for the long-awaited kingdom of the Divine Fiat on earth. Therefore, see how much your mother supports you by giving you all that she has. Better yet, she feels honored that her immense seas can serve you to ask for such a holy kingdom. Afterwards, I followed in the divine will what Jesus had done in the redemption. My sweet Jesus came back and added, my daughter, my redemption came as a remedy for man. It therefore serves as medicine, food. For the sick, the blind, the dumb, and for all kinds of diseases. Because men are sick. They can neither take nor receive. All the strength contained in all the remedies I have brought them for their good. The Eucharistic Sacrament. that I left them as food for perfect health. Many eat it again and again, but always seem sick. Poor food of my own life, hidden under the veils of bread accidents. How many corrupt palaces! How many lazy stomachs that prevent creatures to taste my food and to digest all the strength of my sacramental life. Also, they remain crippled and feverish, and take this food without appetite. That is why I so desire that the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat come to earth. Then, all I did by coming to earth will serve as food for those who are in perfect health. What is not the difference between a sick person who takes the same food, and another who enjoys perfect health? The one who is crippled takes her without appetite, without taste, and she allows her to support herself and not to die. The healthy person eats with appetite, and because he takes pleasure in it, he takes it back and keeps himself strong and healthy. Also, what will not be my satisfaction when I see that in the kingdom of my will, all that I have done will no longer serve as food for the sick, but will serve as food for the children of my kingdom. These will all be full of vigor and in perfect health. Moreover, by possessing my will, they will have in them my permanent life, just as the blessed possess it in heaven. Thus, my will be the veil that will hide my life in them. And just as the blessed possess me in themselves as their own life, because true happiness has its origin in the soul, and because the happiness they continually receive from the divinity is similar to their inner happiness, which is why they are always happy. In the same way, the soul that possesses my will have in itself my perennial life that will serve him continuous food, and not once a day as the nourishment of my sacramental life. In fact, my will not be satisfied with giving itself once a day, but continuously, because she knows that those who have a pure palate and a strong stomach can taste and digest at any time the strength, the light, the divine life. And the sacraments, my sacramental life, will serve as nourishment and happiness. New to the life of the Supreme Fiat they will own. The kingdom of my will be the true echo of the heavenly homeland. In the heavenly paradise, the blessed possess their God as their own life. They receive him even outside of them. This makes that within them they possess the divine life, and outside, they receive it. What will not be my joy? To give myself sacramentally to the children of the eternal Fiat and to find in them my own life? My sacramental life will then have its complete fruit. The species consumed. I would no longer bother to leave my children without the nourishment of my continual life, because my will, more than sacramental accidents, will always keep his divine life in its full possession. In the kingdom of my will, there will be no interruption, but permanence of food and communion. All that I have done in the redemption will no longer serve as a remedy, but as ever greater delights, joy, happiness, and beauty. Thus, the triumph of the Supreme Fiat will give full fruit to the kingdom of redemption. I continue to live all abandoned in the adorable will. While praying, I thought to myself, how I would like to go down to the prisons of penitent souls, to free them all, and, in the light of the eternal will, bring them all into the heavenly homeland. At that moment, my sweet Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, my daughter, the more souls passed to the other life have been subjected to my will, and the more acts they have performed in her, the more ways they have formed to receive the votes of the land. Thus, the more they have done my will, thus forming the channels of communication of the present goods of the Church, belonging to me, more those they have trained will bring them a relief, a prayer, or a reduction in sorrow. The votes take these royal paths of my will to bring to every soul merit, the fruit and capital, which she formed for herself in my will. Therefore, without my will, there are no ways and means to receive votes. The votes and everything the Church does always descend into purgatory. But they go to them who have prepared their way. For others, those who have not done my will, the lanes are closed or do not exist at all. If these souls have been saved, it is because at least at the moment of death, they have recognized the supreme dominion of my will. That they loved it, and that they have submitted to it, and it was this last act that saved them. Otherwise, they could not have been saved. For the soul that has always done my will, there is no passage to purgatory. His path leads straight to heaven. And the one who recognized my will and submitted to it, not always and in all things, but to a large extent, it has formed for itself so many ways, and she receives so much. May purgatory quickly send him to heaven. Penitent souls were to form their ways to receive votes. Also pilgrim souls must do my will, to form their ways and for their votes to go up in purgatory. If they are far from my will, they lack communication with my will, which alone unites and unites. Their votes will not find ways to climb, feet to walk, strength to bring relief. These will be lifeless votes because they lack the life of my will. She alone has the virtue of giving life to all goods. The more the soul possesses my will, the more valuable her prayers, her works, her sufferings are, and so she can bring relief to those wounded souls. I measure and value all that the soul can do based on what it possesses of my will. If my will runs in all its actions, the dimension is immense. Better yet, I stop measuring and value it so much that its weight cannot be calculated. If the soul hardly fulfills my will, the measure is insufficient and the value weak. And for the one who does not do my will at all, I have no measure or value to give. Therefore, if they have no value, how can they bring relief to those souls who, in purgatory, do not recognize anything and can receive nothing, except what my eternal Fiat produces? But do you know who can bring all reliefs? The light that purifies, love that transforms, that who possesses the life of my will in all things and in whom it triumphantly dominates. This soul does not even need paths, because in possessing my will, she has the right to all paths. She can go everywhere because she has within her the royal way of my will. To go to this deep prison and to bring relief and liberation to all. Dio tant plus. Chuen crient l'homme, nous lui avons donné notre volonté and heritage special et. That we recognize all that he has done within the limits of the legacy we have endowed him with. Nothing cannot be recognized, neither allowed to enter heaven, which was not made by creatures, either in our will, or at least in order to accomplish it. Creation came out of our eternal Fiat. Thus our will, jealous, does not authorize any act to enter the heavenly homeland, who has not passed through his Fiat. Oh! If everyone knew what the will of God means, and how all the works, even those that seem good, but are empty of my will, are works empty of light, empty of value, empty of life. Works without light, without value, and without life do not enter heaven. Oh! How attentive they would be to do my will in all things and forever! What a magnificent kingdom it will be! A kingdom of light, of infinite riches. A kingdom of perfect holiness and reign. Our children in this kingdom will all be kings and queens. They will all be members of the divine and royal family. They will enclose within themselves all of creation. They will have the likeness, the physiognomy of Heavenly Father, and they will therefore be the fulfillment of our glory and the crown on our head. I was in my continual state, in the supreme will. I prayed incessantly to my Mother Queen to help me ask for this kingdom of eternal Fiat. My sweet Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, the most perfect copy of the children of the kingdom of my will was my heavenly mother. Bika Uzami kingdom had its first daughter in it, the redemption came. Otherwise, if we had not had the first daughter of our will, I, the eternal Word, would never have come down from heaven. To come down to earth, I could never have trusted children who were strangers to our will. Thus, you see that a daughter of our will was needed for the coming of the kingdom of redemption. Because she was a daughter of the kingdom of eternal Fiat. She was the faithful copy of her Creator and the perfect copy of all creation. It had to enclose all the acts that the Supreme Will exercises in all created things. Because it had supremacy and sovereignty over all creation. It was to enclose in itself the heavens, the stars, the sun, and all things. So that the copy of the heavens, the sun, the sea, and also the earth all in flowers, may be within its sovereignty. Also, looking at my mom, one could see in her prodigies hitherto unknown. One could see from the heavens. One could see a resplendent sun. We could see a crystal sea where we reflected to see our daughter. One could see the earth in spring, always flourishing, which attracted the heavenly Creator to walk there. Oh, how beautiful our heavenly Sovereign was! In whom we saw not only our copy, but all our works. And this because she had in her our will. Now, for the coming of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat, we needed another daughter of our will. Because if she was not our daughter, our will could not entrust him its secrets, nor his penalties, nor his knowledge, his wonders, his holiness, his empire. Just as a father and a mother rejoice to make their property known to their children and to give them possession of it. More than that, they would like to own more to make them even richer and happier. My will rejoices to make his property known to his children, to make them rich and happy, of endless happiness. Now, in the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat, we will have the copies of the Sovereign Queen. She too sighs after this divine kingdom on earth to have her copies. I thought about what Jesus had told me and I thought, before she knew she was going to be the mother of the Word, my mother had neither suffering nor sadness, and living in the realms of the Supreme Will, she was happy. Consequently, among the many seas it possessed, there was no sea of sorrows. However, without this sea of suffering, she asked for the long-awaited Redeemer. And Jesus, speaking again, added, "My daughter." Even before I knew she was going to be my mother, my dear mom had her sea of pain. This sea was the penalty for offenses to its Creator. Oh! How much she suffered! This suffering was animated by a divine will that she owned and which contains the virtue of the source and all that concerns it. To transform all that is done in it, the smallest things, the drops of water even in the infinite sea. My will does not know how to do small things. Everything she does is grandiose. Besides, we only need one word, to say a fiat, to extend a sky whose limits we do not see. A fiat, to form a sun that floods the whole earth with light, and many other things. This clearly explains that if my will operates or invests an atom, a small act, this atom, this small act, becomes a sea. And if my will descends to do small things, it compensates, thanks to its regenerative virtue, by reproducing them in such a large number that no one can count them all. Who can count? How many fish and how many species does the sea contain? How many birds and how many plants fill the earth? Consequently, the little I love you becomes an ocean of love. The little prayer, a sea of prayers. The I adore you, a sea of worship. The little suffering, a sea of suffering. And if the soul repeats its I love you, its worship, its prayers in my will, and if she suffers in her, my will rises. It forms gigantic waves of love, of prayers and of sufferings. Who will pour into the infinite sea of the Lord to share the love of God and that of the creature? Because one is the will of one and the other. Therefore, the one who allows herself to be dominated by my will possesses as many seas as acts performed in it. Although it does little, it gets a lot. She has a divine will that takes pleasure in transforming into the sea the small act of the creature. It is only with these seas that she can ask for the long-awaited kingdom of the Divine Fiat. That is why our newborn, the little girl of my will, was needed. 2. That by changing her little sufferings, her I love you and everything she does, in seas that communicate with the sea of the Lord, she may have the ascendancy to ask for the kingdom of my will. After that, I said to myself, when my sweet Jesus speaks of his will, he almost always evokes creation. Why is that? And Jesus repeated, my daughter, the one who must live in the kingdom of my Supreme Fiat must begin by knowing all that my will has done and continues to do out of love for it. In fact, my will is not loved because it is not known. Creation is the living word of my will. In all created things, my will is hidden as a noble queen, who, before going out, wants to be known. Knowledge. Tear the veil that hides it and will allow him to go out and rule over his children. And who better than creation, which can be seen and touched by all, can make known what my will does for the sake of creatures? My daughter, look at the passionate love of this noble queen. She goes so far as to veil herself from the earth, to make it firm, so that man can walk through it safely. And when he walks on the veil of the earth that hides it, she takes the solace of her feet in her noble and royal little hands, so that man does not stumble and to strengthen his step through the earth, it firmly serves the solace of man's feet against his noble chest. She would like to go out, to remove this veil from the earth that covers her. But man walks on her without even noticing. Who supports his step? Who holds so firmly for him this great mass of earth so that he does not stumble? And the noble queen remains veiled by the earth and, with an unspeakable patience that only a divine will possesses, she is waiting to be recognized, to be loved, and to tell her long story. All that, veiled by this earth, she did out of love for man. His love is so great that often she feels the need to tear this veil of earth that covers her, and she uses her empire. It shakes the earth and hides in its bosom cities and people so that man can know that in this land, under his feet, there is a will, who reigns and dominates, who loves and is not loved, and who, sadly, trembles to make himself known. In the Gospel, we can read with astonishment that, prostrate at the feet of my apostles, I washed their feet. I didn't even avoid the treacherous Judas. This act, which the Church remembers, was certainly very humble and of unspeakable tenderness. And I have done this act only once. But my will goes even lower. She is placed under the feet by a continuous act, in order to support them, to make the earth firm so that they do not fall into the abyss. And yet, they pay no attention to it. This noble queen is waiting, with invincible patience, veiled for so many centuries in everything created, that his will be known. And when it is known, it will tear the many veils that hide it and will make known what she has done for so many centuries out of love for man. She will tell unheard of things, unimaginable excesses of love. That is why, when speaking of my will, I often speak of creation. Because my will is the life of all created things, and because this life wants to be known so that the kingdom of eternal Fiat can come. My veiled will is everywhere. It is veiled in the wind. From her sails, she brings to the man his freshness, as if to caress him. She brings her regenerating breath to continually regenerate it to an ever-increasing new life in grace. But the noble queen, veiled in the wind, feels his caresses rejected by offenses, its freshness by ardor of human passions. His regenerative breath receives in return a mortal breath for his grace. Then my will waves its sails and the wind turns in fury. With his strength, he carries away people, cities, and regions like feathers. By showing the power of the noble queen hidden in the wind, there is not a single thing created in which my will is not veiled. That's why they're all waiting, that my will be known and let the kingdom and the full triumph of the Supreme Fiat come. I felt oppressed under the weight of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. Oh! As I sighed after the heavenly homeland where I will never lose sight of it again. I will never again be subject to the harsh martyrdom of feeling myself dying. I was tired and exhausted from waiting. When my sweet life, my dear God, my sweet Jesus, moved in me, but, all afflicted, as if he were sending chastisements on earth and that, so as not to hurt me more, he did not want me to know. But when I saw him, I understood the punishments he was sending. And, sighing, he said to me, "My daughter, courage, let me manifest to you what is necessary concerning the kingdom of my will so that nothing is missing to form it in the human family. Then, when everything is over, I will quickly bring you to our homeland. Do you think you will see the full triumph of the kingdom of eternal Fiat before coming to heaven? It is from heaven that you will see its full triumph. It will be for you as for me with the kingdom of redemption. I did everything right. I established the foundation, I gave the necessary laws and advice. I instituted the sacraments. I left the Gospels as the norm of their lives. I endured incredible suffering to death. But when I was on earth, I saw very little or almost nothing of the fruits and fulfillment of the redemption. After having done everything, and having nothing else to do, I entrusted everything to the apostles. In order that they can be the announcers of the kingdom of redemption and that the fruits of the works I have done for the kingdom of redemption may come. The same will happen to the Supreme Fiat kingdom. We will do it together, my daughter. I will unite in myself your sufferings, your long sacrifices, your incessant prayers that my kingdom may come soon, and my manifestations concerning this kingdom to make it the foundations. I will prepare the foundations, and when everything is accomplished, I will entrust it to my ministers so that, like the second apostles of the kingdom of my will, ils poussent en être les annonciateurs. Croix tu que la venue du Père de France, qui t'aima ignitant d'interet et who took to heart the publication of what concerns my will, happened by chance? No, I organized it myself. It is a providential act of the Supreme Will. Who wants him as the first apostle and programmer of the Divine Fiat? Since he is the founder of an order, it is easier for him to contact bishops, priests, and people, and also in its own institute, in order to proclaim the kingdom of my will. That is why I help him so much and give him a special light, because to understand my will, you have to great graces. No small lights, but a sun to understand a divine, holy and eternal will, as well as a great disposition on the part of the one to whom this office is entrusted. It was also I who organized the daily coming of the priest in order to be able to find quickly the first apostles of the Fiat of my kingdom, and that they may proclaim what concerns my eternal will. Therefore, let me finish so that, when I'm done, I can entrust everything to the new apostles of my will. You can come to heaven, and see from above the fruits of the long-awaited kingdom of eternal Fiat. I then continued to do my usual deeds in the Supreme Will. I thought to myself, my poor spirit travels the sea, the sun, the heavens, in order to follow everywhere the deeds that his adorable will has performed in creation. But after I finish, I find myself downstairs, in my hard exile. Oh! How I would like at least to be able to stay in the azure and fill the office of a star for my Creator. Even at the risk of getting lost in the middle of the stars, being neither beautiful nor light. The stars would then throw me back and rush me down into my long exile. I was thinking about that. My sweet Jesus moved in me and said to me, "My daughter, she who lives in my will, lives in the unity of her Creator who keeps in himself. By holding in its unity, the whole creation. It also keeps in its unity the soul that lives in the eternal Fiat. And this unity brings to the soul the reflections of his Creator. Its unity with all creation. So that the living image of the one who created it can be seen in the soul. And manifesting his unity with all things, he preserves this soul in the reflections of all the things he has created. These reflections form the sea, the sun, the sky, the stars, and all the enchanting varieties of nature in the depths of the soul. Thus, the soul that lives in my will, placed in the azure sky, would be the most magnificent ornament of the celestial vault and, marveling at heaven and earth, she would have her Creator just for her, a sky, a sun, a sea just for her, as well as the flowering earth, the sweetness of the song of the birds, bearer of the joy and harmonious music of their Creator. For there is a divine note in everything created. That is why, instead of rushing you down, the stars would be delighted to have you with them. For among the innumerable wonders contained in my will, she has the power to paint all our works in the soul and to concentrate in it its own actions. My will is not satisfied. That if she sees her beauty in the soul and that it finds its echo, its joy, and its whole being, self. My days always alternate between privations and short visits from my sweet Jesus. Often, he runs away like a lightning bolt, leaving me with this nagging idea, when will he come back? Sighing, I call him, my Jesus, come back to your little exile, come once and for all. Come back to take me to the company. Do not leave me any longer in this long exile, because I can no longer bear it. But no matter how much I called him, my calls were in vain. So, abandoning myself in his divine will, I did as much as I could my usual deeds by going through all of creation. And my sweet Jesus, taken with compassion for my poor soul who could no longer take it, took out an arm from my interior and, all pity, he said to me, my daughter, courage, do not stop, continue your flight in my eternal will. You must know that my will continues its continuous function in all created things and his act is distinct in everything. It does not in the sky what she does in the sun, nor in the sun what she does in the sea. My will has a special act for everything. Although my will is one, his deeds are innumerable. Now, the soul that lives in it encloses in itself all the acts that my will performs in all creation. Also, the soul must do what my will does in the sky, in the sun, in the sea, etc. It must enclose everything in it, in order to be able to follow all the acts of my will, but also so that my will may receive an act of return of love from the creature. Therefore, if your act is not continuous, my will does not await you, it continues its course, but leave in you the emptiness of his deeds, and there remains a certain distance and dissimilarity between you and my will. But you have to be aware that all that my will does in creation, and that you enclose in yourself, represents enormous benefits. For, according to his actions, you receive the reflection of heaven, which is formed and spreads within you. You receive the reflection of the sun, and the sun is formed in you. You receive the reflection of the sea, and the sea is formed in you. You receive the reflection of the wind, the flower, all nature, in short, everything. Oh, how much rises from the depths of your soul! The sky that protects, the sun that illuminates, warms, and fertilizes, the sea that floods and forms its waves of love, mercy, grace, and power for the good of all, the wind that purifies and brings rain on souls burned by passions, the flower of perpetual adoration to your Creator. Living in my will is therefore the prodigy of prodigies, the true triumph of the Supreme Fiat, because the soul becomes the reflection of its Creator and of all our works. In fact, it's only when it places in the soul what it can and knows how to do, may our will triumph completely. She wants to see into the soul, not only the one who created it, but all his works. She is not satisfied if the smallest thing that belongs to her is missing. The souls of the Supreme Fiat will be our works not incomplete, but whole. They will be the new prodigies that neither earth nor heaven has ever seen or known. What will not be the enchantment, the surprise of the blessed themselves, when seeing the first daughter of the Divine Fiat enter their heavenly homeland? What will not be their satisfaction and glory when they see her carry within her her Creator with all her works, the sky, the sun, the sea, all the flowering of the earth with its many beauties. They will recognize in her the complete work of the eternal will, for only she can perform these wonders and complete works. I then continued my abandonment in the eternal Fiat to receive its reflections, and my sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, my heavenly mom, was the first to occupy the first place in heaven as the daughter of the Supreme Will. Being the first, she keeps around her the place for all the children of the Supreme Fiat. Thus, around the Queen of Heaven, one can see many empty places that can only be occupied by her copies. In fact that it was the first of the generation of my will, the kingdom of Fiat will also be called Kingdom of the Virgin. Oh! As we will recognize, in our children, the sovereignty over all creation. In fact, by virtue of my will, they will have indissoluble bonds with all things created. They will be in constant communication with them. They will be the true children whose eternal Creator will feel honored and glorified. For he will recognize in them the work of his divine will which has reproduced his true images. Afterwards, I said to myself, my first father Adam, before fishing, had all these connections and all these relationships with all creation. For by possessing the Supreme Will as a whole, he felt in him, as innate, all the communications that it operated everywhere. By evading this holy will, didn't he feel the tear with all of creation? The cutting of all the links and communications that this produced? When I ask myself to perform an act yes or no, if simply by hesitating, I feel the heavens trembling, the sun retreats, and all creation shaken and about to leave me alone, so that I myself tremble with them, and so scared, immediately, without hesitation, I do what I have to do. How could Adam do this? Didn't he feel this tear, so painful and cruel? Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, my daughter, Adam felt this cruel tear. Despite everything he fell into the labyrinth of his will, who left him no longer in peace. Neither to him nor to his posterity. In one breath, all of creation withdrew from him. Poor Adam! By losing happiness, peace, strength, sovereignty, everything, he found himself alone with himself. How much did it cost him to escape my will? Simply because he felt isolated, without being surrounded by the procession of the whole creation, his fear and horror were so great that he became a fearful man. He was afraid of everything, even of my works, and with good reason, because it is said, he who is not with me is against me. Since he was no longer connected to created things, they had to in all justice put themselves against him. Poor Adam! He deserves our compassion. He had no example of someone who had fallen and the great evil that had happened to that one, to warn him not to fall himself. He had no idea of the evil. In fact, my daughter, evil, sin, the fall of a creature holds two effects. To the one who is wicked and wants to fall, it serves of example, encouragement and incitement to fall into the abyss of evil. To the one who is good and does not want to fall, it serves as an antidote, break, help and defense against the fall. De facto. See the great evil, the misfortune of someone else, serves as an example so as not to fall and not to follow the same path so as not to find oneself in the same misfortune. Thus, the misfortune of another allows us to be attentive and on our guard. Consequently, the fall of Adam is for you of great help, a lesson and a call, while he did not have this lesson of evil because then evil did not exist. I continued my actions in the divine will and I said to myself, if I went a single day without doing these acts, what would be the good I would lose and the harm I would do? My ever-kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, do you know what you would do? By not doing your deeds in my will, you would miss the reflection of all creation. Missing this reflection, that day, heaven would not extend into you. The sun would not rise. The sea would not sink and the new flowering would not flourish on the earth. We would not hear in you either the joy, the music, the song of the inhabitants of the air, the sweet symphony of spheres. My will not finding in you its echo and would therefore be sad. Because that day, the little girl of his will, she would not have given him a heaven in return, as proof of her love because she lacked the reflection of her sky. She would not have let the sun rise in exchange for her eternal light. She would not have let him hear the movement of the sea, nor its sweet whisper, nor the bearings of the silent inhabitants of the waves. My will would feel in you the absence of all his acts, the reflection of his works. It could not form in you its echo. And in her sadness, she would say, "Ah! Today the little girl of my will did not give me back today a heaven as I have given him. Neither the sun, the sea, the flowers, the songs, the music and neither is joy." She thus lost her resemblance to me. His notes no longer harmonize with mine. I loved her by many manifestations and incessant love. But she doesn't like me. Do you see what would happen? My will would not tolerate in you, his little daughter, the emptiness of his works. 3. Hearing this, I say, my Jesus, my love, that I would never give such suffering to your adorable will. You will help me. You will give me more graces. I will apply myself to receive this reflection, the echo of your will, which resonates throughout creation, so that mine corresponds to it. Jesus spoke again and added, my daughter, you must know that it takes immense graces to form in the soul the holiness of life in my will. Other holiness can be formed with small graces. Because this, that they do not have to embrace, nor possess an immense and eternal will, but only his small plots, his orders, his shadow. Whereas, for this holiness, the soul must possess my will as its own life courting it, doing his actions as well as his own. It therefore takes oceans of graces to form this holiness. My will must be belocalized, in order to extend its sea into the depths of the soul. Then extend his own sea to be able to receive what suits his holiness, his infinite light, his unlimited immensity. The goodwill of the soul is nothing but the bottom of the sea which, forming the shore, surrounds the waters to form the sea. My daughter, it takes a lot to sustain and preserve a divine will in the soul. The divinity, knowing that the creature does not have the equivalent things for such a holy will, does skimp, puts everything at his disposal, so that it may form the holiness of life in my will. God himself acts at the same time as an actor and a spectator. My humanity yields all that she did, suffered, and acquired, of endless seas, to help this fully divine holiness. The Queen Mother herself puts at his disposal his oceans of graces, love and sufferings, to help him. She feels honored that they serve the Supreme Will to accomplish the holiness of the eternal Fiat in the creature. Heaven and earth want to give, and they give. For they feel invested by this will. They desire and yearn to help the happy creature reach the purpose of the creation, the origin of the holiness desired by the Supreme Will in the creature. Therefore, nothing will be missed from your Jesus. Especially since it is my desire to always, so much wanted, dreamed, desired, and sighed for 6,000 years, see our image reproduced in the creature, our printed holiness, our operative will, our works enclosed in it, and our accomplished Fiat. I wanted the joy and pleasure of seeing our reflection in the creature. Without it, creation would not bring us any pleasure, amusement, harmony. Our echo would not know where to resonate, our holiness the place to print, our beauty the place to shine, our love the place to pour out. Our wisdom and mastery would not find where to act and deploy. Also, the action of all our attributes would be hindered, because they would not find the material necessary for the formation of their work, in order to have their reflection. On the other hand, in the soul where it reigns, my will disposes it to become this material, so that our attributes can exercise their wonderful art. My usual state of abandonment in the Supreme Fiat continues. But at the same time I call the one who constitutes all my happiness, my life, my everything. And Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, the more you surrender yourself in the Supreme Will, the more you progress in His ways, the more knowledge you acquire, and the more you take possession of the goods that are in the Divine Will. Because in it, there is always something to learn and take. First inheritance given by God to the creature and possessing the eternal goods. My will has the duty to always give to the one who lives in this inheritance. And it's only when she finds the creature within the limits of her will, that my will is satisfied and begins the activity of his office. Putting herself in celebration, she grants new things to her heiress. Thus, the soul that lives in it is the feast of my will. On the contrary, those who live outside make her suffer because they make her incapable to give, to exercise its office and to fulfill its task. Moreover, every act of the human will is a veil that the soul places before its eyes and which prevents him from seeing clearly my will and the goods it contains. Most creatures' lives continuously by their own will, and the sails they form are so numerous, making them almost blind to my will. Their privileged heritage which should have made them timeless in time and eternity. Oh! If creatures could understand the great evil of the human will and the great good of mine, they would hate their will so much that they would give their lives so that they could make mine. The human will makes man a slave, it puts him in need of everything. He feels strength and light continually missing, his existence is always in danger. He gets what he wants only by dint of prayer and with difficulty. Also, the man who lives by his will is truly a beggar. On the other hand, the one who lives in mine lacks nothing, he has everything at his disposal. My will gives him the empire over himself. Therefore, he is possessor of strength and light. And not human strength and light, but divine. His existence is always safe. And since he is the owner, he can take whatever he wants and does not need to ask to receive. This is so true that before Adam withdrew from my will, prayer did not exist. It is the need that gives rise to prayer. But he didn't need anything, he had nothing to ask for or wish for. Thus, he loved, he praised, he worshipped his Creator. Prayer had no place in earthly Eden. Prayer came after sin as an extreme need of the human heart. When he prays, it means that he needs something and that he hopes, he prays in order to obtain. On the other hand, the soul that lives in my will lives as an owner in the opulence of the goods of his Creator. If she desires something, seeing herself among so many goods, it is to want to give others one's happiness and the goods of one's great fortune. True image of his Creator who gave him so much without any restrictions. She would like to imitate him by giving others what she has. Oh! How beautiful is the heaven of the soul that lives in my will! It is a sky without storms, without clouds, without rain. Because water, which soothes his thirst, which fertilizes it, who gives it its growth and its resemblance to the one who created it, is my will. Her jealousy is such that the soul would not want to take anything that does not come from her, she is so great that she fulfills all the offices. If she wants to drink, she makes herself the water that refreshes her and waterproofs all the others. Thirst so that his only thirst can be his will. If she is hungry, she makes her own food which, by soothing her hunger, takes everything away from her appetite for other foods. If she wants to be beautiful, she makes herself the brush that brushes a beauty, such that my will remains delighted before such a rare beauty imprinted by it in the creature. She must be able to say to the whole of heaven, see how beautiful she is. It is the flower, it is the perfume, it is the color of my will that makes it so beautiful. In short, my will gives it its strength, its light, its holiness, and all this, in order to be able to say, it is a work entirely of my will. Therefore, I want that she lacks nothing to be like me and possess me. Look within yourself to see the work of my will. How our actions, invested by his light, have changed the earth of your soul. Everything is light that rises in you and comes to hurt the one who has invested you. Therefore, the greatest affront I can receive from creatures is not to do my will. After which, he took me out of my body to make me see the great evil of human generations. Speaking again, he added, My daughter, see all the evil that the human will has produced. They went blind, they prepared terrible wars and revolutions. This time it will not only be Europe, but other races will join it. The circle will be larger, other parts of the world will participate. How much harm can human will do? It blinds man. It impoverishes it. She makes him her own murderer. But I will use this for my greater good. And the reunion of so many races will serve to facilitate the communication of truth so that they can dispose of themselves in the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. Thus, the punishments that have taken place are only the prelude to those that will come. How many cities will be destroyed? How many inhabitants buried under the ruins and plunged into the abyss? The elements will return the party of their creator. My justice has reached its limits. My will wants to triumph and would like it to be through love that it establishes its kingdom. But man does not want to come and meet this love. Therefore, it is necessary to do the work of justice. Saying this, he showed me a huge blaze of fire coming out of the earth. Those who were near this blaze were covered by this fire and disappeared. I was frightened and prayed in the hope that my beloved God could calm down. My ever-kind Jesus drew me into his adorable will. He made me see and feel the painful conditions in which he is placed by the ingratitude of the creatures. Sighing with sadness, he said to me, My daughter, the pains of my divine will are unspeakable and inconceivable to human nature. My will is in all creatures, but it is in the nightmare of a terrible and excruciating turmoil. Because instead of letting her reign, letting her live her life in them, the creatures repress her, leaving her no freedom to act, to breathe, to throb. So, it is the human will that acts, breathes freely, pulsates as it wants, while mine is only there to serve them, to contribute to their actions and to remain there, tormented and suffocated for many centuries. My will writhes in pain in creatures. His convulsions are remorse of conscience, disillusionment, setbacks, crosses, the weariness of living and everything that can bother the poor creatures. For it is right that, since creatures keep the divine will crucified and always in turmoil, the divine will calls them through its convulsions. It is incapable of doing otherwise since it is prevented from reigning. Who knows if, returning to themselves and seeing the misfortune that their ill will brings them, the creatures would not give a little respite to his torment. This torment of my will is so painful that my humanity, which wanted to suffer in the Garden of Gethsemane, has reached the point of seeking the help of my apostles themselves. And even that was denied to him. The spasm was such that I sweated the blood. And feeling myself succumbing to the enormous weight of the suffering of my divine will, I invoked the help of my heavenly Father by saying, Father, if it is possible, let this chalice pass away from me. In all the other sufferings of my passion, however atrocious they may have been, I never said, if it is possible, let this suffering go away. On the contrary, on the cross, I cried out, I am thirsty. I thirst for suffering. But in this suffering of the Supreme Will, I felt all the weight of such a long torment. All the torment of a divine will. Who suffers, who writhes in pain in human generations? What torment? There is no such thing. But the Supreme Fiat now wants to get out of it. He is weary, and wants at all costs to leave this continual torment. If you hear about punishments, destroyed cities, destruction, it is nothing but the convulsions of his torment. Unable to bear it any longer, my Fiat wants to make the human family feel his pain and how much he suffers in it, without anyone having compassion for him. And by making use of violence, by his convulsions, He wants them to feel that he exists in creatures, but that he no longer wants to suffer. He wants freedom, reign, he wants to live his life in them. What a mess in society, my daughter, because my will does not reign there. Their souls are like messy houses, everything is turned upside down. The stench is horrible, worse than that of a putrefied corpse. And my will, being what it is, with its immensity, cannot withdraw even from a single palpitation of the creatures, and she suffers in the midst of so many evils. And this happens everywhere in general, but even more in the religious order, in the clergy, among those who call themselves Catholics, where my will not only suffers, but is kept in a state of lethargy, as if she were lifeless. Oh! How much more painful it is for me! At least when I suffer, I can twist in pain to make it heard that I exist in creatures, even if it is in suffering. But in this state of lethargy, there reigns total immobility. It is a state of continual death. And only appearances remain, the habit of a religious life, because they keep my will in lethargy. Their inner life is then drowsy, as if good and light were not for them. And when they do something externally, that action is empty of divine life and gets lost in the fumes of vainglory, self-love, the desire to please others. I, in my supreme will, although living in them, I come out of their works. My daughter, what an affront! How I would like everyone to feel my terrible torment, the lethargy in which they hold my will, because it is their will that they want to do and not mine. They don't want her to rule, they don't want to know her. And that is why my will wants to come out of its shores with its torment, and that, if they do not want to receive it by the ways of love, they may know it by the way of justice. Tired of a torment that has lasted for centuries, my will wants to get out. Therefore, it prepares two paths. The way of triumph, represented by his knowledge, his wonders, and all the good that the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat will bring. And the voice of justice, for creatures who do not want to recognize it as triumphant will. It is up to the creatures to choose the way by which they want to receive it. I was doing my usual round in creation to follow the acts of the Supreme Will, and my always kind Jesus, letting myself hear his sweet voice in everything created, said to me, "Who is the one who calls my love in order to that he can descend into it, or that his own love can rise in mine to merge into it and form one love? By giving him the field of action to make the new little sea of his love rise in the soul? For love triumphs and celebrates when it is given an opening in its field of action. Arriving in the sun, in the heavens, in the sea, I heard his voice saying, 'Who calls? My eternal light, my infinite sweetness, my incomparable beauty, my unwavering firmness, my immensity,' in order to form their procession and give them the field of action to make them rise in the creature. So many seas of light, softness, beauty, firmness, to give them the satisfaction of not being idle, but to use the smallness of the creature to enclose all their qualities. Who is she? Ah! She is the little girl of our will." Then, after hearing him say in every created thing, "Who is calling me?" my sweet Jesus came out of me and, hugging me, he said to me, "My daughter, when you go through my will to find everything created, all my attributes hear your call and come into play, to form, one after the other, the small sea of their qualities. Oh! How much they triumph, seeing themselves active and able to form their own little sea. But their pleasure increases to be able to form in the little creature their sea of love, light, beauty, tenderness, and power. My wisdom acts as a talented craftsman and with a wonderful ingenuity to place his immense and infinite qualities in smallness. Oh, how much the soul that lives in my will harmonizes with my attributes! Each of them assumes his function to establish his divine quality. If you knew the great good that you acquire by following my will in all its deeds, and the art she deploys in you, you too would be in the joy of a continual feast. After which I continued to follow creation. I could see this eternal movement that never stops by flowing everywhere. I thought, how can I follow the Supreme Will everywhere if it runs so fast in all things? I have neither his virtue nor his speed. Therefore, I must stay behind without being able to follow his eternal whisper in all things. But my sweet Jesus then manifested himself in me and said to me, my daughter, all things have a continuous movement because out of a supreme being that contains a movement full of life, all things out of God had to accordingly possess a vital movement that never ceases. And if it stops, it means that life stops. You yourself have within yourself a whisper, a continual movement. In addition, the divinity, creating the creature, gave him a resemblance to the three divine persons. She placed in her three movements that had to whisper continuously to unite with this movement and this continual whisper of love of their Creator. These are the movement of the heartbeat that never ceases, blood that circulates without ever stopping, the breathing of the breath that never stops, and that, in the body, in the soul, there are three more movements that whisper continuously, intellect, memory, and will. Therefore, everything is related to the movement of your Creator in order to whisper in concert with his eternal movement. This is how you follow my will. In its incessant movement, in his acts which never cease, and you bring your movement back into the bosom of your Creator who awaits with so much love the return. His works, of his love, and of his whisper. By creating the creatures, the divinity acts as a father who sends his children, for their good. One to a city, another to a field, another across the sea, some in nearby locations and others to remote locations. By giving everyone a task to complete. But by sending them, he looks forward to their return. He always watches to see if they come back. When he speaks, it is about his children. If he loves, his love runs to his children. His thoughts fly to his children. Poor father! He feels crucified because he has sent his children away and he longs to see them return. And if may this never happen if he doesn't see them all coming back, he is inconsolable. He cries and groans in pain to draw tears from the hardest hearts. And that's only when he sees them all return to his paternal womb and can squeeze them against his chest which burns with love for his children, that he is satisfied. Oh! How much Heavenly Father, more than a father, sighs, burns, delirium for his children, because that he has taken them out of his womb and that he waits for their return to hug them. And the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat is precisely that, the return of our children to our paternal arms. That is why we long so much after him. I then felt all immersed in the adorable will of God. I said to myself, what a great good it would be if all knew and fulfilled such a holy Fiat, and what great contentment they would give to Heavenly Father. And my sweet Jesus, speaking again, added, my daughter, by creating the creature, by forming it with our creative hands, we felt a joy, a satisfaction coming out of our womb, because it had to serve to maintain our amusement on the face of the earth, and our continual celebration. Also, by forming his feet, we thought that they should serve our kisses, because they should join our steps and be our means of meeting to have fun together. In forming his hands, we thought they should serve our hugs and kisses, because we had to see in him the repeater of our works. By forming his mouth and heart, which were to serve the echo of our word and our love. Infusing into him the life of our breath, seeing that this life had come out of us, that it was entirely ours, we squeezed it against our breast and embraced it. In confirmation of our work and our love. And so that he may remain whole in our footsteps, in our works, in the echo of our word and our love, and of the life of our image imprinted in him. We have inherited to her our divine will so that she can preserve it as we had created it and be able to continue our amusements, our loving kisses, our sweet conversations with the work of our hands. When we see our will in the creature, we see it in our footsteps, our works, our love, our words, our memory, and our intellect, because we know that our Supreme will not let anything that is not ours. Therefore, as she is ours, we give her everything: kisses, caresses, favors, love, tenderness more than paternal, and we do not want to leave her with a single step, since the slightest distance prevents us from forming the continual amusements, exchanging kisses, sharing joys and very intimate secrets. On the other hand, in the soul where we do not see our will, we cannot have fun because we do not see anything that belongs to us. We feel in this soul such a lack of harmony, such a dissimilarity of steps, works, love, that she keeps herself at a distance from her Creator. If we see that the powerful magnet of our will is not present, which makes us forget the infinite distance that exists between the Creator and the creature, we disdain to have fun with her and to fill it with our kisses and our favors. Also, by withdrawing from our will, man interrupted our amusements and destroyed the designs we had by forming the creation. It is only by the reign of our Supreme Fiat, by restoring his kingdom, that our designs can be realized and that can resume our amusements on earth. 1. I was all saddened because of the sudden death of one of my sisters. The fear that my kind Jesus would not keep it with him tormented my soul. Jesus, my great good, came and I told him of my suffering. He, all goodness, said to me, my daughter, fear not. Isn't my will there to remedy to everything, to the sacraments themselves and to all the help that can be given to a dying poor woman? Even more so when the person does not want to receive the sacraments and the help that the Church gives like a mother, at this extreme moment. My will, by suddenly removing it from the earth, surrounded him with the tenderness of my humanity. My heart, human and divine, activated my more tender fibers, so that its flaws, weaknesses, passions, were watched and weighed with the finesse of infinite and divine tenderness. Every time I put my tenderness into action, I cannot help but have compassion and lead it to safety, as a triumph of the tenderness of your Jesus. In addition, don't you know that if human assistance is lacking, divine helpers abound? You're scared that there was no one around her and that if she wanted help, she had no one to ask. Ah! My daughter, human relief ceases at this moment. They have no value or effect, because the soul of the dying enters into the unique and primordial act with its Creator. No one has the right to enter into this primordial act. And for a creature that is not perverted, a sudden death prevents the implementation of the diabolical action of coming into play with the temptations and fears that he gives birth with such a great art in the dying. For he feels that they are taken from him without him being able to tempt or follow them. Consequently, what is considered by men as disgrace is often more than a grace. After which I surrendered myself entirely in the supreme will. My sweet Jesus, echoing his words, said to me, my daughter, the one who lives in my will has supremacy over everything and all the acts of creatures. She presents to her Creator her primordial act, in love. Thus, if other creatures love, the soul that lives in my will is first in love. Others come second. Others come third, fourth, according to the intensity of their love. If the other creatures worship me, glorify me, pray to me, the soul that lives in my will is first in its adoration, its glorification, its prayer. And this is natural because my will is life and the first act of all creatures. Therefore the one who lives in her is in its first act and it is first before God, before all creatures, by doing all their actions and all those they do not do. Thus, the sovereign queen who never gave life to her own will, but had his life entirely in my will, thus has the right of primacy. It is thus first, by loving us, by glorifying us, by praying to us. If we see that other creatures love us, it is behind the love of the heavenly Queen. If they glorify and pray to us, it is behind the glory and prayers of the One. who has primacy and, therefore, empire over all things. How beautiful it is to see that when creatures love us, she never gives up her first place in love. Better yet, it is placed as the first act. She makes her sea of love flow around the majesty, so that the other creatures remain behind the sea of love of the Heavenly Mother, with their little drops of love. And so on for all other acts. Ah! My daughter, living in my will is a word, but a word that weighs as much as eternity. It is a love that embraces everything and all things. I was in my usual state and my kind Jesus was seen in me, his face bent out of my chest, his eyes sparkling with light and looking into the distance. In this light, I could see myself too. Overflowing rivers, seas invading their shores, boats swept away. Submerged cities, hurricanes sweeping everything and many other evils. Who, while they seemed to calm down in some points, they resumed their fury in others. Oh! That it was frightening to see. Water, wind, sea, land, armed by divine justice, strike the poor creatures. I prayed then my very great good to calm down and to withdraw the order to do justice that he had given to these elements. And my sweet Jesus, throwing his arms around my neck, hugged me very tightly against him and made me feel his righteousness. My daughter, I'm exhausted. My justice must take its course. Don't worry about what you see, but take care of the kingdom of my eternal Fiat instead. Still afflicted because of the great evils that will come, I surrendered myself in the adorable will of my Jesus. I locked in all the thoughts, the looks, the words, the works, the steps, and the heartbeats, so that all may love and ask in concert with me that the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat may come and soon be established in human generations. And my beloved Jesus, speaking again, added, My daughter, life in my will forms the true sun between heaven and earth. Its rays invest every thought, look, word, work and not. By connecting them with its light, he forms with them a crown around him, keeping it firmly so that nothing can come out of it. Its shelves rise and invest the whole sky, all the blessed, and holding them all in his light, let nothing come out. So that, triumphantly, the sun may say, I contain everything. Nothing is missing from the works of my Creator and what belongs to him. With my wings of light, I cover everything, I embrace everything, I triumph over everything. Even of my eternal Creator. Because in the light of his will, there is nothing he wants and which I do not bring to him. There is not a single act that I do for him, there is not a love that I do not give him. With my wings of light, which my eternal Fiat administers to me, I am the true king who, investing everything, dominates on everything. Who can resist the sun's rays or free himself from it when he is outside? The power of light is irresistible. Where it extends, no one can escape his touch. Who kindly imprints his kisses with light and warmth and, triumphantly, keeps them invested under the impression of his light. There can be ungrateful people who don't pay attention to that light and don't even say thank you. But the light doesn't even care. She fulfills its function as light and continues to give firmly the good it possesses. Moreover, the sun of my will is not like the sun that can be seen in the vault of the heavens, whose sphere of light is limited. If this sphere was so large as to form a second sky, the earth, turning, would always see its sun end. Therefore, there would never be darkness and night on earth. And just as the earth never loses sight of the sky that stretches everywhere, it would never lose sight of the sun and it would be continually daylighting on the earth. The sphere of the sun of my will is not limited and therefore has full daylight. The creature that lives in her embraces all times, all generations, and invests all acts. It forms one act, one love, and one glory for its Creator. But do you know what this Son of my Supreme Will is made of? My attributes are the rays of this sun which, although different from each other in their quality and function, are light in their substance. And my will is the combined light, who assumes together all these lights and who is the director of all my attributes. Thus, when creatures deserve to be struck, I direct the ray of my righteousness and, defending my rights, he strikes the creatures. I was all abandoned in the arms of the adorable will. I prayed to my sweet Jesus to use an act of his power so that the Supreme Will could invest the human generations and attach himself to it to train his first children that he desires so much. And Jesus, my greatest good, moved in me and said to me, "My daughter, when someone has a special mission, this person is called mother, or father. The person who comes from this mission, when it is fulfilled, can be called daughter of this mother. Being truly a mother means give birth to a being of his womb, form it with its own blood, accept suffering, sacrifices and, if necessary, offer one's own life to give life to a birth of one's own breast. And when this birth came to term in her womb, and when it came to light, then, with justice, by right, and with good reason, this birth is called son, and the one who generated it, mother. Therefore, to be a mother, it is necessary to first train all members in themselves, to generate them with one's own blood. And the actions of his children must be generated from the very heart of their mother. Now, my daughter, to be the daughter of my will, you have been generated in her. It is in her that you were formed. By training yourself, light, love of my will, more than blood, has grafted into you his ways, his attitude, his operation, making you embrace all men and all things. This is so true that being born of my will, she calls you sometimes the newborn of my will, sometimes his little girl. Only the one which was generated by my will can generate children of my will. Therefore, you will be the mother of her children's generation. I said to him, "My Jesus, what are you saying there? I'm not a good girl. How can I be a mother?" And Jesus, however, it is from you that the generation of these children must come. What mother suffered so much? Who has been bedridden for 40 years or more, for the love of giving birth to the generation of her children? No one. What mother, however good she may be, sacrificed her entire existence to the point of enclosing in her thoughts, palpitations, works, so that everything can be reordered in the birth she was carrying and give life, not once, but to each act of his child? No one. Don't you feel in yourself the generations of these children? By following their thoughts, words, works and steps, to reorder them all in my will? Don't you feel like yourself want to give life to all, provided that they know my will and are regenerated in it? Everything you do and suffer is nothing else than the formation and maturation of this birth, all celestial. That's why I've often told you that your mission is great, unparalleled, and requires the greatest attention. After which I felt oppressed because I had learned that the Reverend Father de Francia had published the memoirs of my childhood and everything that followed it. And in my sorrow, I said to my beloved Jesus, "My love, look a little bit at what you're doing to me. By making known what you have told me about the virtues and your adorable will, they are now adding what concerns me. They could at least do that after I die and not now. I am the only one to know this confusion and this great sorrow. But for others, nothing. Ah! Jesus, give me the strength to do your holy will also in this." And Jesus, taking me in his arms to give me strength, all goodness, said to me, "My daughter, don't grieve so much. You must know that other holiness are small lights formed in the soul. And these lights are likely to grow or decrease, and even go out. Therefore, it is not right to put it in writing when the creature still lives in time, before the light is no longer subject to extinction after its passage to the other life. What impression would one make if one learned that this light has ceased to exist? On the other hand, the holiness of life in my will is not a light, but a Sunday. It is therefore not subject to becoming depleted of light or to extinction. Ki pura jama toucher le solile? Ki put lwien lever un sul good de lumiere? Persone. Ki put atindra un atome de sa shala? Ki put le fair desk endra de un millième de centimeter de la hauteur ouil regni et domini la terre entiere? Persone. Sils natayent pa le solile de monde Fiat Supreme, gen aureus pa permiscuels soient imprimes. Mais au contraire, je me hate. Parce que le bien que put faire un solile ne put pas être fait par un lumière. En fait, le bien de un lumière est trop limite. Cenest. Ni un grand bien silest expose. Ni un grand mal si on ne lui permit pas de s'élever. On the other hand, the Son embraces everything. He does good to all, and not allow him to rise as soon as possible is a great evil. And it's a very big good to let it rise even a day earlier. Who can say the great good that a sunny day can produce? Much more so if it is the sun of my eternal will. Also, the greater the delay, the more sunny days taken away from the creature's end, the more the sun must restrict its rays within our heavenly homeland. But in spite of all that Jesus said, my oppression continued and my poor mind was saddened by the thought that my poor and insignificant existence, who deserved to be buried without anyone noticing that I had been on earth, must be put before the eyes and in the hands of God knows how many people. My God, what sadness! But it was then that my ever-kind Jesus made himself seen in me, flat on his stomach, as if his holy humanity were the foundation of my poor little soul. And taking the floor again, he said to me, my daughter, don't be distracted. Don't you see that the foundation of the kingdom of eternal Fiat in you is formed? By my steps, by my works, by my palpitations of love, by my ardent sighs and by the burning tears of my eyes for the honor of my will? My whole life is extended in you to form this foundation. Consequently, it is not appropriate. May your little work on this foundation so solid and so holy be done distractedly, or that your rounds in the Supreme will be made in the shadows. No, my daughter, I don't want that for you. Do not fear, you will remain locked in the sun of my will. Who, then, more than him, will be able to eclipse you in such a way that no one notices you? The Son of the Supreme Fiat will watch over it, keeping the little lamp of your soul surrounded by its rays. The sun may appear in it, while keeping the lamp hidden in it. Therefore, be at peace if you want to make your Jesus happy. Give me everything up and I will take care of everything. My usual abandonment in the adorable will continued. All creation made itself present with the supreme will flowing, dominant and triumphant, as light and as first life. In big things as in small things. What enchantment, what order, what rare beauty, what harmony in them! For one is the will, who dominates them and, flowing into it, connects them in such a way that one cannot be without the other. And my sweet Jesus, interrupting my admiration, said to me, my daughter, my will has remained like an operating life in everything created in order to be able to dominate freely and with full triumph. My will has the operative life of light and heat in the sun, the operative life of his immensity and the multiplicity of his works in the sky, the operative life of his power and justice in the sea. In fact, my will is not like the will of creatures who, even if they want to, as they have no hands, cannot work, having no feet, cannot walk, mute or blind, can neither speak nor see. My will, on the other hand, performs all acts in one, while it operates, it works. Having all eyes to see, she has at the same time the voice to speak with unparalleled eloquence. She speaks in the tumult of thunder, in lightning, in the whistling of the wind, in the tumult of the waves of the sea, in the little bird that sings. She speaks everywhere so that everyone can hear her voice. Sometimes strong, sometimes soft, sometimes roaring. My will, how admirable you are! Who can claim to have loved creatures as you loved them? My humanity, oh! How much she stays behind you! I remain eclipsed in you and you continue your operation which has no beginning or end. You are always in your place, giving life to all the things created to bring your life to the creatures. Oh! If all of them knew what he does for them, how much he loves them, how much his vital breath brings them life, oh, how much they would love it. They would all gather around my eternal Fiat to receive the life it wants to give them. But do you know, my daughter, why my Supreme Will dominates in everything created? To perform its distinct function there? Because it is he himself that he wants to serve. His own will, which was to live and reign in the creature for whom he had created all things. He acted like a king who, wanting to form a residence where to reign and have his home, arranges many rooms. It installs many lights to fight the darkness, small fountains of very cool water. For his pleasure, he plays music. His residence is surrounded by beautiful gardens. In short, he installs everything that can make him happy and that is worthy of his royalty. As he is king, he must have his servants, his ministers, his soldiers. But what happens? He is denied his royalty. Instead of the king, it is the servants, ministers, and soldiers who dominate. What would not be the sadness of this king to see that his works do not serve him, but, unjustly, are at the service of his servants, and that he is obliged to become a servant of his servants? For when a service, a work, serves only oneself, one cannot be called a servant. Now, my will was to serve itself in creatures. She therefore remained as a noble queen in all things created, so that nothing would be missing from her queen kingship in the creature. No one could be worthy to serve my will worthily, except my will itself. Nor could she have adapted to being served by servants. For no one would have had her noble and divine ways to serve her. Listen then to the great sadness of my Supreme Will. I am just that you, who are his daughter. You know the pains of your mother, your queen, and the one who is your life. In creation, she acts as the servant of the servants. It serves the human will because mine does not reign in creatures. How hard it is to serve servants, and for many centuries. When the soul withdraws from my will to make its own, it places my will in bondage in creation. And her pain is great when, from queen, she acts as a servant, without anyone being able to soothe such bitter pain. And if she continues to dwell in creation as a servant of the servants, it is because she is expecting her children. She awaits that time when her works will serve the children of her eternal Fiat, who, letting her reign and dominate over their souls, let her serve her own nobility. Oh! Only his children will be able to alleviate such long and bitter suffering. They will dry his tears of so many centuries of servitude. They will return to him the rights of his royalty. That is why it is so necessary to make my will known. What it does. What she wants. How much it is all things, and how much it contains all the goods, and how she continually suffers from not being able to rule. After which my mind dwelt, so penetrated by the suffering of the Supreme Will that, all creation rising before my spirit, I could see with immense sadness this noble queen, veiled in everything created, serving creatures. She acted as a servant in the sun, giving the creatures light and warmth. She acted as a servant in the water, offering herself to their lips to quench their thirst. She acted as a servant in the sea, offering them the fish. She acted as a servant in the earth, giving them fruits, foods of all kinds, flowers, and many other things. In short, I could see her in all things, veiled with sadness. For it was not fitting for her to serve the creatures. On the contrary, he was unseemly to his nobility as queen. To act as the servant of ungrateful and perverted creatures, who accepted her servitude, without even paying attention to it, without even a thank you, or the slightest retribution, as is normally the case with servants. Who can say what I understood of this eternal suffering of Fiat, so long and so intense? I was immersed in this suffering when my beloved Jesus moved in me, pressing against me and, with all tenderness, he said to me, "My daughter, it is extremely sad and humiliating for my supreme will to act as a servant of creatures who do not let him reign in their homes. But he will feel even more glorified and loved in those who let him reign. Look into you how happy he is to serve you. He reigns in you when you write. He feels honored and happy to serve you by guiding your hand, so that you can put on paper the words that will make it known. He places his holiness at your service in your mind, in order to administer to you the ideas, the terms, the most tender examples concerning my supreme will, in order to open his ways among the creatures to form his kingdom. It serves your gaze to let you see what you write, your mouth to feed you with his words, your heart to make it throb with its own will. What a difference! He is happy to serve you because he serves himself. It serves to form his life. He serves the knowledge of himself, of his own holiness. It serves to form his kingdom. My will reigns in you when you pray, and it serves you by making you fly in it, by letting you perform his actions and by letting you take possession of his property. This way of serving my will is glorious, triumphant, dominant. My will suffers only when the soul did not allow it to be served by it completely and in all things. Continuing in my usual state of abandonment in my adorable Fiat Supreme, I sighed after Jesus, my greatest good. In this infinite light of the eternal will whose borders are invisible, without beginning or end, I was all eyes to see if I could see the one I was waiting for so impatiently. And Jesus, to calm my agitation, came out of me, and I said to him, "My love, how you make me struggle and sigh for your love. You're really waiting for the moment when I can't take it anymore. Which clearly shows that you don't love me like you used to. Yet, you told me that you will love me more and more, that you will always be with me, now you sometimes leave me even for a whole day. In the grip of my suffering and under the pressure of your deprivation, alone and abandoned." Jesus interrupted me and said, "My daughter, courage, don't despair, I don't leave you. And it's so true that it's always from inside you that I come to spend some time with you. If you don't always see me, it's to allow you to follow the one act of my will which contains all the acts together. Don't you see that the light of my supreme will is flowing? Your heart, your mouth, your eyes, your hands and feet, of your whole being? My will eclipses me and you don't always see me. Because, being infinite which is not my humanity, it has the power to eclipse me. Jamais cet eclipse de monde vouloir supreme. De l'intérieur de toi, je vois ton envol, tes actes dans le divin fiat. Si me facis toujours voir pour passer du temps avec moi pour jouir de ma douce et aimable présence, tu net occuperais que de monde humanite. We would exchange our love. You would not have the heart to leave me to follow the flight of my will. In the creation and in the very acts that my humanity performed in the redemption. Consequently, to enable you to accomplish the mission entrusted to you, to make you freer, I remain hidden in you to follow your actions in the eternal Fiat. Have you forgotten that this is what I said to my apostles themselves? That it was necessary for them to detach themselves from my humanity, which they loved so much and could not leave. This is so true that as long as I lived on earth, they didn't leave me. To travel the world, preach the gospel and to make known my coming to earth. But after I left for heaven, invested with the Divine Spirit, they received this strength to leave the region to make known the goods of the redemption and even to offer their life out of love for me. Thus, my humanity would have been an obstacle to the mission of my apostles. I'm not saying that's what's happening with you. Because between you and me, there is no such obstacle. In fact, an obstacle arises when two beings are separable. But when they have identified so much with each other, that one lives in the other, the obstacle disappears, because wherever one can go, the other is also there. Also, as they are together, one can go effortlessly wherever she wants since the beloved is in her and follows her everywhere. I'm just saying that the eclipse often occurs because of the strong light of my will which, by dominating you and my humanity in you, she eclipses us and makes us follow her actions. This does not mean that I don't love you like before and that I can be without you, not at all. On the contrary, my will gives you the eternal and total love of your Jesus. By placing myself around me like a wall with its light, it does not allow, even for a single moment, that I can move away from you. Do you know what creates a distance between God and the soul? The human will. Each of his acts is a step of distance between the Creator and the creature. The more the human will operates, the further the soul moves away from the one who created it. She loses sight of it, she loses sight of its origin. It breaks all ties with the heavenly family. Imagine that a ray of sunshine can detach from the center of its sphere. As he moves away from the sun, he feels himself scattering the light and moving away to the point of completely losing sight of the sun. This ray scatters all its light and becomes darkness. Converted into darkness. This ray feels in him a movement of life. But he is no longer able to give light, because he no longer possesses it. Consequently, his movement, his life, can only spread a deep darkness. Such are the creatures. Rays of light coming out of the sphere of the Son of the Divinity. As they move away from the will, they empty themselves of light. Because it belongs to my will to preserve the light of these rays. And then they turn into darkness. Oh! If everyone knew what it means not to do my will, oh! How they would take care not to let the poison of the human will, destructive of all good, enter into them. After which I followed my Jesus in his passion, in his painful prison. He was attached to a column in a barbaric way. He could not stand, having his legs hanging and curved, tied to this column, he oscillated from left to right. I wrapped around his knees to hold him in place. I replaced her ruffled hair that covered her adorable face all covered with nasty sputum. Oh! How I would have liked to untie him, to free him from this position so painful and humiliating. Then my prisoner Jesus, all afflicted, said to me, "My daughter, do you know why I allowed to be put in prison during my passion? To free man from prison from his human will. Look how horrible this prison is." It was a small narrow room adapted to contain the waste and excrement of creatures. The stench was therefore intolerable. Thick darkness, they didn't even leave me a small lamp. My position was unsustainable. Covered with sputum. Messy hair. Suffering in all my limbs. Tied up, curved. Tied up without even being able to stand me straight. Not being able to make any movement to relieve me. Not even being able to remove from my eyes, the hair that bothered me. This prison is similar to that formed by the human will of creatures. The stench she exhales is unbearable. The thick darkness, very often, they do not even have the little lamp of reason left. They are always worried, agitated, disturbed, dirty and upset. Prey to the vilest passions. Oh! There is something to cry over this prison of the human will. How much I felt in this prison, the real harm she had done to the creatures. My pain was so great that, shedding bitter tears, I prayed to Heavenly Father to free the creatures from this prison, so painful and ignominious. You too pray with me that the creatures may free themselves from their will. This morning, my sweet Jesus did not wait too long. He even talked to me long enough, which he hadn't done in a long time. In fact, when he comes, his visit is always very short and he doesn't give me much time to talk to him. He is the only one who speaks to tell me what he wants. Or he speaks to me incessantly of the eternal light of his will, so that Jesus himself remains eclipsed in that light, and I with him. Then we both lose sight of each other. Because this light is so strong and so dazzling, that the smallness and weakness of my eyesight cannot support it. Therefore, I lose everything and also Jesus. Today, When he was with me, his agitation was such that his heart beat very hard. Tilting his chest against mine, he made me feel the ardor of his beats. Bringing his lips closer to mine, he poured into me a part of this fire that was burning him. It was like a liquid fire, but very soft, of indescribable sweetness. However, among those little streams that flowed, like little fountains, from his mouth into mine, there were fillets of bitterness. That human ingratitude sent into the heart of my sweet Jesus. He hadn't done this for a long time, whereas before he did it almost on a daily basis. Having relieved himself, having poured into me what he had on his most holy heart, he said to me, "My daughter, we must make a pact. That you must not do anything without me and that I don't have to do anything without you. And me, my love is wonderful. I like this pact to do nothing without you. And when you don't come, how do I do it? This implies that I have to stand by and do nothing. And you will then put your will in mine. So then I will be unable to want something you don't want. So you'll always win and you'll do whatever you want and without me." And Jesus, all goodness, spoke again. "My daughter, when I don't come, you must not stand by and do nothing. No, you must continue to do what we did together. What I asked you to do. It doesn't mean doing things without me. Because they have already happened between you and me. And continue as we did them together. Also, don't you want me to always win? The victory of your Jesus is also your victory. Thus, by winning, you lose. By losing, you win. However, be sure that I will not do anything without you. That's why I have placed you in my will with my light, my holiness, my love, my strength, so that if you want my light, my holiness, my love, my strength, you can dispose of it and you can take the light you want. You can take the holiness, the love, the strength that you want to possess. How beautiful it is to see that you own my possessions. This allows me to do nothing without you. I can only conclude these pacts with a creature in whom my will dominates and reigns. After which I did my usual deeds in the Supreme Fiat. I thought I wanted to hide my little love, my meager adoration, and all that I could do in the early acts of Adam. At the time when he possessed the unity of the light of the divine will, and in the acts of the Mother Queen, which were all perfect. And my beloved Jesus added, "My daughter, it is only when an act encloses in itself all the other acts together that it can be called perfect. And only my will contains this perfect act, which of a single act produces all imaginable acts existing in heaven and on earth. This unique act of my will is symbolized by a fountain. This fountain is unique. But from it come the seas, the rivers, the fire, the light, the sky, the stars, the flowers, mountains and land. Everything comes out of this unique fountain. Gold. Adam, in his state of innocence, and the sovereign queen. By possessing my will. When they loved, they locked in this love, adoration, glory, praise, blessings, and prayer. At their smallest act, nothing was missing. From this act flowed the multiplicity of qualities of the single act of my supreme will. Embracing everything, in one act, they gave their Creator all that was due to him. If they loved it. If they loved, they loved. Isolated acts that do not unite with all other acts cannot be considered perfect. These are meager acts of human will. It is therefore only in the Fiat that the soul can find true perfection in its deeds and offer a divine act to its Creator. I did my usual deeds in the eternal will. My ever-kind Jesus moved in me and said to me, "My daughter, you are our echo. When you enter into our will to love, to praise, to ask for the coming of our kingdom, we hear in you the echo of our love, the echo of our glory, the echo of our Fiat. Who wants to come and reign on earth? Who wants to be prayed to again and again, and who wants to be in a hurry to come and reign on earth as he reigns in heaven?" And when you go through all of creation to follow the deeds of the Supreme Will, we hear your echo. In the sea. In the valleys. On the mountains. In the sun. In the sky and in the stars. In all things. That this echo is BEA. It is our echo that resonates in all our things. In this echo, we hear that of our voice, the movement of our works, the trace of our steps, the movements and beats of our heart. We delight in your smallness when in your echo. You imitate our voice. You copy the movements of our works. You imitate the sound of our footsteps, and you love with our own heartbeat. Then, sighing, he added, my daughter, if the sun had the reason and if he saw a plant, a being who wanted to become a sun, it would increase its light, its heat, and all its effects on this being to make it become sun. And even then, he would not refuse his light and its effects on other beings. For it is in the nature of light to spread wherever it is and to do good to all. The wealthy being, receiving all the reflections and all the goods that the sun contains, would become a Sunday. What glory, what satisfaction would the sun not know by being able to form another sun? The whole earth, for many centuries, has never received so much glory, so much love, by receiving its many effects, as this being who would have become sun. By living in our fiat, the soul only imitates its creator. The eternal sun concentrates in it all its reflections, letting it become the little sun in the image of the divine Sunday. Was it not our purpose in saying, let us make man in our image and likeness? To create man without our likeness and without carrying in him the image of the one who created him, this would be neither proper nor worthy of a work of our hands. The power of this regenerating breath out of our womb could not have engendered a dissimilar being to us. What would we say about a mother who would generate not a child with eyes, a mouth, hands, feet, and who would look like her in everything smaller than her, without missing a single one of the mother's organs? But who would generate a plant, a bird, a stone, all things that are dissimilar to him? It would be unbelievable, unnatural and unworthy for a mother who would not have been able to infuse her image and all her limbs into her new born. All things generate and form things that resemble them. All the more so God, being the first creator, for his honor and glory was to form creatures like him. My daughter, may your flight into my will be continuous so that she can concentrate her rays on you, and by throwing her stingers at you, make you her little son. After which I felt tired and could not bring myself to write down what my beloved Jesus had told me. And Jesus, to my surprise, to give me the will and strength to do so, said to me, my daughter, don't you know that these writings come from the depths of my heart, and that I make flow in them his tenderness to soften those who will read them, and the solidity of my divine words to strengthen them in the truths of my will? In all the words, truths, and examples that I have you write, I make the dignity of my heavenly wisdom flow in such a way that those who read them or who will read them, if they are in grace, will feel in them my tenderness, the firmness of my word and the light of my wisdom, thus remaining attracted as by magnets, in the knowledge of my will. As for those who are not in grace, they will not be able to deny that it is a light. Light always does good, it never does harm. It illuminates, it warms. It makes discover the least visible things, encouraging to love them. Who can say that the sun does not do him good? No one. In these writings, it is more than a sun, that I come out of my heart so that they can do good to all. That's why I want you to write. It is because of the great good I want to do to the human family. I consider them to be my own writings. For I am the one who dictates. And you are the little secretary of the long history of my will. I then followed in the divine will all that my sweet Jesus did when he was on earth in his humanity. I asked in each of his actions that his fiat is known and let him come to reign in triumph among the creatures. My greatest good, Jesus, moving in me, said to me, my daughter, just as creation is a veil that hides my will, In the same way, my humanity and all my works, my tears and my sufferings are all veils that hide my Supreme Fiat. He reigned in my deeds, triumphant and domineering, and he laid the foundation for the purpose of coming to reign in the human acts of creatures. But do you know who tears these veils to let him come to dominate in his heart? The one who recognizes him in each of my actions and invites him to go out. It tears the veil of my works. It enters into them. It recognizes the noble queen and she prays to her. She urges her not to remain hidden anymore. Opening her heart to him, she invites him to enter. She tears the veil of my tears, my blood, my sufferings. It tears the veil of the sacraments, the veil of my humanity. By submitting to it, she implores him to no longer remain veiled, but to be recognized as queen, which she is, in order to establish his empire and to train the children of his kingdom. Hence the need to go everywhere, in our will and in all our works, to find the noble queen of our will hidden in them, and to beg her to reveal herself, to leave her apartments, so that all may know her and let her reign. My poor spirit bathed in the infinite sea of eternal will. My adorable Jesus showed me, like the greatest prodigy, how his most holy will, although immense, could be contained in the smallness of the creature. By remaining immense, in order to dominate her and form her life in her, the creature that remained immersed in the continuing act of this divine will was the miracle of miracles and the prodigy hitherto unknown. And my kind Jesus, all goodness, said to me, "Dear daughter of my will, you must know that only my eternal will possesses a continuous act that never ceases. This act is full of life and therefore gives life to all that is. He preserves everything and maintains balance in himself and in all things. Only he can boast of possessing this continuous act, which gives life permanently and who loves indefinitely without ever stopping for a moment. If my own humanity possesses it, it is due to the fact that the continuous act of the Supreme Fiat flowed into it. How long has the life of my humanity lasted on earth? It was extremely short. As soon as she had accomplished what was necessary for the redemption, I went to the heavenly homeland and my deeds remained. But if they stayed, it was because they were animated by the continuous act of my will. On the other hand, my will never goes away. It is always in its place, pre-existing, without ever interrupting her act of life on everything that came out of her. Oh! If my will left the earth and all created things, they would lose their whole lives and they would return to nothingness. For my will created all things out of nothing. If she withdrew, they would all lose their existence. Do you want to know who is the one who allowed himself to be dominated by this continuous act of my supreme will? Who, without ever giving life to his own will, received this continuous act of life of the divine will, so as to form in it a life fully divine and in the likeness of its creator. She was the heavenly and sovereign queen. From the first moment of her immaculate conception, she received this act of life from the divine will, to then receive it continuously throughout his life. It was the great prodigy, the incredible miracle, the life of the divine will in the Empress of Heaven. In fact, a single act of life of this Fiat can create the heavens, the suns, the seas, stars and everything he wants. Thus, all human acts placed before a single act of my will are like so many drops of water that dissolve in the ocean, like so many small flames in front of the sun, like so many atoms in the great space of the universe. Imagine then to yourself how high the Immaculate Queen must be, with this life of continuous act of divine will in it. A divine life, an immense and eternal will that possesses all possible and imaginable goods. Therefore, in all the feasts where the Church honors my Mother, the whole of heaven celebrates, glorifies, praises, and thanks the Supreme Will, because he sees his life in her, the primary cause by which she obtained the long-awaited Redeemer. Because this Fiat had life that reigned and dominated in it, heaven is in possession of the heavenly Jerusalem. It is precisely the divine will forming his life in this creature of excellence, who opened the heaven that had been closed by human will. It is therefore with justice that when they celebrate the Queen, they celebrate the Supreme Fiat which created his Queen, reigned in her, formed his life and is the primary cause of his eternal happiness. Thus, a creature which allows my will to dominate and who leaves him the free field to form his life in her, is the greatest of wonders. It can touch heaven and earth, and God himself. As if she does nothing while she does everything, and she alone can get the most important things, remove all obstacles, and deal with anything, because a divine will reigns in it. The omnipotence of the Fiat in the creature was necessary to ask for redemption. And my humanity, which possessed this power, was necessary to form it. In the same way, to ask for the coming of the kingdom of my Fiat himself. Another creature was needed that would let him dwell in her and would give him free rein to form his life, so that my will itself, through this creature, may accomplish the only and most important prodigy, his coming to reign on earth as in heaven. And because it is the most important thing and will restore balance in the human family, I do great things in you. I centralize in you all that is necessary and appropriate to know about this kingdom, the great good he wants to give, the happiness of those who live in him, its long history, his long suffering and for many centuries, because he wants to come and reign among the creatures to make them happy. But they do not open the doors to him. They do not languish after him. They don't invite him. They do not know him even though he is present among them. Only a divine will could bear with invincible patience to be among the creatures and to give them life without being known. My will is great, eternal and infinite. She wants to do, where she reigns, worthy things of its greatness, his holiness and of the power it contains. Therefore, my daughter, be attentive. It is not about anything or forming holiness, but about forming a kingdom for my adorable divine will. I was doing my usual deeds in the Supreme Fiat. My beloved Jesus came out of me and said to me, my daughter, during my passion, a lament came out of me from the depths of my tormented heart with immense sadness. They shared my clothes, and they drew lots for my tunic. How much I suffered to see my clothes shared between my executioners, and my tunic drawn by lot. It was the only object I owned and which had been given to me, with so much love, by my painful mother. Now, not only were they stripping me of it, but they were making a game out of it. But do you know what pierced me the most? In these clothes, Adam became present to me, dressed in the garment of innocence and covered with the unique invisible of my supreme will. In creating it, uncreated wisdom works better than a very loving mother. More than with a tunic, she clothed him in the eternal light of my will. Clothing that is not likely to be undone, divided, or removed. A garment that was to serve man to preserve in him the image of its creator, the gifts he had received, which were to make him admirable and holy in all things. In addition, he was thus clothed in the garment of innocence. And Adam, in Eden, by his passions, divided the clothes of innocence and drew lots the tunic of my will. An incomparable garment and a radiant light. What Adam did in Eden was repeated before my eyes on the Mount of Calvary. Seeing my clothes divided and my tunic drawn by lot, symbol of the royal garment given to man, my suffering was so intense that I made a lamentation of it. I saw the creatures doing their own will and draw my will by lot. And all the times they divide the garment of innocence by their passions. All goods are enclosed in man, by virtue of this royal garment of the divine will. Un foiterio sort. L'homme nest plus covert. Il perd tous les biais parce que il lui manque les vêtements qui les gardent enclos en lui. In z. Auxiliary nombre x moque font les creatures en faisant leur propre volonté. Elles ajoutent le mal irréparable de tirer au sort le vêtement royal de ma volonté. Un vêtement qui ne peut pas être remplacé par un autre vêtement. Ensuite, Monday du Jesus se montre lui-même en train de placer ma petite âme dans un soleil, et de me maintenir de ses saints mains dans cette lumière qui me couvrant complètement en dehors comme en dedans. M'empêche de voir autre chose que de la lumière. Et monde bien adore ajuda. Ma fille, en créant l'homme, la divinité. La place dans le soleil de la divine volonté, et touts les creatures avec lui. Ce soleil servait de vêtement. Non seulement à son âme. Mais ses rayons couvrent également son corps de sorte que, plus tu un vêtement, ils le rendent si beau et si magnifiquement vêtu. Que jamma ni rois ni empereurs ni furent revêtus d'un aussi resplendissant lumière. Ce qui descend tu avant de pécher Adam était nu, se trompant. C'est faux, faux. Si touts les choses que nous avons créées sont touts ornes et viches. Qui était notre joyau et pour qui touts choses furent créées. Ne devait-il pas avoir le plus beau vêtement et le plus bel ornement de touts? Il convient it don tu il recut le magnifique vêtement de la lumière du soleil de notre volonté. Comme il postait ce vêtement de lumière, il n'avait pas besoin de vêtements matériels pour se couvrir. Se retirant du Divine Fiat, la lumière se retira elle aussi de son âme et de son corps. Il perdit son magnifique vêtement. Ne se voyant plus entour de lumière, il se sentit nu. Hont hux de voir tu il était seul à être nu parmi toutes les choses créées. Il sentit le besoin de se couvrir et il se servait de choses superflues, de choses créées, pour couvrir sa nudité. Cela est vrai tu après la très grande tristesse. De voir mes vêtements partagés et ma tunique tirée au sort. My resurrected humanity has not taken any other clothes and I have put on the very resplendent garment of the Son of my supreme will. It was the same garment Adam had when he was created. Because to open the sky, my humanity had to wear the garment of sunlight of my supreme will, a royal garment. As he put in my hands the empire and the insignia of king, I opened the sky to all the redeemed. Presenting myself before the Heavenly Father, I offered him the clothes of his will, whole and magnificent, with which my humanity was covered, in order to make him recognize all the redeemed as our children. Thus, at the same time as it is life, my will is the true garment of the creature's creation and therefore has all rights to it. But what are they not doing to escape this light? So you stay in this Son of my eternal Fiat and I will help you to keep you in this light. Hearing this, I said to him, my Jesus and my all, how is this possible? Adam in the state of innocence did not need clothes because the light of your will was more than a garment. The sovereign queen, however, possessed your entire will and you were your own will. However, neither you nor the Heavenly Mother wore clothes of light. You both had material clothes to cover you. Why is that? Jesus went on to say, my daughter, my mom and I have established fraternal bonds with the creatures. We have come to raise a fallen humanity. And we have therefore adopted miseries and humiliations where she had fallen, in order to atone for creatures at the cost of our lives. If they had seen us clothed in light, who would have dared to approach us and associate with us? And during my passion, who would have dared to touch me? The light of the Son of my will would have blinded and defeated them. So I had to do a bigger miracle. By hiding the light in the veil of my humanity and appear as one of their own. Because my humanity represented not innocent Adam, but fallen Adam. I then had to submit to his evils, taking them upon me, as if they were mine, in order to atone for them before divine justice. but by resurrecting after death. Representing innocent Adam, the new Adam. I stopped the miracle of keeping hidden the clothes of the sun resplendent with my will, behind the veil of my humanity. And I clothed myself in a very pure light. With this dazzling royal garment I made my entrance into the heavenly homeland. Opening the door, which had remained closed until then, to let in all those who had followed me. In doing our will, no good is lost, and no evil is acquired. I continued my round in creation in order to follow the supreme will in all created things. As I did this, I thought to myself, what good am I doing? What glory do I give to this adorable Fiat? Reviewing all the things created. By putting my little I love you? This is, perhaps, just a waste of time. While I was asking myself this question, moving in me, my sweetheart, Jesus said to me, my daughter, what do you say? With my will one never wastes one's time, quite the contrary. By following it we save eternal time. Now, you must know that each thing has its pleasure, one distinct from the other. That's us, who have set up these pleasures, for the purpose of using it, for us and for the creature. In everything flows our love, and you, passing through them, you make flow the little note of yours. Do you not want to put on all our love? Your little notes, your periods, your commas, your little strings, who speak of love and which, harmonizing with ours, bring us, and you the desired pleasure? A pleasure is more appreciated when you are in company. Isolation reduces satisfaction. Your company, during your visits to creation, reminds us of the many amusements that we placed in everything created, reviving our tastes. While you please us, we do the same with you. Would you like our will to be isolated? No, a little girl is never without her mother. She is always on her lap, following her in all her actions. As my poor mind swam in the immense ocean of eternal Fiat, my kind Jesus added, my daughter, among the qualities and prerogatives possessed by my will is the uninterrupted act of beatitude, and, the more the soul does in my will, the more it accumulates these distinct acts of beatitude in it. This means that, the more acts it performs in the Fiat, the greater its capital of beatitudes, making it the owner, bringing him infinite peace on earth, and in heaven, she will feel all the effects and enjoyments of these beatitudes in her. You see, it's like second nature. While you are on earth, from heaven, my will liberates, of itself, an act always renewed, of infinite bliss. But who benefits from this new permanent act? The saints, the angels who live from the divine will to heaven. Now, for the one who is in exile and who lives in her, it would not be fair for her to lose all her acts of beatitude, and that it be just, they are, therefore, kept in reserve in his soul, so that, at the moment when she leaves for her heavenly homeland, she may enjoy it, by putting herself on the same level as the others who received this new act of uninterrupted beatitudes. You see what an act of more or less means in my will. To have so many acts of beatitude in addition, for as many times as she did my will, and lose as many times as she did her own. For all the times she did my will, it did not only accumulate acts of beatitude, but also holiness, divine science, distinct acts of beauty and love. In addition, if it was all the time in my eternal Fiat, she will have holiness as her creator. Oh, how wonderful it will be for this creature, when in heaven we hear, in it, the echo of our beatitudes, our holiness, our love, finally, our echo on earth and in the heavenly fatherland. I continued my state of surrender in the supreme will. In the meantime my mind was moving throughout creation. I followed the divine will in all that was created, so that my will would become one with his own, and forms only one act with his own. Lingering with me, my ever-kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, by bringing creation into the world, the divinity delocalized his will. One remained inside. For our diet, our joy, our happiness, our satisfaction and for the innumerable and infinite beatitudes that we possess, for our will holds the first place in all our deeds. The other delocalized will came out of us in creation, to give us, externally, divine glory and honors, innumerable joys and happinesses. In fact, our will possesses joys, happinesses and beatitudes as its own qualities. That is its nature. If she did not release from herself the countless beatitudes and happiness she possesses, it would be an unnatural thing for her. The Supreme Majesty placed our delocalized will in all creation so that it could constitute the life and act of every created thing. Thus she drew from herself innumerable riches, beatitudes and joys without limits, that only the power of my eternal Fiat could preserve and maintain so that they would never lose their integrity and beauty. These properties, out of us, glorified us, giving us the glory of continuous and divine acts for every created thing that came into the light of day. They were established as the property of creatures which, unifying their will to ours, had to have their act in every act of our will. Just like we had to have the divine act of our will in everything created, we must also have the act of the creature, transfused, as if they were only one act. The creature would then know its riches. Knowing them, she would love them and acquire the right to possess them. How many divine acts does not my Supreme will do in everything created without the creature having even the slightest knowledge of these acts? And if she does not know them, how can she love and possess them, if they are unknown to her? Thus all the riches, all the happinesses that the divine acts present in the whole creation are inactive and lifeless for her creatures. If they receive anything, it is not as property, but as an effect of the Supreme Will that always gives of what is to it. It also gives, as alms, to those who have no right of possession. Others take them by usurpation. In fact, to possess these goods that the Heavenly Father has put into creation, the creature must make its way. It must rise to a union with the divine will in order to work with her, to perform the same acts, know them in order to make them, and to be able to say, "What she does, I do too." It thus acquires the right of possession of all acts in the Supreme Will. When two wills become one, mine and yours no longer exist. On the contrary, by right, what is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. That is why my Supreme Will calls you, waiting for you, in everything created. She wants make you know the riches that are in it, make you repeat her divine acts with her, and give you the right of possession. You become his property yourself. You remain dissolved in his immense riches and in his deeds. Oh, how much the Divine Fiat loves to make you the owner of its immense riches! His desire to be an heiress is so great that he is doubly happy when he sees a creature who knows his possessions and makes his divine deeds his own. At the moment he saw that man, by evading his will, to get lost on the road that was to lead him to own his domains, the Divine Fiat did not stop. There was the excess of love and the long sufferings, seeing his riches inactive for the good of the creatures. Then the Eternal Word was clothed in human flesh. He constituted himself life from each of his acts in order to form for the creatures more goods, powerful aids and effective remedies more within the reach of a fallen humanity, in order to realize the purpose of making them owners of creation. Nothing comes out of us without the plan to bring the creature back into our will. Otherwise, we ourselves would be strangers to our own works. So, my daughter, creation and redemption have as their primary objective that everything be our will, in heaven as on earth. That's why it is present and flows everywhere and in all places, so that everything becomes her own and that she can give everything that is to her. Therefore, be attentive in following our works. Satisfies the insistent desire of my Supreme Will who wants the one, who own his property. I was thinking of the Supreme Fiat. I prayed to my sweet Jesus to give me grace, so great, to make me fully and completely fulfill his most holy will, and to make it known to the whole world, that he may be reinstated in the glory that creatures deny him. I was thinking about that and other things. My sweet Jesus moved in me and said to me, "My daughter, why do you want my will to be made in you and known by all?" And I want it because you want it. I want it so that the divine order of your kingdom can be established on earth. I want it so that the human family no longer lives apart from you, but may be rallied again to the divine family from which she comes. And Jesus, sighing, added, "My daughter, your reason and mine are one. When a son pursues the same goal as his father, he wants what his father wants. He never dwells in the house of another. He works in his father's fields, and when he is with other people, he speaks of his father's kindness, ingenuity, and great projects. It is said of this son that he loves his father, that it is the perfect copy, that it is clearly seen that he belongs to this family, that he is a worthy son who carries within him, with honor, the generation of his father. These are the signs that one belongs to the celestial family, have the same purpose as mine, to want the same will, to dwell in it as in one's own home, work to make it known. And if we speak, we can only say that what is done and willed in our heavenly family, this creature, is clearly recognized, on all sides and with good reason, with justice and right, as a girl, which belongs to us, who is of our family, which is not deprived of its origin, who preserves in her the image, the manners, the behaviors, the life of her father, of the one who created her. Also, you are from our family. And the more you make my will known, the more you are distinguished, before heaven and earth, as a girl who belongs to us. Par contra. Celui qui ne poursuit pas le même but. Ne demarque trace pou, sinon pas du tout, dans le palais royal de notre volonté. Il cesta se promener, tantôt dans une maison, tantôt dans une ville tautis. Il ne cesta vagabonder dans les passions du dehors. Accomplissant des actes indignes de sa famille. Sil travail, c'est dans des champs étrangers. Sil parle, l'amour, la bonté, l'ingéniosité, les grands desseins de son père ne résonnent jamais sur ses lèvres. Par tout son comportement, on ne peut reconnaître qu'il appartient à cette famille. Celui-là peut il être fils de cette famille? And if he comes from this family, he is a degenerate son who broke all the ties that connected him to this family. Consequently, only he who does my will and lives in it can be called my child, a member of my divine and heavenly family. All the others are degenerate children and as strangers to our family. Thus, when you take care of my divine fiat, if you speak, if you circulate in him, you are celebrating us because we feel that it is someone who belongs to us. We feel that it is our daughter who speaks, who circulates, who works in the field of our will. And for his own children, the doors are open. No apartment is closed to them. Because what belongs to the Father belongs to the children. In the children is placed the hope of the long generation of the Father. This is how I put in you the hope of the long generation of children of my eternal Fiat. My mind kept thinking about the Supreme Will and I thought to myself, but, how is it possible that I, a little being so insignificant and good for nothing, who has no dignity, authority, or superiority I can impose me, spread myself, and speak of this Son of the Divine Will to make it known and train the children of his generation? I thought that. My sweet Jesus interrupted my thoughts and went out of my interior to say to me, "My daughter, this is my usual way of making my works, the biggest, first one-on-one with a single person. Only with my mother alone, I perform the great prodigy of my incarnation. No one has entered our secrets. No one entered the sanctuary of our apartments to see what was going on between me and the heavenly sovereign. Nor did she hold a position of authority or dignity in the world. Because when I choose, what interests me? It is not the state of dignity or superiority of the person. But rather I look at the individual, on whose face I can see my will, which is the greatest dignity and the highest authority. The little girl of Nazareth had no position, no dignity, no superiority in this world. She possessed my will. Thus heaven and earth were hanging on her. The fate of humanity was in his hands, and the fate of all my glory that I was to receive from all creation. It is therefore sufficient that the mystery of the Incarnation be formed in this chosen creature, in the unique, so that others are able to receive the benefits. My one and only humanity gave birth to the generation of the redeemed. Just to form all the good that one wants to have, in one person. To give life to the generation of this good. Similarly, it only takes one seed to multiply by thousands and thousands the generation of this seed. Thus, all the power, the virtue, the ability that a creative virtue needs, lies in the formation of this first seed. Once formed, it acts like yeast, generations follow each other. Consequently, if one soul will give me absolute freedom, to enclose in it the good that I want, to let me form in it the Son of the Supreme Fiat, this Son will form the generation of children of my will and thus sting its rays on the surface of the earth. You should know that all our greatest works carry within them the image of divine unity. The more good they do, so many good they reap from this supreme unity. You can also see in creation examples of divine unity. Works that, while unique, do so much good, that the multiplicity of our other works all put together does not do the same. Look under the vault of the sky, there is only one sun. How many benefits does it not contain? How much does he not bring to the earth? It can be said that life on earth depends on the sun. Although alone, he envelopes with his light all and everything. He carries everything within his light and gives a distinct act to each thing. According to the variety of things he invests, it transmits fecundity, development, color, sweetness, beauty. The sun is all alone while the stars are numerous. However, the stars do not bring the same benefits to the earth as the sun. Although this one is all alone, the power of a single act, animated by the creative power, is incomprehensible. There is nothing he cannot give life to. It can change the face of the earth by transforming it from arid and desert to a flowering spring. There is only one sky and it stretches everywhere. There is only one water, even if it is divided into very many points of the earth, forming seas, lakes, and rivers. When it falls from the sky, it is in one form. It is found anywhere on earth. In the end, the things created by us, carrying within them the image of divine unity, are the most beneficial. Without them, life would not exist on earth. So, my daughter, don't think that you are all alone or that you have no external dignity and authority. It means nothing. I will accomplish in you the unity of a grandiose work. My will is more than anything. Its light seems mute, but in his silence, it invests the intelligences. It makes them speak with such eloquence that the most learned, stunned, are silenced. The light does not speak, but it shows, it makes known the most hidden things. Thanks to its soft and tender warmth, it warms up. The one softens the hardest things, the most stubborn hearts. Light contains no seeds, no matter. Everything in her is pure. One can only see a silvery, resplendent wave of light. But it knows how to infiltrate and generate, develop, fertilize the most sterile things. Who can resist the power of light? No one. Even the blind, while not seeing it, they feel its warmth. The dumb, the deaf, feel and receive the benefits of light. Who will be able to resist the light of my eternal Fiat? All his knowledge will be more than the rays of light of my to want. By stinging the surface of the earth and by penetrating into the hearts, They will bring the good that the light of my will contains and can do. However, its rays must have their sphere from which to begin. They must be centered in a single point, from which to arise in order to form dawn, day, afternoon, and bedtime in hearts, to rise it. Nu. The sphere, the single point, is you. The rays centered in this point are my knowledge. Who will give fruitfulness to the generation of children of the kingdom of my will. That's why I always tell you, be attentive. So that none of my knowledge is lost. If that were the case, you would make your sphere lose a ray. You can't imagine all the good in it. For each ray contains its specialty among the benefits intended for the children of my will. You would at the same time deprive me of the glory of this good of my children. You would also deprive yourself of the glory of spreading one more ray of your sphere. I was all agitated because my sweet Jesus was not coming. But in my delirium, I said nonsense, and in the intensity of my suffering, I repeated, Jesus, you have changed. I never thought you would come to the point of depriving me of you for so long. But as I poured out my sorrow, my sweet Jesus came as a little child and, throwing himself into my arms, said to me, my daughter, tell me, and you, have you changed? Maybe you love someone else? Do you no longer want to do my will? These questions from Jesus stung me and, sorry, I said to him, Jesus, what do you mean by that? No, I haven't changed and I have no other love. And I would rather die than not do your most holy will. My sweet Jesus added. So you haven't changed? Well then, my daughter, if you who have a nature subject to change, you have not changed, could I myself change, I who am immutable? I was confused and didn't know what to answer. My Jesus, all goodness, added, do you want to see how I was in the womb of my sovereign mother and what I suffered in her? And saying this, he placed himself in me, in the middle of my chest, lying down, in a state of perfect stillness. His little hands and little stretched feet were pitiful to see. He had no space to move, open his eyes, breathe freely. And the hardest part was seeing him die continuously. What a pain to see my little Jesus die. I felt placed with him in the same state of stillness. Then, after some time, the little baby Jesus pressed me against him and said to me, my daughter, my condition in the womb was very painful. My little humanity had a perfect use of his reason and his infinite wisdom. Therefore, from the first moment of my conception, I understood my painful condition, not even having a trickle of light in the darkness of the maternal prison. What a long night of 9 months! The narrowness of the place forced me to be of perfect stillness, always in silence. I could neither moan nor sob to express my sorrow. How many tears have I not shed in the sanctuary of my mother's womb, without making the slightest movement? And that was nothing. My little humanity had made a commitment to die to satisfy divine justice. As many times as the creatures had killed the divine will in them. By making the great affront of giving life to the human will, causing the divine will to die in it. Oh, how much these deaths cost me! Die and live, live and die. It was for me the most heartbreaking and continual suffering. Especially since my divinity is one end. Being inseparable from me. In receiving these satisfactions from me, she behaved as a vigilante. Although my humanity was holy and pure, she was like a college lantern to the immense sun of my divinity. I felt all the weight of the satisfactions that I had to give to this divine sun, as well as the sorrow of a fallen humanity that was to be resurrected thanks to my many deaths. It was the rejection of the divine will, by giving life to one's own will, which led to the ruin of fallen humanity. And I had to maintain my humanity and my human will in a state of permanent death, so that the divine will may have its life continued in me, in order to extend his kingdom there. From the moment of my conception, I didn't think. I didn't take care of myself. Then to extend the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat in my humanity, at the cost of not giving life to my human will in order to resurrect fallen humanity. So that, once the kingdom is established in me, I begin to prepare the graces, the necessary things, the sufferings, the desired satisfactions, to make it known and founded within creatures. Therefore, all that you do, all that I do in you for this kingdom, is nothing but the continuation of what I have done from the moment of my conception in the womb of my mother. So, if you want me to extend the kingdom of eternal Fiat within you, let me free and never give life to your will. After which I continued my deeds in the eternal will, and my sweet Jesus added, my daughter, my will represents the soul, and creation represents his body. The latter having only one soul, this one has only one will. The body has many senses, like different touches, each of them making his little music, and each member shall exercise his or her own function. However, there is such an order, such harmony between them, that when a member exercises his function, all others focus on the active member, suffering from pain if he suffers, enjoying if he is in joy. For the will that animates them, and the strength that inhabits them, is the same, the only one. This is the whole creation. It is like a body animated by my will. Although each thing created has its distinct function, they are also united with each other, are more than the limbs for their body. As my will is the only one to animate and dominate them, their strength is one. The one who makes my will and lives in it, is a member who belongs to the body of creation and therefore possesses the universal force of all created things, including even that of its creator. Because my will flows in the veins of all creation, more than the blood in the body, a blood that is pure, holy, vivified with light, and which goes so far as to spiritualize the body itself. The soul is all absorbed in the work of creation, to do what she does, to be in communication with his actions, and the whole creation is focused on her to receive her deeds. Because the function, the little sonata of this member within creation, is so beautiful that everyone wants to hear it. Therefore, life in my will is the happiest and the most indescribable destined. The starting point of his actions is always the sky, and his life in the middle of the spheres. I was waiting impatiently for little baby Jesus. After many sighs, he finally arrives. He threw himself like a little baby into my arms, and he said to me, "Daughter, do you want to see how my inseparable mom saw me when I came out of her womb? Look at me, and see." I looked at him and saw a little baby of rare and delightful beauty. From all his little humanity, from his eyes, his hands, and his feet emanated resplendent rays of light, which emanated from the resplendent rays of light which not only enveloped him, but extended until they could touch the heart of every creature. It was as if to give them the first salvation of his coming to earth, the first toc knock on the door of their heart, so that they open him and let him in. This blow was soft, but penetrating, however, being a shot of light. He made no noise, but it was louder than any noise. Also, that night, all of them felt something unusual in their hearts. But few were those who opened the door to receive him. And the tender little child, receiving no sign in return, neither response to his little blows, began to cry. He sobbed, moaned and sighed. Her lips were livid and trembling from the cold. The light that came out of him was busy striking at the heart of creatures, from which he received the first discharges. But as soon as he came out of the womb of his heavenly mother, he threw himself into her maternal arms to give her the first kiss, the first embrace. His little arms could not hug him entirely, but the light that came out of his little hands surrounded him entirely, so the mother and the son bathed in the same light. Oh! How the Mother Queen responded to her son's embrace and kiss! They remained so well embraced that they seemed to merge into each other. She returned to him, through her love, the first rejection that Jesus received from the hearts of creatures. The dear and charming little baby dropped off his first birth certificate, his graces, his first pain, in the heart of his mother. Thus, what was seen in the son could be seen in his mother. After which the graceful little baby came into my arms and hugging me very tightly. I felt that he was entering me, and I was entering him. Then he said to me, "My daughter, I wanted to kiss you as I kissed my dear mother when I was born, so that you could receive the first act of my birth and my first suffering, my first tears and my first moans, and so that you may be taken with compassion for my painful state at birth. If I hadn't had my mom in whom to be able place all the good of my birth and direct in it the light of my divinity which I, the word of the Father, contained, I wouldn't have found anyone in whom to place the infinite treasure of my birth, or to whom to direct the light of my divinity which emanated from my little humanity. See therefore how much it is needed that when the Supreme Majesty decides that great good must be done to creatures, and which must serve as a universal good, we chose one to whom to give so many graces, that she may receive in herself all the good that all others must receive. In fact, if the others do not receive all of them, or only a part of them, our work does not remain suspended and fruitless. But the chosen soul receives all this good in itself and our work receives the return of its fruit. Thus, my mother was the custodian not only of my life, but of all my actions. In all my actions, I looked first, before doing them. If I could put them in her, I deposited in her my tears, my vagissements, the cold and the suffering I endured. She echoed all my actions and received everything with incessant thanksgiving. It was a competition between mother and son. I who gave, she who received. When my little humanity made its first entry on this earth, my divinity wanted to radiate it, in order to go everywhere to make his first visit sensitive to all creation. Heaven and earth, all has been visited by his Creator, except man. They had never received so much honor and glory as when all have been able to see their King, their Creator, came among them. Everyone felt honored, for they were to serve the one whose existence they had received. Therefore, all of them were celebrating. At my birth I received a very great joy and glory from my mom and of all creation. But I received great pain from the creatures. That is why I came to you, to feel the joys of my mother repeat themselves in me, and place in you the fruits of my birth. I thought after that, how sad this little cave where the baby Jesus was born must have been. How much it was exposed to all the winds and cold, to the point of being trancy. Instead of men, there were animals to keep him company. And I thought to myself, which prison was the saddest and most painful? The prison of the night of his passion or the cave of Bethlehem? And my sweet baby added, my daughter, the sadness of the prison of my passion cannot be compared with the cave of Bethlehem. In the cave, I had my mom close to me, body and soul. She was with me, therefore. I had all the joys of my dear mother. And she had all those of her son, who formed our paradise. The joys of a mother who owns her child are great. The joys of owning a mother are even greater. I found everything in her, and she found everything in me. And then there was my dear Saint Joseph, who served me as my father, and I felt all the joys he felt because of me. On the other hand, in my passion, our joys were all interrupted. Because we had to give way to suffering and, between mother and son, we felt the great pain of the forthcoming separation. Separation at least sensitive, which was to take place at my death between the mother and the son. In the cave, animals recognized me, honored me and tried to warm me with their breath. In the prison, even men did not recognize me, and to insult me, they covered me with spitting and opprobrium. So there is no possible comparison between the two. My mind was bathed in the sun of eternal will. My beloved Jesus said to me, my daughter, the affront that a creature commits by not doing my will is great. My will is more than sunlight. It invades everything and all things and no one can escape its infinite light. By doing one's own will, The creature wants to cut off this light and form in it its darkness. But my will rises and continues its course of light, leaving the creature in the darkness of his will. If someone would cut off the sunlight and form in him a long night, wouldn't it be said that he is crazy and is committing a great evil? Poor unfortunate! He would die of cold, no longer receiving heat and sunlight. He would die of boredom, unable to act because he would lack the blessing of light. He would starve to death, having neither light nor heat to cultivate and fertilize his small field covered by the darkness of his will. It looks like he is. It would have been better if such an unhappy being had never been born. All this happens in the soul that does its will. Therefore, the most deplorable evil is not to do my will. For when my will is taken away, the soul dies of coldness for all celestial goods. She dies of boredom, fatigue, weakness, because my will is absent. And it is she who makes the joy, the strength, and the life of the divine operation. The soul dies of hunger, because light is absent, which comes to fertilize the small field that forms the food from which it must live. Creatures think that not doing my will is not a great evil. It contains all the evils together. After which he added, "My daughter, every good, to be a good, must have its origin in God. Consequently, love, the fact itself of doing good. Suffering, the heroism of creatures who throw themselves head first to accomplish something. The study of the sciences, sacred and profane. In short, everything that does not have its origin in God, swells the creature, the emptiness of grace. And all those goods that do not have their origin in God, only begin with a human origin and are like works swept by a great wind which, with its power, reduced to a pile of dust. The cities, the villas, the sumptuous residences. How many times does a powerful wind not destroy the most beautiful works of art and ingenuity? Laughing, with his fury, at his works so vaunted and admired. How many times the powerful wind? Self-esteem. Personal glory. Doesn't he slaughter the most beautiful works? I feel the nausea that this property itself gives me. There is therefore no cure. Which is more efficient, more appropriate and which is more healing? Which blocks the fury of these winds in the soul, that the power of the light of my will and the eclipse it forms. Whenever this power, this eclipse formed by the divine light is present, these winds are prevented from blowing and the creature lives under the vital influence of a divine will. In such a way that the seal of the Fiat can be seen in all its acts, big and small. Its motto is, God wants it, I want it. If God doesn't want it, neither will I. Moreover, my will maintains a perfect balance in creation. It maintains balance. Love, goodness, mercy, courage, power and even justice. Consequently, when you hear about chastisement and trouble, it is only the effect of my balanced will. Despite her love of creatures, she is not prone to imbalance. She would otherwise be defective and weak if she lost her balance. All the order and holiness of my will is in this. Its perfect balance always the same, without ever changing. For, my daughter, the firstborn of my will, listen to something beautiful on my Supreme Fiat. My will delocalizes and transfers its perfect balance into the soul, who lives in her and let her reign to form her kingdom. Thus, the soul feels balanced in love, kindness, mercy, courage, power, and justice. Creation is extremely vast. My will exercises its distinct act of balance in everything. The soul has this balance. Thus my will elevates him and extends him to the point of finding in all his deeds the balance of each other by unifying them to make them inseparable. In z, law creature. Se trouve el mim dans le soleil. Pour faire les actes équilibrés que ma volonté complète en lui se trouve. In the sea. In the sky. In the small flower that blooms, to bring its fragrance. In the little bird, who sings to rejoice the whole creation with the balance of joy. It is located in the fury of wind, water, storms. For the balance of justice. In short, my will cannot be without this creature. They are inseparable and live together. And do you think it is little that the soul can say? I am stretched out into heaven to preserve it for the good of my brothers. I am present in the sun to germinate and fertilize, to give light and to prepare food for all humanity and so on for everything else? Who can ever say, I love my God as he loves himself? I love everyone and I do all the good that my Creator does to the whole human family? The only one who receives the balance of this divine fiat and allows him to reign in her. My sweet Jesus, when he arrived, was seen carrying a son in the center of his chest, holding him tightly in his arms. Approaching me, he took this son from the center of his chest and hands. He placed it in the center of mine. Then he took my hands in his to hold the son tightly. He said to me, this son is my will, hold it well and never let it escape. For he has the power to convert everything into light, you and all your deeds. In order to incorporate you completely into him. To form a single Sunday. After which I thought of all that my sweet Jesus had done by coming to earth for redemption. In order to join me in his actions and to ask him, by the love of his own deeds, to make known his will so that it may reign. And my beloved Jesus added, my daughter. As soon as my humanity was conceived, a new creation began, in order to deposit the kingdom of my will there. In all the acts performed by my humanity. All my actions, inside and outside my humanity, were animated by the creative power of the divine will. They suffered the new creation by transforming themselves into acts of divine will. So I extended his reign inside me and in my external acts. In fact, who destroyed and rejected this kingdom of my will in man? It is his human will. Who rejected mine, and allowed himself to be dominated and animated by his own poor former en l'homme royaume de misères, de passions et de ruines. Monde humanite devait refaire et rappeler en moi, ce royaume de la supreme volonté dans ma nature humaine, afin d'être prêt à former la rédemption et de pouvoir donner à elle humanite les remedies qui la sauveraient. Sigen avise pas mis ce royaume en churet en moi, sigen il we avise pas d'un le droit de regner. Gen aurais pas pu realizer le biais de la rédemption. If I would not have had the primordial right to form his kingdom within me, my divine will would not have ceded its property to me. She would have given me only in a second time, the remedies to save the creatures. My supreme will aligned itself in all my actions. She dominated and triumphed. She invested in her creative power. My tears, my moans, my sighs, my palpitations, my steps, my works, my words and my sufferings, in short, all things. She imbuing them with her endless light. And she formed the new creation of her kingdom in my deeds. Consequently, the more things I realized, the more the divine fiat expanded the limits of its kingdom in my humanity. Creation was called from nothingness and was formed on the basis of my creative word, who spoke, created, and commanded that all things take their place with order and harmony. In the creation of the kingdom of the Supreme Will, my will was not content to form the kingdom from nothing. But she wanted, as a guarantee, to the base, foundations, walls and all the acts and sufferings of my most holy humanity, to form the creation of his kingdom. You can see how much this kingdom of my will has cost me. How much love I put into it. Therefore, this kingdom exists. All I have to do is make it known with all the goods it contains. So, what I want from you is that, just as my humanity has left my will free to form its kingdom, you can leave me free, without denying me anything, so that I find in you no opposition and my actions may flow into you, take their place of honor and align well in order to continue in you the life of the kingdom of my will. After which my sweet Jesus escaped like lightning. I wanted to follow him, but in this flash I saw with great bitterness that contagious diseases were going to spread to all nations, including Italy. It seemed to me that men would die everywhere and depopulate homes. The scourge would be more violent in several nations, but almost all would be affected. It seems to me that men join hands to offend the Lord. Our Lord affects them all with the same plagues. But I hope it calms down and people have less to suffer. I meditated on the year that was ending and the news that was beginning. 2. I continued my flight in the light of the divine will. I prayed to the beautiful child Jesus that, just as the year that ends would never be reborn, he would make my will die so as never to be reborn. I prayed to him only as a gift for the new year. He would give me his will, just as I gave him mine as a stool for his tender little feet. And that I can have no life but his only will. I said this and other things. My sweet Jesus came out of me and said to me, Daughter of my will, how much I want, love, and desire that your will may die in you. Oh, how I accept your gift! What a pleasure I will have to use it as a stool for my feet. In fact, as long as it remains in the creature, out of its center which is God, the human will is hard. But when she returns to the center from which she left, to serve as a stool at the feet of your little child Jesus, it becomes soft, and I use it for fun. Isn't it fair that, as small as I am, I have fun? And that in the midst of so much suffering, deprivation, and tears, I have your will to please me? You must know that the creature that puts an end to its own will, returns to its point of origin. Then the new life, the life of light, the eternal life of my will begins in it. When I came to earth, I wanted to give a lot of examples on how to put an end to the human will. I wanted to be born at midnight to break the night of the human will with the resplendent day of mine. Although at midnight, the night continues. It's still the beginning of a new day. My angels, to honor my birth and to show everyone the day of my will. From midnight, embellish the vault of the heavens with new stars and suns, to turn night into brighter light than daylight. It was the tribute that the angels paid to my little humanity, in which resided the full day of the sun of my divine will, and the reminder of the creatures in it. As a child, I submitted to the cruel wound of circumcision, which made me cry bitter tears. Not only to me, but to my mother and my dear Saint Joseph. It was the break I wanted to give to the human will, in order to make the divine will flow into it, so that there is no more will cut off, but only mine. As a child, I wanted to flee to Egypt. A tyrannical and iniquitous will wanted to kill me. Symbol of the human will that wants to kill mine. I fled, in order to tell everyone. Fuis la volonté humaine, si vous en voulez pas que l'homme soit tué. Ma vie entière en était rien d'autre que rappeler la divine volonté dans celle humaine. En Egypte, j'avais comme un étranger au milieu de ces peuples. Symbole de ma volonté qui est considéré par lui comme un étranger et symbolisant que la personne qui veut vivre en paix est unie à ma volonté, doit vivre comme étranger à la volonté humaine. Sinon, il y aura toujours la guerre entre les deux. Ce sont deux volontés irréconciliables. Après mon exil, je suis rentré dans ma patrie. Symbole de ma volonté qui, après un long exil de siècles en siècles, revient dans sa chère patrie pour y regner parmi ses enfants. Et en passant ces étapes de ma vie, j'ai formé son royaume en moi et j'ai élipelé par d'incessants prières, dans la douleur et dans les larmes, pour venir regner parmi les creatures. Je suis rentré dans ma patrie et j'avais cache et en canu. Oh! Combien cela symbolise la douleur de ma volonté vivante cachée et inconnue. Et dans cet anonymat, j'ai demandé que soit connue la supreme volonté. Tu el puis recevoir l'homage et la gloire qu'il lui sont dus. Choc chose kje facis symbolisette. Unsouffrance de ma volonté. La condition ou les creatures la plaquent, et. Un appel à revenir dans son royaume. Et c'est ce que j'ai versé soit travail. Le constant rappel du royaume de ma volonté parmi les creatures. 4. I then went through all of creation to bring back the heavens, the stars, the sun, the moon, the sea. In short, all creation. At the feet of the child Jesus to ask him, all together, the coming of this kingdom of his will to earth. And in my desire, I told him, see, I am not alone in praying to you, but heaven prays with the voice of all the stars. The sun, with the voice of its light and warmth. The sea, with its murmur. All pray that your will come to reign on earth. How can you resist all those voices that pray to you? They are innocent voices, voices animated by your will itself that pray to you. I was saying that my little Jesus came out of me to receive the homage of all creation and to listen to his silent language. As he hugged me, he said, my daughter, the best ways to hasten the coming of my will to earth are knowledge. Knowledge. Bring light and warmth, and they form in them the first act of God. In what way the creature finds the first act on which to form his own? If she did not find the first act, the creature not having the virtue of forming the first act, he would lack the things most necessary to form this kingdom. So you see what it means to have more knowledge about my will. By carrying within them the first act of God, creatures bring a magnetic force, a powerful magnet, which attracts creatures to repeat the first act of God. With its light, they will be able to disillusion the human will. With its warmth, they will bring the hardest hearts to bend before the divine act. Creatures will feel captivated and will want to model themselves on this act. Consequently, the more knowledge I manifest about my will, the sooner the kingdom of the Divine Fiat comes to earth. My poor heart groaned because of the pain of the deprivation of my dear and beloved Jesus. The hours seem to me centuries, and the nights are endless without him. Sleep flees my eyes. If at least I could sleep, my pain would fall asleep and I might find some relief. But no, instead of sleeping, I keep my eyes wide open. My thoughts are eyes that want to penetrate, to see where is the one I am looking for and I can't find. My eyes are ears, to hear who knows the sweet sound of his footsteps, the soft and kind echo of his voice. My eyes are watching who knows, they may see the lightning of his fugitive coming. Oh! How much his deprivation costs me! Oh! How much I longed after him! I was in these lamentations when my sweet Jesus moved in me and made himself seen. Sitting at a small table of light, all busy examining the order of what he had manifested on his most holy will. Everything about his will, words, knowledge. Everything was like a ray of light in the hand of Jesus and which he placed on this desk of light. He was so absorbed that no matter how much I talked to him and called him, he didn't take care of me. So I kept silent by just being close to him and looking at him. Then, after a long silence, he said to me, my daughter, when it comes to things that concern my will, the heavens and the earth, observe a deferential silence. To be spectators of a new act of this supreme will. Each of these acts brings a divine life, a strength, a happiness, a delightful beauty more. Consequently, when it comes to my will, we have to put everything aside and focus only on the eternal Fiat. It's not about reordering in yourself a human will or any virtue, but a divine and operative will. Therefore, we must give our full attention to what concerns the great good of a new act of this supreme will. That's why I don't answer your calls. Because when you do big things, the small ones are put aside. After which I followed my passionate Jesus in the passion and arrived at the point where Herod overwhelmed him with questions while he remained silent. I thought, if Jesus had spoken, maybe he would have converted. And Jesus, moving in me, said to me, Herod didn't ask me any questions to know the truth, but out of curiosity and to make fun of me. If I had answered, I would have ridiculed him. Because when there is no will to know the truth and put it into practice, the disposition to receive the warmth that the light of my truths brings with it is absent from the soul. Not finding the moisture to germinate and fertilize the truths, this heat burns even more and causes the good it produces to perish. It's like with the sun. When it does not find moisture on plants, its heat wilts them and burns plant life. But if it finds moisture, the sun does wonders. The truth is beautiful, it is lovable, it revives souls and fertilizes them with its light and warmth. It forms prodigies of development, grace, and holiness. But this for the souls who love it in order to execute it. On the other hand, with those who do not like it to execute it, it is rather the truth that mocks them. As I wrote this down, I was so exhausted that I was writing with difficulty. I also did not feel that Jesus was inspiring me to facilitate my task, nor the fullness of the mental light that, like a sea, forms in my mind. So I only have to take small drops of light to put on paper. Because otherwise, if I wanted to put everything, I would be like a person who would enter the sea and want to contain it entirely in his hand. But if she wants to take only a few drops, she can do it. Thus, everything was difficult in my soul as in my body. Feeling sick, I thought, maybe it is no longer the will of God that I write. Otherwise, He would have helped me as before. On the contrary, the difficulty, the effort I have to make is so great that I can no longer continue. Therefore, if Jesus no longer wants it, neither will I. I was thinking this when my sweet Jesus came out of my interior and said to me, the one who must possess the kingdom of my will must not only do it and live in it, but must feel and suffer what my will feels and suffers in souls. What you feel is nothing else than the condition in which I find myself in creatures. With what difficulty does my will flow? What efforts should she not make to subjugate the creatures? How much the creatures hold it repressed in their own will. They take away the best of his life, his energy, his joy, his strength, and it is forced to act under the pressure of a melancholic, weak, and fickle human will. Oh! In what painful, bitter, and overwhelming nightmare the creatures keep my will. So don't you want to participate in his suffering? My daughter, you must be a key, and whatever sound my will wants you to produce, you must lend yourself to form the sound that my will wants to come out. And when she has formed in you all the sounds she possesses, sounds of joy, strength, kindness, pain, etc., his victory will be complete, having thus constituted in you his kingdom. Therefore, think instead that it is a distinct and different sonata that she wants to play in you. That it is one more key that she wants to add to your soul because, in the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat, she wants to find all the notes of the concert of the heavenly fatherland so that even the music is not absent from her kingdom. I was performing my usual deeds in the Supreme Will, and my sweet Jesus came out of my interior, stretched out his arms towards me, and kissed me, hugging me so tightly against him that I was completely covered with Jesus. And he said to me, my daughter, I'm not satisfied if I do not see you completely covered with me, and so dissolved in me that I can no longer differentiate you from me, nor me from you. Then he added, my daughter, the soul that lives in the divine will is always equal to itself. His actions are symbolized by light that it broadcasts in front, behind, right and left. If it contains a greater intensity of light, it extends all the more. But it still also broadcasts by extending the circumference of light around it. The acts performed in my will are symbolized by the light. When the creature's act enters my will, he embraces the past, the present and the future, and possessing the fullness of light, it extends everywhere and includes all things in the circumference of its infinite light. Therefore, no one, no matter what good one can do, can say to the one who lives in the Divine Fiat, I am like you. But only this soul can say, I'm like the one who created me. Everything he does, I do too. One is the light that invests us, one the strength, one the will. After which I thought of the holy Magi who visited the little child Jesus in the cave of Bethlehem. My ever-kind Jesus said to me, My daughter, see the order of my divine providence. For the great prodigy of my incarnation, I have chosen a humble and poor virgin. And as a guardian, who acted for me as a father, a virgin man, Saint Joseph, so poor that he needed to work to support our family. You see that in the greatest works. And the mystery of my incarnation could not be greater. We always choose people who do not attract attention. Because dignities, scepters, and wealth are always smokes, which blind man and prevent him from entering into the celestial mysteries, to receive a great act from God, and God himself. But in order to manifest to creatures the coming of the Word of God on earth, I wanted the royal authority of learned men, so that by their authority, they can spread the knowledge of the God who was born and impose it themselves on the peoples. But if the star was seen by all, only 3 noticed and followed it. Which means they were the only ones to have an empire upon themselves, and to have formed in them a small space allowing them to receive through the star the echo of my call. And without worrying about sacrifices, gossip and mockery, because they were on their way to an unknown place and they had to hear a lot of criticism. They followed the star united to my call, which resonated in them, illuminated them, attracted them and told them about the one they were to visit. Drunk with joy, they followed the star. So you see that to grant the great gift of the incarnation, a virgin was needed, who had no human will, which was more of heaven than earth, likewise. That a continual miracle that disposed her to this great prodigy. Thus, we did not need external things and human appearances that could have attracted the attention of the people. However, to manifest myself, I wanted men who be masters of themselves and could form in them a small space to make the echo of my call resonate. But what was their surprise when they saw the star stop, not above a royal palace, but on a miserable slum. They didn't know what to think and were persuaded that it was a mystery not human, but divine. Animated by faith, they entered the cave. They knelt down to worship me. I revealed myself by letting my divinity shine forth with my little humanity. They recognized me as the King of Kings, the one who came to save them promptly. They offered to serve me and offer their lives for the love of me. But my will made itself known and sent them back to their regions in order to be, among the peoples, the heralds of my coming to earth. You see how much is needed. The empire over oneself and the small space in the heart to let my call resonate and being thus able to recognize the truth and manifest it to others. I was doing my usual round to follow the divine will throughout creation. My sweet Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, My daughter, what is surprising the action of the soul in my will? It maintains balance throughout creation, echoing mine. It forms balance in all creatures by extending the kingdom of my will to them. It is like the light that descends from above, and fixing himself in all, deposits there the kingdom of the love of my will, worship, glory, and of all that my will possesses. But as it descends, like light so that nothing escapes it, it also rises like light and brings balance of all the acts of creation, from all times and from all hearts to his Creator, by the balance of all human acts. Where the soul has let in the act of the divine will, it empties all human acts, to let in the divine will as the first act. And the divine will deposits its kingdom there. Because this soul desires with all its heart that the light of the divine will enter into all human acts so that the human disappears and that only the divine will can reappear in all things. That is why, my daughter, I make you touch almost everything with your hand, for I want you to spread everywhere to spread the kingdom of my will. However, it is possible to escape this light just as one escapes from sunlight. But this does not bother the sun which, possessing the balance of light, contains an act of light for all and for all things. Thus, by bringing light everywhere, the sun maintains the balance of glory of all acts of light for its creator and, therefore remains in perfect order, while those who escape the light come out of order. In the same way, the soul having the unity of the light of the Supreme Fiat, possesses all the acts of light and can therefore give its act of light of the divine will to all human acts and thus extend his divine kingdom everywhere. If creatures escape it, the light of my will still diffuses. I see, in my chosen ones, my kingdom continuing its journey, expanding and establishing. Therefore, I want to see your actions in my will. In every thought of creatures, in every word, every palpitation, every step and every job. In all things. For now, let's think about forming our kingdom. When it is formed, we will think of those who have escaped it, and who remain caught in the net of the light of my will. I felt very tired then because I had been feverish for several days and I had barely been able to write the above. So, no longer having the strength to continue writing, I stopped and began to pray. And my sweet Jesus, coming out of my interior, hugged me and said to me with compassion, "My daughter is sick, my daughter is sick. You must know that on behalf of the creatures, a note of sorrow was placed in the kingdom of my will. A note that no one, for many centuries, has ever thought of curing. A note too painful for the Supreme Fiat and the reason why the divine will and the human will be viewed with a bad eye. But the firstborn daughter of my will must balance all the parts before coming to our homeland. She must fill all the voids to establish my kingdom among the creatures. By being sick, my daughter will form in this kingdom, that of divine suffering, who, flowing like a wave of light and heat, will serve to soften the painful note. Don't you know that light and heat have the power to convert the most bitter things into a very sweet nectar? It is given to you, my daughter, you who live in our will, to leave your pain, your fever, the intimate sufferings of my deprivation that make you die without dying, sink into our infinity. 2. To invest in the divine fiat this note so painful, and to form in it a very soft and harmonious sound, so that the two wills will no longer see each other with a bad eye, but will be reconciled. Then he added, "My daughter, you can't understand my feelings towards you. The joys, the happiness I feel, because I find in you the first fruits of the kingdom of my will. I have found the delights of the first fruits of music that only the creature who lives in my will can produce. Because that she takes all the notes that are in our will. Let her make them her own, and form the wonderful music in my kingdom. And me, oh how much I love listening to it. I find the first fruits of the order, the first fruits of the true love that my will has granted him. I find the first fruits of beauty that delight me as long as I can't take my eyes off them. Thus, I find all your acts as first acts that no one has given me before you. The first fruits are always what one prefers, those who attract and that we like the most. And if other similar things come after the first fruits, it is by virtue of the first act that they could be formed. All the glory goes to the first act. Therefore, you will always have the first fruits of the kingdom of the divine fiat. Nothing will be done in him that will not owe its beginning to your first act. Everything will be turned to you the beginning of glory. Consequently, I want everything to begin with you in order to form my supreme kingdom. Continuing with my fever, I managed to write with such difficulty that I had decided not to write before. To be able to do it less difficult, and also to be able to write more completely what my blessed Jesus manifests to his little girl. In fact, because of the difficulty, I try to condense as much as possible. And while I didn't think at all that I was going to have to write, given my decision, my ever-kind Jesus manifested himself in me. As if in a prayer, he said to me, "My daughter, write a little bit. I prefer a little rather than nothing. When you can, you'll write more. And in what you write, I will help you, I will not leave you alone. When I see that you can't go any further, I'll say enough is enough. Because I love you very much, because your nature is also mine. I don't want to tire you beyond your strength. But do not take away from me this pleasure of continuing to write this always new correspondence that I want to communicate to you. You know that there is not a single point in the whole world where I can share my joys and receive them in return. That point of my happiness in the world is you. My happiness is formed by my word. When I can talk with a creature, make myself understood, it is for me a joy. And a complete and superabundant happiness for the one who listens to me. Moreover, you are in my will. When I speak with you, it is in my will itself that I speak, not outside. So I'm sure I'm understood. Even more, by talking with you about my will, I feel in you the happiness of my kingdom. The echo of the happiness of the heavenly fatherland. Do you know, my daughter, what would happen? Given that I keep you in the Supreme Fiat. I see you as belonging to my heavenly homeland. What would you say if a soul already living in heaven did not want to receive the new joys that I naturally come out of my womb for the happiness of all the blessed? In fact, it is in my nature to always give new beatitudes. This soul would be an obstacle to my happiness. It would enclose in my womb the joys I want to dispense. This is what would happen with you. You would be an obstacle to my happiness, to the ever new joys that my will possesses. Especially since I'm happier when I make the little girl of my will happier. She who is in this low exile only because of us only. To give us the field in which to form our kingdom among creatures and to restore for us the rights and glory of the work of all creation. Do you think my heart could tolerate not making my little girl happy? And I, certainly, O Jesus, if you knew how unhappy you make me when you deprive me of that joy. How much I feel the emptiness of endless happiness. That nothing else, however beautiful and good it may be, could replace. And Jesus, therefore, my daughter, since my word makes you happy, I do not want my happiness to remain only in your inner emptiness. But I want it to serve to establish my kingdom. In confirmation of my word and the happiness that comes from me, I want it to be put on paper as confirmation of our correspondence. After which I began to pray, bringing the whole creation with me before the Supreme Majesty. That is, the heavens, the stars, the sun, the sea, in short, all things, so that my prayer may be animated by all the acts that the Supreme Fiat exercises in all creation. My sweet Jesus stood near me, and leaning his head against mine, he put his arm around my neck as if to support me. And I said to him, my love, Jesus, I am not alone in praying to you. But there is with me your will operating in all creation, praying for your kingdom to come. It wants its rights, whole and complete, over all and all things. It is only with the coming of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat on earth that all its rights will be restored to it. Listen, O Jesus! How touching is the voice of your Fiat in all the azure of the heavens! How eloquent in the sun! How attractive and strong in the sea! Everywhere one can hear his voice resonating as he asks for the rights of his kingdom. Please listen to your own Fiat. Listen to your little girl who, making all her deeds her own, prays and begs for your kingdom to come. And although I am only a newborn, I too want my rights. Do you know, O Jesus, what they are? May I return to your will all glory and honor. As if no one had offended her. As if all had accomplished, adored, and loved her. If I am his daughter, I want his rights to be restored to him, and I also want my first father Adam to regain his honor as if he had never withdrawn from your will. And my most sweet Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, to my little girl, who takes so much to heart the rights of my divine Fiat and which uses the very power of this Fiat to make a way to my heart, everything will be granted. How can you not satisfy yourself, my daughter? To you, everything will be granted. We will even adjust what concerns my will and what concerns creatures. Aren't you happy? Look, my daughter. From the moment my will entered the field of creation, has always been firm and unwavering in doing good. In spite of the countless verbiages and offenses of the creatures. Triumphant of everything, she continued her race of always, and always doing good. For creatures to access again. Firmness. To the eternal good end. To the immutability of my will. I want to establish among them my kingdom. See thus that I have placed you in the firmness and immutability of Fiat in order to allow you to deposit in it this kingdom. And just as my will triumphs over everything with its firmness, thou shalt triumph over all things with his firmness and in the immutability of his deeds, and you will reorder the divine order between the two wills, the divine will be reintegrated into its glory and the human will again place itself in the order established by God. After writing the above, I told myself that what was written was not necessary, especially since, always feverish, I write with difficulty and only a little to please Jesus. And my sweet Jesus, moved in me and said to me, my daughter, in order to live in my will, the soul must rise to rise in my will. She must leave what does not belong to my will. She must leave her miserable rags, her vulgar habits, her execrable food, her miseries. She must leave everything to adopt the royal clothes, the divine habits. Les aliments precious et nourrissants, les infinis rich esses, en somme, tout ce qui appartient à ma volonté. Cek2 is écrit te cert autoi pour le moment et cert le royaume du Fiat Supreme. Pou ce sera la règle. Pour celles qui doivent vivre dans son royaume. Comment elles doivent se servir de tous les actes opérants de ma volonté pour se maintenir dans les limites de mon royaume. Consequently, what to you does not seem necessary, is necessary for the formation of my supreme kingdom. I continued to immerse myself in the supreme will. My sweet Jesus was seen by pressing his head against mine. As I was suffering, I told him, my love, look, I am in your kind will. As I want to come to heaven with you, it is your very will, not mine, that asks that you take me with you. Therefore, satisfy your will which, being everywhere, pray everywhere in the heavens, in the sun, in the sea. Not to keep your little girl in exile any longer, away from you. But after so many difficulties and privations of you, you let it land in your heavenly fatherland. Oh, please, have mercy on me and your will that begs you. Jesus, all compassion, said to me, poor girl, you're right, I know how much your exile costs you. To persuade me, you make me pray by my own will. There could be no more powerful way. But no, my daughter. That the Supreme Fiat wants something else from you. He wants, on your part, that all the beauties, all the varieties of multicolored hues, all their shades, be formed in his kingdom. The beauties are there, the colors in all their varieties are all in order, but there are missing the nuances. I want nothing missing for the decorum and beauty of my kingdom. If you knew how much a shade stands out, how much it embellishes. And do you know how these nuances can be formed? One more word from me can be an extra nuance in color varieties. A little round on your part in my will. A small suffering. An offering. A prayer in the Fiat are all nuances. That you will at end. That my will be happy to administer you. In my will, all things are complete. She would not tolerate her first daughter. Does not take all his complete acts. As much as is possible for a creature, to form its divine kingdom. After which, I continued my flight into the supreme will. My sweet Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, my daughter, the one who lives in the divine will takes everything together, as of one block. In fact, since my will is everywhere, nothing can escape him. His life is eternal. Its immensity knows no limits or circumferences. Therefore, the soul that lives in it takes the eternal God. All the heavens, the Son. Everything that exists. The Virgin, the angels, the saints. In short, everything. And when it prays, throbs, breathes, or loves, his act becomes common to all. Thus, all palpate with palpitation. All breathe with his breath. All love with his love. Because wherever my will extends, it leads everything to perform the act of the one who lives in it. It follows that since the Sovereign Queen occupies the first place in the Divine Fiat, she feels very close to her the little girl who lives in him. By associating with her, the Queen repeats what she does with her and shares its seas of grace, light, and love. For one is the will of the mother and the little girl. Much more, from her height, the Sovereign of Heaven feels honored by acts of a divine will. She feels this little girl enter her seas. By waving them with her actions, she makes them swell, multiply, extend them. To do what? For the Creator to receive twice as much glory and divine love from his own seas of love, so that her heavenly mother may receive twice as much glory too. Therefore, although small, this creature touches everything and imposes itself on everything. All of them let her do it. All feel the power of the good she wants to give to all. In Z. Lest petite et forte. Lest petite et presenti per tu. Lest petite et sa prerogative est petite. Par consequent. Lne possid rien. Pomim sa volant. Parce que, volontairement, lla donné à celui qui avait un droit sur elle. Et la divine volonté lui donne tout ilnest rien chuel il lui confie. Par consequent, les prodiges de la vie dans ma volonté sont inscriptables et innombrables. O. Si tu savais que signifie vivre dans ma volonté. Les bietuels en recoivent. That there is no good they cannot take and no good they cannot do. They would compete with each other and long to live in my adorable will. I had received communion and I remained distressed and desperate because the coughing fits were so strong and so numerous that I suffocated from them without being able to think or be with Jesus as usual. After more than an hour of violent coughing, I calmed down and thought. It has already been more than an hour since I received Jesus and I have not been able to gather to be alone with him. The accidents of the host are now consummated, Jesus is gone and I do not know where to find him. So, for me today it is as if I had not received the Saint Communion. But after all, in this I embrace, adore, and bless the Supreme Fiat. I was thinking this when my sweet Jesus came out of my interior, pressing his head against my shoulder and supporting me with his arm to give me strength, because I was exhausted and I felt dying. "And all goodness," he said to me. "My daughter, don't you know that there is a communion which is eternal, so great, which is not subject to decrease or to be consumed? Its sails that hide them from creatures do not perish like the sails of the sacramental host. It is given at every moment, at every breath, at every palpitation and in all circumstances. We should always keep your mouth open to receive it, to receive them all, otherwise, some remain outside the soul without entering it. That is, with the will to always want to receive this communion so great and incessant, who, even by giving continuously, does not diminish or burn. You've already figured out what it's all about. This communion so great and so continual is my divine fiat. It flows as a life in your soul, as a heat to fertilize you and make you grow, as food to feed you. It flows in the blood of your veins, in the beating of your heart, in all. She is always ready to give herself to you when you want to receive her. She would drown you in it, so much she desires to give herself to you, if you want to receive her. With reason, with justice, and law. The communion of my will was to be unlimited and imperishable. Because it is the origin, the means, and the end of the creature. Therefore the creature had to be able to receive it and never run out of it. In fact, What is origin, means and end must always be able to be given and received. Otherwise, the creature would miss the beginning of his life, the means to maintain it. It would lose the end of its destination. Therefore, my infinite wisdom could not allow the communion of my will to be limited towards it. On the other hand, sacramental communion was not instituted as the origin and end of creatures, but as a means, a help, a refreshment, and a remedy. Means, relief, etc. are given in a limited way. They are not perpetual. The veils of sacramental accidents are therefore subject to consumption. If the creatures like to receive me continuously, there is the great communion of the eternal Fiat which is ready to give itself to them permanently. However, you were distressed and almost troubled, thinking that sacramental species were consumed. You had no reason to grieve because inside and outside of you, there is the communion of my will which is not subject to any consumption. His life is always in its fullness. My love could not tolerate that the little girl of our will is unable to receive our divine life, always new and continual. However, I continued to feel sick. I went around in creation to follow the deeds of the Supreme Will. I felt a note of sadness in me because obedience had forced me to obey by taking away my illness, while I sighed for heaven. I would have liked to make a leap from the middle of creation in order to reach my much-desired homeland, praying to the heavens, the stars, the sun, and all the things created to accompany me. In fact, as one was the Fiat that gave us life, I had rights saying that they should not leave me alone, but that they were to follow me to the eternal gates while waiting for this will. Who had possessed me on earth receives me first in the sky. Then, after I entered the heavenly and beatific will, they could withdraw, each in their place. But since I couldn't do that, I was melancholic as I went through all of creation. It was then that a powerful, harmonious, and silvery voice was heard from the center of creation, saying, "Your note of sadness has been communicated to all things created. 2 has plunged us all today into melancholy. Be sure that we will all accompany you to heaven. It is right that they who has been among us, who kept us company, cannot enter heaven without our company. But all creation will remain without the one who brings cheerfulness to it, who keeps it in celebration. Your echo will no longer resonate among us, which allowed us, through your voice, to glorify and love this divine will that created and preserves us. We will lose the one who visits us and keeps us company." The voice fell silent and I felt melancholy. I thought I had made a sin for plunging all of creation into melancholy and sadness. I then desired the coming of my sweet Jesus, to tell him the harm I had done, to tell him that the reason he had made me write so much about the divine will was so that they can reach the creatures in such a way that, by living in this divine Fiat, they may possess such a holy kingdom. I was thinking this and many other things when my beloved Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, you are right to want to come, but it will take time before all the knowledge of my will comes out and takes its course. And that is why creation is right to say that it will again be plunged into silence. However, I don't want to oppress you. Surrender in me and let your Jesus do it in all. And me. My love, when you take me to heaven, I pray that it will be soon so that they will not have time to impose this obedience on me." But as I said that, it seemed to me to see the heavens, the sun, and all of creation bowing around me to pay homage to me. And Jesus added, "My daughter, when you die, the whole creation will invest you and thou shalt pass to heaven like lightning. Aren't you happy?" I continued to be sicker than usual and my sweet Jesus was seen. Not alone, but with the 3 divine persons. They surrounded me and I was with them, but with nothing but their supreme height and the immense light that surrounded them. And all 3 said to me, "We came to visit our daughter who is sick." Our will, more than a powerful magnet, attracted us and called us from heaven to bring us to you. We had to come to comfort the one who is the firstborn daughter of our will and keep her a little company in her sufferings. The strength of our Fiat is irresistible to us and it is a joy for us to succumb to its strength. Who can say what I felt and understood while being among them? I don't have the words to express myself. So, since obedience told me that I should have something to eat, as I could not take anything to obey, before Jesus comes, I took a few spoonfuls of broth and I felt them in my throat, unable to bring them down to my stomach. I asked Jesus to help me obey. Jesus, all goodness, passed his holy hand from my throat to my stomach and made them go down so that I could digest them. So I didn't return them, as I usually did with everything I took. Infinite goodness of Jesus for me, who is the smallest and poorest of creatures. I thought they would take me with them. Having done so, I felt sad and distressed. And Jesus, to comfort me, placed his face in front of my chest and blew. From his breath came out a light that invigorated not only my soul, but also my whole body. When his breath stopped, my body collapsed. Jesus, to reassure me, said to me, "My daughter, courage, don't you see that the simple breath and light of my will recompose your whole body? If my breath stops, your body will decompose and you will immediately take the path of our heavenly homeland. And I, my love, I am useless and good for nothing. Wouldn't it be better if you got rid of me by sending me to the heavenly Jerusalem?" Jesus, all goodness, added, "My daughter, everything is useful for me to build, even rubble and small stones. This also applies to you, your whole body is a set of rubble. But invigorated by the vital fluid of the eternal Fiat, everything becomes precious and of a incalculable value, so I can build the strongest and most impregnable cities from this precious rubble. You must know that when man withdrew from the divine will by making his own, it was like a big earthquake hitting a city. The powerful earthquake opens abysses in the earth, which in some places engulfs houses and in others demolishes them completely. The power of the tremor opens the safest chests, and pours out diamonds, coins, precious things in such a way that thieves can come in and take whatever they want. The poor city is reduced to a pile of stones, ruins, rubble, and rubble. If a king wants to rebuild this city, he uses these piles of stones, rubble, and rubble. As it makes all things new, it forms a modern style by giving it a beauty and sumptuous art that no other city can match. And he makes this city the capital of his kingdom. My daughter, the human will was worse than an earthquake for man. This tremor still lasts. Sometimes stronger, sometimes a little less. So that he brings out of him the most precious things that God had placed in the depths of man. Thus, this earthquake of his own will sows chaos. The key to the Supreme Fiat that kept everything safe no longer exists for him. So, no longer having doors or keys, but ruined walls, thieves take over his passions. He is at the mercy of all evils. He is in such a state of disrepair that it is difficult to recognize in him the city built up by his Creator. Now, how I want to rebuild the new kingdom of my will among the creatures. I want to use your ruins and rubble. By coating them with the vital fluid of my creative will, I will form the capital of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. That's what you're reminding me of. Aren't you happy? 1. I felt sick and unable to write down what my blessed Jesus was showing to his little girl. So I went without writing for a few days. Jesus inwardly encouraged me to write, but I refused because of my great weakness. Finally, this morning, coming out of my interior, he said to me, "Tonight, my daughter has to write." Because even if it was dying, I wanted to give the last bursts of light, strong and dazzling, knowledge about the Supreme Fiat. So that everyone can know that my will has always kept her occupied for her and for her kingdom, and that his last breath will be only a last and powerful burst of light that will remain as a last testimony, love and demonstrations for the kingdom of my will. Therefore, I will help you write. The little girl of my will not refuse anything to her Jesus and to this Fiat which, with so much love, keeps you on its lap to entrust you with all its secrets. I then decided to write, even a little bit, because my sweet Jesus is content with everything. Then he said to me, My daughter, the one who lives in my divine will breathes the whole. The breath is taken and returned, that it is received and that it is returned immediately, thus the one who breathes the all, which is God. By giving her breath, returns the all she breathed. Thus, it takes everything and it gives everything back. It gives the all to God, giving God to God. It gives the all to creatures, to breathe God again in all that God does. It is natural that the one who takes everything can give everything. It is only in the divine will that the life of the Supreme Being is continually delocalized on the part of creatures. And me. My Jesus, I feel like I'm doing nothing. And you tell me that in your Fiat I take everything and I give everything? Jesus added, my daughter, when the all operates, the nothing remains in its place. He only makes himself available to receive the all. Moreover, do you not feel in yourself the strength of this all? This all makes you embrace and invade everything, the heavens, the stars, the sun, the seas, and the earth. Embrace all the acts that my Fiat exercises in all creation. Bring everything to your Creator, as in one breath, to give Him back everything and all things? Has there ever been anyone who has been able to give and say, I give everything to God, even God Himself, because as I live in His will, God is mine. The heavens are mine. The sun and everything that this Supreme Fiat has done is mine. So, everything is mine, I can give everything and I can take everything? She who lives in my will possesses the all that forms and attracts the kingdom of the divine will to earth. Because to build a kingdom, it takes the strength and power of the everything. After which he made himself seen as a little child who fixed his gaze on me, as if I impressed him. He wanted me to look at him to the point that I myself was impressed by him. Then all love and tenderness, he said to me. My daughter, this is the true image of life in my eternal will, the soul copies in it the divine will and the supreme will copies the soul. Your Creator thus keeps the copy of your printed image in his heart. It is very dear to him, because he sees it exactly as it was at its origin. It has lost none of its freshness and beauty. This copy reveals paternal traits. Within his God, the Father. She sings for him the praises of all creation with all his works, and she whispers continually in his ear. You did everything for me. You loved me and you love me so much. I want to turn everything into love for you. This copy is the wonder of God in his womb. It is the memory of all his works. Such is the copy of the soul in God and the copy of God in the soul, and the unfolding of the divine life in the creature. What beautiful is the kingdom of my will! The nothing lost in the all and the all merged into the nothing. The lowliness of the creature raised in the divine height. The divine height descended into the depth of the creature. They are two beings united together, inseparable, transfused, identified, so that we can hardly recognize that these are two lives that pulsate together. All the magnificence, holiness, sublimity, wonders of the kingdom of my will be precisely this. The faithful copy of the soul in God, and the copy of God, beautiful and whole, in the soul. Therefore, the children of the kingdom of the divine Fiat will be like so many images of little gods in my kingdom. I felt all abandoned in the Supreme Fiat, following his actions in creation, and my sweet Jesus came from within and said to me, my daughter, see how wonderfully beautiful the order of heaven is. In the same way, when the kingdom of the divine will has its empire on earth among creatures, the order of the earth will also be beautiful and perfect. Then I will have three kingdoms. One of the heavenly fatherland. Another in creation, and a third among creatures. Each of them will be the echo of the other, the reflection of the other. All created things will have their place of honor, all ordered and in harmony with each other. Neither will need the other, because each will have in abundance and overabundance the goods that God has given her in creating her. In fact, having been created by a happy and immensely rich being, and whose riches never diminish by distributing them, all things created bear the mark of happiness and abundance of the goods of their Creator. Just like the things created, all the children of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat have their place of honor, their decorum, and their territory. by possessing the order of the sky even better than the celestial spheres. Being in perfect harmony with each other. The abundance of possessions that each child will possess will be so great that not one of them will need the other. Since each will have within him the source of the goods and eternal happiness of his Creator. Therefore, poverty, misfortune, needs and evils will be banished from the children of my will. It would not be appropriate for my will, so immensely rich and happy, can have children missing something and not enjoying all the opulence of his continually renewed goods. What would you say when you saw the sun pour in light and which would send only a few glimmers to the earth? What if you saw a part of the sky with only a few stars and everything else without the enchantment of the azure of the heavens? Wouldn't you say, he who created the sun does not possess the immensity of light, therefore, he illuminates the earth only with a few glimmers. He does not have the power to extend the heavens everywhere. Therefore, he only placed a strip of it above our heads? You would then think that God is poor in light and that he does not have the power to extend the works of his creative hands everywhere. But on the contrary, seeing that the sun has an abundance of light and that the heavens extend everywhere, you are persuaded that God is rich and possesses the source of light. That he has lost nothing by endowing the sun with so much light, and that its power has not been diminished by the expanse of heaven. In the same way, if the children of my will did not possess everything in abundance, it could be said that my will is poor and does not have the power to make the children of his kingdom happy. This can never be. On the contrary, because it will be the image of the kingdom that my will has in creation. Just like the heavens extend everywhere with an abundance of stars. The sun abounds in light, the air in birds, the sea in fish. The earth abounds in plants and flowers. In the same way, since the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat is the echo of creation, the children of my kingdom will be happy and dispose of everything in abundance. Consequently, each of them will possess the fullness of goods and happiness where the Supreme Will has placed him. Whatever the condition in which the function they occupy, all will be happy with their destiny. And since the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat will be the perfect echo of the kingdom that my will possesses in creation, we will see a sun at the top and another sun below. Among the creatures who will possess this kingdom, the echo of heaven will be seen in these wealthy children. They will populate them with stars by their deeds. In addition, each will be a distinct sky and sun. Because where my will is present, it cannot be without sky and sun. By taking possession of each of his children, my will form his sky and sun. Because it is in his nature that wherever it has its stable possession, its holiness, its infinite light, it is like a sky and a sun that it forms and multiplies everywhere. But that's not all. Creation, echo of the heavenly homeland, contains the music, the royal march, the spheres, the heavens, the sun, the sea. All of them possess among themselves a perfect order and harmony. And they rotate continuously. This order, this harmony, and this movement, without ever stopping, form such an admirable symphony. It is comparable to the breath of the Supreme Fiat in all things created. Ils sunt comme autant d'instruments de musique, to form the most beautiful of all melodies, in such a way that upon hearing them, the creatures would be ecstatic. The kingdom of the Supreme Fiat will have the echo of the music of the heavenly fatherland and the echo of the music of creation. The order, harmony, and their continual movement around their Creator will be so great. Every act, every word, and every step will be a distinct melody. They will be like so many different musical instruments, which will receive the breath of the divine will. It will be like so many concerts, which will make the joy and the continual feast of the kingdom of the Divine Fiat. For your Jesus, there will be no difference between the fact to remain in the heavenly homeland and that of descending among the creatures in the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat on earth. Our work of creation will then claim victory and experience a triumph complete. We will have the three kingdoms in one, symbol of the sacrosanct Trinity. because all our works bear the mark of the one who created them. I said to myself then, although the true children of the Supreme Fiat will be happy and in abundance, yet my Mother Queen and Jesus himself, who were the Divine Will himself, were poor on this earth. They suffered the miseries and hardships of poverty. And my sweet Jesus added, my daughter, true poverty is when a creature is in need. We want to take and there is nothing to take. And one is obliged to ask others for the bare necessities to live. This poverty is necessary and almost forced. On the contrary, with me and my Heavenly Mother, in whom there was the fullness of the eternal Fiat. It was not a poverty of necessity and even less forced, but a voluntary, spontaneous poverty, inspired by divine love. Everything belonged to us. We could have brought out sumptuous palaces and banquets filled with unknown dishes. And in fact, if necessary, it was enough for a simple wish. So that even birds serve us and bring us fruits, fish and other things in their beaks. By making a joy to serve their Creator and Queen. With their trills, songs and tweets. They played us the most beautiful melodies. So much so that in order not to attract the attention of the creatures, we had to ask them to leave and to continue their flight under the vault of heaven where our will awaited them. Obedient, they withdrew. Therefore, our poverty was a mark of love. It was the poverty of example to teach creatures detachment from all the low things on earth. It was not a poverty of necessity. It could not have been absolutely so. Because where the life of my will reigns fullness and all evils lose their lives and disappear in one fell swoop. Then, as Reverend Father de Francia had heard that I was feverish, he let me know that, if necessary, I could draw on the money he had left me for his works. And my kind Jesus, coming, almost with a smile, said to me, my daughter, say to the Father on my behalf, that I thank him, and that I will reward him for the kindness he has to you. However, tell her that the daughter of my will needs nothing. For my will gives him everything in abundance. Even more, my will is jealous. Because she wants to be the only one who can give something to her daughter. In fact, where my divine will reigns, there is no need to fear that natural means and the abundance of goods can do harm. On the contrary, the more means it has, the more it is in abundance. The more she sees in it the power, the goodness, the riches of the Supreme Fiat, and she converts everything into the very pure gold of the divine will. Thus, the more my will gives to the creature, the more she feels glorified by fulfilling her life in her. By offering her own things to the one who lets her dominate and rule. It would be absurd for a very rich father to have poor children. Such a father would deserve to be condemned. In addition, what would be the raison d'être of its riches? If what was born of him, his own children, led to an existence of difficulties and miseries. Would it not be a disgrace for this father and an unbearable bitterness for his children to know that, while their father is extremely rich, they lack everything and can barely soothe their hunger? If this was a dishonor is an absurdity for a father in the natural order. It would be much more so in the supernatural order of the Supreme Fiat. The Supreme Fiat is more than a father, because it contains the fountain of all goods. Therefore, where it is present, happiness reigns as well as abundance. Especially since with the soul that has the possession of the divine will, the Fiat makes abundance reign and administers to the soul and body a sharp and penetrating look. So that the soul penetrates the natural things that hide the Fiat like a veil. And by tearing these veils, the soul sees in natural things the noble Queen of the divine will who reigns and dominates in her. Thus, natural things disappear for this soul. She finds in everything the adorable will she possesses. She embraces him, she worships him, and everything becomes divine will for that soul. Therefore, each additional natural thing is for her a new act of the divine will that she possesses. Thus, natural things are means for the one who is a child of my will in order to make better known what my will does, can do, and possesses, and to what extent she loves the creature. Vertu d'un savoir. Pourquoi les creatures manquent de moyens naturels, et. Pourquoi ils lui sont souvent enlèves pour la réduire à la plus sordide misère? Asterisk first, because creatures do not possess the fullness of the Supreme Fiat. Asterisk second, because they confuse natural things. They put nature in God's place. They do not see the supreme will in natural things, they attach themselves to it greedily to form themselves a vainglory, an esteem that blinds them, an idol for their hearts. That being so, it is necessary that they miss natural things, to put their souls in safety. But for the one who is a child of my will, all these dangers do not exist. I therefore want it to be in abundance and not lack anything. I thought to myself, my sweet Jesus often tells me that I should imitate him in all things. It is said in the Gospels that he wrote only once, and not even with a pen, but with his finger. But he wants me to write. So he wants me out of his imitation, since he didn't write at all and I have to write so much. I thought that when he came, like a graceful little child, and as he placed himself in my arms, his face against the good, he said to me, "My daughter, give me your kisses and I will give you mine." I kissed him several times, and he urged me to kiss him again, and then he said to me, "Girl, do you want to know why I didn't write? Because I had to write through you. This is me. Who animates your intelligence? Who inspires you the words? Who animates your hand with mine? To make you hold the pen and to write the words on paper. So it's me writing, not you. You're just paying attention to what I want you to write. Therefore, all your job is to be attentive, the rest, I do it myself. Don't you see that often? You do not have the strength to write and that you decide not to do it, in order to make you feel with your own hand that it is I who write. I invest you. I animate you with my own life, and I write myself what I want. How many times has this not happened? However, some time was necessary for the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat to be known. It was first necessary to allow time to make known the kingdom of redemption. After comes that of the Fiat Divine. I decreed not to write during that time, but to write through you when this kingdom is closer. And also I wanted to make a new surprise to the creatures by showing them the excess of love of my will. What she did, what she suffered, and what she wants to do out of love for creatures. Often, my daughter, novelties bring a new life, new goods. Creatures are very attracted to these novelties. They let themselves be carried away by what is new. Especially since les nouvelles manifestations concernant ma divine volonté. Ont un force divine et un doux enchantement, et tourment comme un rosy céleste sur les aimes brûlées par la volonté humaine. Elles seront porteuses de bonheur, de lumière et de biais infinis. Ilny a pas de menaces ni de frayeur dans ces manifestations. Sily a quelque chose à craindre. C'est pour celles qui voulent demeurer dans le labyrinthe de la volonté humaine. Mais dans tout le reste, on ne peut voir que the echo, the language of the heavenly fatherland. The bomb from above that sanctifies, divinizes, and pays the deposit of happiness that reigns only in the heavenly fatherland. That's why I have so much fun writing about the Divine Fiat. Because I write about things that concern my homeland. Great will be perfidy and ingratitude of those who will not recognize in these demonstrations the echo of heaven, the long chain of love of the supreme will, the communion of the goods of our Heavenly Father that He wants to give to creatures. And as if He wanted to put aside everything that has happened in the history of the world. He wants to usher in a new era, a new creation, as if the history of creation were beginning now. Therefore, let me do it. For everything I accomplish is of immeasurable importance. Following this, I said to him, "My love, it seems to me that you love more than anything this kingdom of eternal Fiat. It is in him that you concentrate all your love, all your works. You carry these works that will serve this kingdom, as if in triumph. If you love this kingdom so much, when will it come? Why don't you hasten his coming? And Jesus added, My daughter, only after the knowledge about my divine will has made its way, showing the great blessings they contain, goods that no creature had thought of until now, that the kingdom of my will be the culmination of heaven, the echo of celestial happiness, the fullness of earthly goods. So, in view of this great good, unanimously, they will languish. They will ask that my kingdom come soon. And this is what the whole of creation does in its silent language, mute only in appearance, because he has in him my will, which asks with a powerful voice and eloquent, that its rights are recognized, and may my will dominate and reign everywhere. Consequently, one will be the echo from one end of the earth to the other. One sighs. A prayer that will come out of all beings. Let the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat come. Then, triumphant, he will come among the creatures. Hence the need for knowledge. They will be the incentives. They will stimulate the appetite of creatures to taste such delicious food. They will feel all the will, the desire to live in such a happy kingdom in order to free themselves from the tyranny and slavery where their own will held them. And by progressing in knowledge, all events of the goods contained in the Supreme Fiat, they will find your standards. How you turned heaven and earth upside down, going everywhere to ask that the kingdom be able to come soon. They will find what you have suffered in order to obtain for them such great benefits, what attitude to adopt, how they should behave, and what they must do to be able to access and live in this kingdom. It is therefore necessary that all things may be known so that my kingdom may be complete. That nothing is missing, from the largest to the smallest thing. So, some things that seem small to you can be a divine rock transformed into very pure gold, which will be part of the foundations of the kingdom of my supreme will. 7. I said to myself then, my sweet Jesus sings so much the praises of happiness of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. However, he who is the divine will itself, and my heavenly mother, who possessed her entirely, were not happy on earth. Rather, they were the ones who suffered the most on earth. And myself, he says that I am the firstborn daughter of his will. Yet he kept me bedridden for 43 years and more, and only Jesus knows what I have suffered. It is true that I was also a happy prisoner, and that I would not exchange my happy destiny even if I was offered scepters and crowns, because what Jesus gave me made me more than happy. However, apparently, for a human eye, this happiness disappears. Therefore, it seems to me that this happiness of which Jesus spoke is surprising if one thinks of his sufferings, those of the sovereign queen, and in my own state, I the smallest of his creatures. I was thinking this when my sweet Jesus surprised me and said to me, my daughter, there is a huge difference between the one who must form a kingdom, and the one who must receive it to enjoy it. I came to earth to atone, to redeem, to save man. For this I had to receive the sufferings of creatures and take them upon me as if they were mine. My divine mother, who was to be co redemptrix, didn't have to be different from me. Les cinq gouttes de sang. Tu ma duns de son cœur trace pour former ma petite humanite. Sorta int de son cœur crucify. Les souffrances étaient pour nous des fonctions que nous devions remplir. Elles étaient toutes voluntary suffering and not imposed by a fragile nature. However, you should know that, despite so much suffering that we endured in order to fulfill our mission, both myself and my mother queen, we enjoyed of immense bliss, of ever new and infinite joys, of a permanent paradise. He was easier for us to separate ourselves from our sufferings, because they were not things that were intrinsic to us, things of nature, but things that are part of the mission. Then to separate us from the sea of immense happiness and joys that the nature of our divine will, which we possessed, produced in us. They were things that were our own and intrinsic. Just like nature of the sun is to give light, water to quench thirst, fire to warm up and turn everything into fire. If they didn't, they would lose their nature. This is the nature of my will. To make joyful and happy, and to bring out paradise wherever it reigns. God's will and misfortune, this does not exist and cannot exist. If it is not in its fullness, the trickles of the human will engender bitterness for the poor creature. As the human will had no access in us, happiness was always at its peak, and the seas of joy were inseparable from us. Even when I was on the cross and my mother was crucified at my divine feet, perfect happiness never left us. For that, it would have been necessary that I come out of the divine will, that I dissociate myself from the divine nature and acts only with human will and nature. Therefore, our sufferings were all voluntary, in accordance with the mission we had come to fulfill. They were not fruits. Human nature, fragility, or the imposition of a degraded nature. And besides, have you forgotten that your sufferings are also part of your mission? As a result, these are voluntary sufferings. In fact, when I called you as a victim, I asked you if you would voluntarily accept. And you, with all your will, you have accepted and pronounced the Fiat. Time passed and I repeated my refrain to you, asking you if you were willing to live in and with my divine will. You repeated the Fiat which regenerated you to a new life, which made you its daughter, to give you the mission and sufferings that are appropriate for the fulfillment of the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. My daughter, voluntary suffering has such power over the divinity that they possess the strength, the empire, to tear apart the womb of the Heavenly Father. From this wound that occurred in him, God overflows seas of graces, forming the triumph of the Supreme Majesty and the triumph of the creature who possesses the authority of his voluntary punishments. Consequently, for the great prodigy of redemption and for that of the kingdom of my Fiat, voluntary suffering was necessary. Mission sufferings that were to be animated by a divine will, having the empire over God and over creatures. They had to bring the great benefits of their mission. This happiness of the kingdom of the divine Fiat, which I praised, is therefore not contradictory, as you say, of the fact that I was the divine will itself and I was suffering, and simply because I kept you in bed for so long. He who must form a kingdom, must do one thing: suffer. Prepare the necessary things, and conquer God in order to obtain this kingdom. Those who are to receive it must do something else. That is, to receive it, to appreciate it, and to be grateful to it. Who fought and suffered, and who after obtaining it, gives them his conquests to make them happy. Consequently, the kingdom of my will among creatures will bring the echo of the happiness of heaven. For one will be the will that must reign and dominate in heaven and in creatures. Like my humanity was formed from the very pure blood of the crucified heart of the Sovereign Queen. The redemption was formed by my continuous crucifixion. I have placed on Calvary the seal of the cross of the kingdom of the redeemed. In the same way, the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat will come from a crucified heart, when my will, crucifying yours, will bring forth his kingdom and happiness for the children of his kingdom. That is why, since I called you as a victim, I have always told you about the crucifixion. You thought it was the crucifixion of hands and feet. And I left you in the thought of this crucifixion. But it wasn't that one. It would not have been enough to bring my kingdom. The complete and continuous crucifixion of my will in your whole being was necessary. And that was precisely what I intended to tell you about. That your will continually undergo crucifixion by my will, in order to bring in the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. My ever-kind Jesus, drawing me to him, said to me, "My daughter, The kingdom of the Divine Fiat will have only one will at its center, the divine will. Therefore, one will be the will of all who, spreading in all end, will embrace all things, will give happiness, order, harmony, strength, and beauty to all. Thus, it will be the kingdom of one will. A will for all, and all for one will. What makes the heavenly homeland happy, if not the will of God and the will of all? Oh! If another will that would not be that of God could enter heaven! This is impossible. The saints would lose their eternal peace. They would feel the disorder of a will, who is not divine, which does not contain all the goods, is neither holy nor bearer of happiness and peace. Also, unanimously, they would reject it outside. Therefore, the kingdom of Fiat will have only my will, and it alone. As law, as regime, as empire. By virtue of this, all will be happy, of a unique happiness. There will never be disputes, but eternal peace. Because of the great effort I was making to write and the difficulty I was experiencing, I wondered whether or not I should continue. And my beloved Jesus urged me to do so, saying, "My daughter, each additional word on my will can be one more key to opening the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat. Each acquaintance can be a new door to facilitate the entry of children into his kingdom. Each comparison concerning my will is one more path that is formed in order to facilitate the communications of this kingdom. The smallest thing about my Fiat is a palpitation of his heart that I want to form among the children of his kingdom. It is not appropriate, my daughter, to stifle this palpitation. This heartbeat will bring new and divine life. Be localized of this heartbeat, for the happiness of those who will have the good fortune to possess this kingdom. Don't you know that in order to be able to say that a kingdom exists, it must first be trained, then say that it exists? It is therefore necessary to form paths, security doors, gold keys not forged with any metal, in order to facilitate entry into the kingdom of my will. One less way, one key not found, one locked door can make it more difficult to enter this kingdom. Consequently, everything I tell you serves not only to form this kingdom, but also to facilitate the work of those who want to own it. Thus, the firstborn daughter of my will must strive to facilitate everything related to the kingdom of eternal Fiat. I then continued my deeds in the Supreme will, finding me outside of myself. I went through all of creation to follow the divine will in everything created. And by doing this, the veil of everything created was torn and I could see in her the holy will, performing every act that every created thing contains, always in operation without ever stopping. And my sweet Jesus, coming out of my interior, said to me, "My daughter, see the exuberant love of my will. Always stable. Always operating. Always in the act of giving. Without ever taking anything away from what she established to do when the Supreme Fiat resonated in creation. My will has made the commitment to practice all the arts, to perform all functions, to execute all servitudes, to take any form to make man happy. More than that, she acted even better than a very tender mother in arranging almost all the things created as so many breasts where she hid so that the man could breastfeed there. Thus, she became a sun to breastfeed him with her light. She made herself heaven to breastfeed him with the vital love of immutability. She made herself stars to breastfeed him with the variety of goods that her works contain. She made herself water, plants and flowers, to breastfeed him with the water of grace, to soothe his thirst and to nourish it with its sweetness and chaste fragrances. My will has taken all forms of the bird, the lamb, the dove. In short, of all things. To reach the mouth of man and to be able to breastfeed him, to give him the good that contained in everything created. Only a divine will who created all things in an overflow of his love could take as many forms, perform as many functions, be also persistent, without ever ceasing to perform his actions. And yet, who strives to penetrate into everything created, To see who is the one who offers him his breast. To give him his milk, breastfeed the creatures and amuse them to make them happy? Almost no one. My will gives itself continuously. She places her life in everything created to give life. Creatures do not even deign to look at it and see the one who loves them so much and who is the life of their life. Also, the pain of my will is great of all these rejections of creatures. That is why, with divine and invincible patience, she is waiting for her children who, recognizing her, will be able to tear the veil of created things that hides it, will recognize the breast of their mom with gratitude, will feed like real children to these divine breasts. Glory of all creation, of all the redemption, of your Jesus and of the eternal Fiat will be complete, when the children of his kingdom will attach to his chest to breastfeed. Having recognized it, they will no longer detach themselves from it. It will give them all the goods and she will have the glory and satisfaction of seeing all her children happy. And these children will have the honor and glory of imitating the mother, who, with so much love, guards them on his lap to feed them with his divine milk. My will is currently in the conditions of the sun. When the clouds prevent the fullness of its light to cover the earth with all its brilliance. Due to clouds, the sun cannot deploy all the light it contains. As if the clouds prevented the glory of the sun from giving free rein to its light, yet always the same. In the same way, the clouds of human will prevent the race that the sun of my will would like to pursue towards men. Because it cannot communicate all the goods it contains, through creation or directly. His glory is intercepted by the clouds of human will. But when they will know the Supreme Fiat and will become his children, these clouds will be removed. My will be able to give the goods it possesses. Our glory will then be complete in creatures. I was all immersed in the Supreme Will. I followed his actions in order to constitute myself the act of each creature. My sweet Jesus came out of my interior and, stretching out his arms towards me, embraced me, hugging me tightly against him. While Jesus embraced me, all created things, the sky, the sun, the sea, even the smallest bird, surrounded Jesus and embraced us, wanting to repeat his act. They seemed to compete with each other and none wanted to be left behind. I was confused when I saw that the whole creation was running towards me to hug me. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, when the soul lives in my will and I perform an act towards her, even a simple kiss, a small word, the whole of creation, starting with the sovereign queen and even the least of the smallest beings, all set in motion to repeat my act. In fact, my will is one. That of the soul, mine, and their own, all have the right to associate with me and to do what I do. Consequently, it wasn't just me, but all the beings in whom my will exists, who were with me to embrace you. Thus, every time I do one more act with the one who lives in my will, I give a new feast to all creation. Every time there is a new party and that I am preparing to make a gift to you or to say a word to you, all come to run, to participate. Repeat my act. Receive the new feast and make for you the feast of their deeds. Wasn't it a feast for you to feel the embrace of the Celestial Mother, that of sunlight, waves of the sea, and even the tiny bird that stretched out its wings to hug you? My daughter, where my will is, there is everything. Nothing can escape him. I continued to follow his actions in the Supreme Will. My sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, for the one who possesses my will, it is as if she had centered in her the sun, but not the one that can be seen in the sky. It is a divine sun, the very one that is centered in God, extending its rays. It centers in the soul that becomes the owner of the light, because it possesses within itself the life of light, with all the goods and effects it contains. Therefore, it is in communion of goods with its Creator. Everything is in communion with the one who possesses my will. Communion of love. Communion of holiness. Communion of light. Everything is in communion with her. In addition, its creator considers it a birth of his divine will. She is already his daughter, and he is looking forward to pooling his possessions with her. And if this could not be done, he would suffer like a father who, immensely rich, would find himself unable to share his property with his faithful children. Unable to give what he possesses, he would be forced to see them poor. This father, in the opulence of his riches, would die of sorrow, poisoned in its own bitterness. Because a father's joy is to give and to make his children happy with his own happiness. If an earthly father who is unable to share his possessions with his children, can suffer so much, to the point of dying of sorrow, how much more the eternal Creator would suffer, even more than the most tender of fathers, if he could not pool his property with the who owns the Divine Fiat and who, being his daughter, has all the rights to possess this communion of goods with her father. And if it were not so, it would be in contradiction with love that knows no limits and with goodness, more than paternal, which is the continual triumph of all our works. Consequently, when the soul comes to possess the Supreme Fiat, God's first act is to share his possessions with her, centering her Son in her. By the current of its light, he brings down his goods into the depths of the soul, where she takes everything she wants. Through this same stream of light that it possesses, it brings these goods back to its Creator, as a very great tribute of love and gratitude. This same current makes them descend again towards her. Thus, these goods go up and down continuously, as an assurance and seal of communion between the Creator and the creature. This was Adam's condition when he was created, until he fished. What was ours was his. The fullness of the light was centered in him because his will, one with ours, brought him the communion of our goods. How much we felt our happiness redoubled from creation, because we could see Adam, our son, happy with our own happiness. In fact, his will was one with ours. Thus our will could pour out on him in torrents our goods and our happiness. So much so that, unable to contain because he did not have the capacity of his Creator, filled to the brim to the point of overflowing, Adam traced everything else back to the one from whom he had received everything. And what was he bringing up? The perfect love he had received from God. Holiness, the glory that he possessed in common with us, as alone for a rendering of happiness, love, and glory. We had given him happiness, he was giving us happiness again. We had given him love, holiness and glory. He gave us back love, holiness, and glory. My daughter, possessing a divine will is an amazing thing. Human nature cannot fully understand it. She feels it, she possesses it, and she does not know how to express it. I didn't want to write because I felt unable to. Moreover, the prostration of my strength was such and so great that I felt that I could not. The thought came to me, maybe it is no longer the will of God that I write, otherwise it would help me more and give me more strength. Moreover, Jesus willing, he can write himself without me. My sweet Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, the sun always gives light. He never tires of taking his course or investing the surface of the earth. He triumphs when he finds the seed to germinate, develop it so that it multiplies. The flower, to give its color and fragrance. The fruit, to give its sweetness and taste. By communicating its effects, the sun shows, by facts, that it is the true king of the earth and that, therefore, it triumphs. When he finds what he can communicate his effects to exercise its royal function over all nature. On the other hand, in certain lands on which it finds no seeds, flowers, plants, or fruits, it cannot communicate its effects. He keeps them all in himself and therefore finds himself without triumph. He is like a king without subjects, who cannot exercise his function. Thus, as if indignant at not being able to communicate its effects, the sun burns this earth to the point of making it sterile and unable to produce the slightest blade of grass. My daughter, the sun is the symbol of my will. By its very nature, my will wants to continue its course of light in the soul where it reigns. And since its light has countless effects, she never gets tired or exhausted and therefore wants to communicate its effects and its triumph when it finds in you the dispositions. So, better than a seed, a flower, or a fruit, it can communicate its effects, the fragrance, the color, the softness which, converted into knowledge belonging to him, form the enchantment of his garden. And my divine Fiat, more than the sun, feels like a king capable of exercising his royal office. He sees that he has not only his subjects, but also his daughter to whom, by communicating its effects, its manifestations, it also communicates the image of a queen. And this is his triumph. Transform the soul into a queen and clothe it in royal clothes. All my events on the Supreme Fiat will form the new children's garden of my kingdom. Thus, he always wants to place his effects in you with his light to make it rich and lush. All species of flowers, celestial fruits and plants in such a way that, attracted by the variety of so many beauties, all will be delighted and will strive to live in my kingdom. If you were missing the provisions to receive communications of the effects of the sun of my will and to put them in order to write them, to make known the good it contains and its incredible wonders, my will would act like the sun. It would burn you and you would become like a barren and infertile land. Also, how can I write alone without you? My manifestations must be tangible, not invisible. They must fall under the meaning of creatures. The human eye does not have the virtue of seeing invisible things. It's like I'm telling you, write without ink, pen, and paper. Wouldn't that be absurd and unreasonable? Since my manifestations are to be used for the use of creatures, formed of a body and a soul, I also need material to write and you have to get it for me. You must use ink, pen, and paper to form in you my characters. And you, feeling them in you, you make them tangible by writing them down on paper. Therefore, you cannot write without me, because you would lack the material, the subject, the dictation to copy and you would be unable to say anything. And I can't write without you, because I would miss the essentials to be able to write. The paper of your soul, the ink of your love, the pen of your will. It is therefore a work that we must do together, by mutual agreement. So, as I was writing, I thought to myself, before I write down some little things Jesus tells me, it seems to me that they are of very little importance and that I don't have to put them on paper. But while I am in the act of writing them down, the way Jesus commands them in me changes the perspective and, although small in appearance, they appear to be of great importance in their substance. Given all this, what account will be given to God for all those who have and have had authority over me, and who have not imposed themselves by obedience, for having me written? How many things have I neglected by not receiving in order? And Jesus, moving in me, said to me, my daughter, they will actually be accountable to me. If they thought it was me, the account will be very strict. Because to believe that it is me and not to take into account a single one of my words, it is as if they want to obstruct a sea of goods for creatures. Because my word always comes from the strength of my creative power. In fact, I pronounced a fiat in creation, and I have spread heaven studded with countless millions of stars. Another fiat, and I formed the sun. I didn't say 20 words to form so many things in creation, but one fiat was enough for me. My word always contains his creative power, and neither you nor anyone can know if my word is directed to form a sky, a star, a sea, a sun for souls. Consequently, not to take it into account and not to present it to creatures. It's like turning over this sky, this sun, these stars, and this sea, when they could do so much good to the creatures. And the harm that would ensue would be imputed to the one who, failing to take my word into consideration, suffocated her in me. On the other hand, if they don't believe it's me, it's even worse. For they are then blind to the point of not having the eyes to see the sun of my word. Disbelief leads to stubbornness and hardness of heart, while belief softens the heart, disposes to be won by grace and to receive sight to understand my truths. I was in my usual state. My adorable Jesus made me see in me many ropes one next to the other and starting from a sphere placed in their center. Under this sphere there was an empty space. My sweet Jesus was there. He touched those strings and produced music so beautiful and harmonious that it is impossible to describe. After playing his little sonata, he told me, "My daughter, these strings are the symbol of the soul where my will reigns. I myself take pleasure in training them and putting them in order. See how beautiful they are. Each rope has a distinct color, coated with a light, so that all together they form the most beautiful rainbow, radiating light. But do you want to know why each string has a distinct color? Because each one symbolizes one of my divine qualities, that is, my attributes. Thus, I arranged everything in order. The rope of love. The rope of goodness. The rope of power, mercy, strength, wisdom, purity, in short, of all things. I have not excluded anything, not even the rope of justice. Thus, when I want to love and be loved, I touch the rope of love. Oh! How sweet the sound is, penetrating, delicious, clean. To stir heaven and earth and to invest the most intimate fibers of all beings in whom my will reigns. I love, and I am loved. Because this noise attracts and delights all those whom I, enchanted by my own love, and send oceans of love. This sound is so melodious that it makes me tolerate everything and endure the greatest evils of this poor world. This sound then pushes me to touch the string of goodness. He attracts the attention of all to receive the goods that my goodness wants to dispense to creatures. Voices speak in this sound. It makes everyone listen attentively, sounds of surprise and admiration when they hear, in this sound of voices, the goods I want to give. This sound makes me take out my belongings. He also arranges the creatures to receive them. Also, every time I want to put one of my attributes to work, I touch the rope that corresponds to it. Do you know why I arranged all these strings in you? Because where my divine will reigns. I want to find myself whole with all the things that belong to me so that I can do in the soul where my Supreme Fiat dominates and reigns what I do in heaven. By having my throne, my melodies, so as to make vibrate. The sound of mercy to convert souls. The sound of wisdom to make me known. The sound of my power and my justice to make me fear. I must be able to say, my heaven is here. 3. After which I did my little tricks in creation. I printed my I love you on everything I created. I asked that by virtue of this divine will that preserves them beautiful and whole, the kingdom of the Supreme Fiat can come to earth. But at the same time, I thought to myself, created things are inanimate, so they do not have the virtue of asking for such a holy kingdom. I was thinking this when my beloved Jesus came out of my interior and said to me, "My daughter, it is true that created things have no soul. However, the life of my will runs in each of them. It is by virtue of my will that they remain as beautiful, just as they were created. The things created are all noble queens who belong to my royal family. By virtue of my will that animates them and all the acts that my will exerts on them, created things have the right to ask for the coming of my kingdom because it is also their kingdom. To have the right to request the coming of the kingdom of the Divine Fiat, it is necessary to be part of our family, in whom our will has its first place, its throne, its life. That is why I first made you born in her, so that my will may have its rights of paternity over you, and you can have the rights of filiation, and thus have the right to claim his kingdom. And not only you, but also by virtue of all created things, that is, all the innumerable acts that our will exercises in all creation. To ask that our kingdom and yours may come. Ma fille, qui peut aspirer à avoir le droit d'être roi, sinon le fils du roi? Tout le monde assatent d'alers à ce que le regnil we revient. Etsil envoyed un serviteur, un paysan, aspirer à ce royaume. Qui n'appartient pas à la famille royale et qui dit tu il le droit d'être roiet que le royaume sera sien. On le considera alors comme un fou et il mérite toutes les macaries. De la même manière, celui qui voudrait demander monde royaume et en qui ma saint volont n'y regne pas. Se trouvant dans la condition de serviteur, n'a pas le droit de demander monde royaume. Etsil le demanda, c'est simplement un facon de parler et sans y avoir droit. Let us now suppose that a king has hundreds, thousands of children, all legitimately belonging to his royal family. Don't all have the right to occupy noble positions in accordance with their state? And to say, our Father's kingdom is our kingdom because it is his royal blood that flows through our veins. Now, in all creation, in the children who belong to the kingdom of the Divine Fiat, it will flow, more than blood, but the life of my will which will give them the right to belong to the royal and heavenly family. In such a way that all will be kings and queens. All will occupy noble positions, worthy of the family to which they belong. Consequently, things created, because they are all daughters of heaven and that they have the deeds of my very will that asks for it in them have more right than the kingdom of my will comes. That the creatures themselves who, by doing their will, have reduced themselves to the condition of maids. Therefore, when you, in the name of the sky, the sun, the sea, and all other things created, you ask that the kingdom of my eternal Fiat come. You oblige my will itself to ask for the coming of his kingdom. And do you think it's not much that a divine will praise in everything created when you ask for its kingdom? Therefore, continues and never slows down. You must even know that it is my will itself that puts you on the path of all creation. In order to have her daughter with her in all her actions. To make you do what she does and what she wants from you.